My 30 Years in Baseball by John McGraw. Introduction. It isn't an easy matter to write an appreciation of John J. McGraw. There's so much in the man to appreciate, so many fine things which might be said. The life story of the little Napoleon, from the cradle to the 1922 World's Championship, we know all that. So why waste 10 or 12,000 words? Let's get down to what we want to find out. What is it that this man has on the ball? That is the question. The answer is everything. This is my flash of McGraw. Application, determination, concentration, perseverance, willpower, courage, intelligence, intellect, great player, great manager, generous owner, liberal leader, fastest thinker, sense of honor, sense of duty, sense of humor, common sense, admired, hated, worshipped, despised, cheered, jeered, whined, dined, fined, record holder, graceful winner, good loser, square, loyal, easy enemy, real friend, fine sportsman, knows his game, knows his men, knows himself, knows he knows. Signed, signed, signed. Irish, American, idol, champion, and what's more, a man. Chapter 1. What McGraw told his team the day before the recent World Series began. Why Babe Ruth failed to shine. Do college men make the best ball players? While I was arranging the memoranda for backtracking over 30 years of my baseball life, an old friend, a man now high in world affairs, dropped in to see me. He saw what I was doing. "Say, Mac," he said, "tell me who, in your opinion, makes the best ball player, the college boy or the ignorant young fellow who comes in from the town lots?" I looked up at him in downright gratitude for the suggestion. It gave me a start, a keynote that I would like to sound throughout these memoirs. The college boy, of course, I told him. He has at the very start the very thing the less fortunate fellow has to acquire. He steps right in with the advantage of mental training. With the same amount of natural common sense behind him, the college boy has a full 2 years' jump on the town lot boy. The difference is simply this. The college boy, or anyone even with a partially trained mind, immediately tries to find his faults. The unschooled fellow usually tries to hide his. The moment a man locates his faults, he can quickly correct them. The man who thinks he is keeping his mistakes under cover will never advance a single step until he sees the light. That, in a nutshell, is the difference, and it may explain why I have steadfastly tried to get college boys with natural ability on my many ball clubs. Usually they arrive quicker and last longer. Some of our greatest stars have never been to college, but that does not mean they were better off without such training. It means that they had brains enough to see the handicap and through persistence and determination overcame it. Men of this type are Hans Wagner, Tris Speaker, Napoleon Joly, Delahanty, a lot of them. I might add that Huey Jennings and myself were also of that type, but we were quick to see the need of what other young fellows had been given by their parents. As to how we did it, I will tell you later on. It is not my purpose to moralize, even if I am at an age where men begin to get philosophical and point out things to youngsters. In the first place, it is hard to make the youngsters listen. I do think, though, that all successful endeavours in life are based on that idea of being able to find faults and of being just as quick to correct them. That is largely the way we won the World Series. I have been somewhat at a loss to know just what in my 30 years of baseball would be of the most interest. Candidly, I didn't know where to start. To get aligned, though, we sent out questionnaires to 50 men in different sections of the country, some veteran players and some fans. We made a point of not asking too many men of expert knowledge. In these questionnaires we asked for suggestions as to what the public would be most interested in, what questions that particular person would like to have answered. The first one came from a major league umpire, a man of imagination and understanding. 1. They would like to know, he began, how the Giants won the World Series. And 2. Tell why you shifted from waiting out the Yank pitchers to swinging at the first ball. Several times you made this shift. In the first place, we won the World Series because we thought we could win. Though we said nothing, we took advantage of the fact that our opponents and the public had underestimated the strength of our pitchers. At the end of the season, I did not say one word to our players about the series until the day before it actually began. I purposely kept away from them. In the meantime, the newspapers were full of discussions of the weaknesses of our pitchers and of the strength of the Yank pitchers. They told of what Ruth and Musil would do to us, and so on. This put the odds up to 7-5 with the Yanks as favourites. Not once did I discuss this with the men. On the day before the first game, I went to the clubhouse and had a heart-to-heart talk with the players. You can beat these fellows, I told them. I don't think there is a question about it. We have a big advantage, in that they are the favourites. Not once since we started our last drive have you pitchers failed to come through when called upon, and the rest of the team has backed you up. You can do it just as well in this series. All you've got to do is play ball just as if you were playing a regular game in mid-season. There is no difference. The team that gets impressed with the idea that there is a difference will become self-conscious and lose. Now, practically all of you have played in a big series and it is nothing new to you. In a way, you have observed the playing of our opponents. A lot of people have an idea that because I frequently changed pitchers in our last 20 games, these pitchers were not able to stand the pace. You know better than that. We changed them for very good reasons. We'll change them in this series if necessary, but I don't think it will be necessary. All I ask of you is, forget about those odds. Those figures merely represent the opinions of sporting writers. Get out there and play baseball, just as you have all season. I'll do the directing, and if anything goes wrong, I'll take the responsibility. That is all I ever said to them. It might surprise you to know that at no time did we have the slightest fear of Ruth. There seemed to be an impression that I was unfamiliar with the playing of Ruth and Shang. As a matter of fact, I knew more about Ruth, Shang, and Baker than any other members of the Yankee team. My club has played in full 20 games against Ruth. That naturally ought to give me a pretty good line on him. I might say right here that we caught Ruth in one of his slumps, and we did everything we could to make it worse for him. He is a ball player of the freak type, that is likely to bust up a game at any moment. Nobody ever could hit a ball as far as he, and it was my business to see that he didn't get hold of one. Under those circumstances, the natural thing was to pitch him slow ones. It's difficult for a long hitter to brace himself against a ball that barely lobs over the plate. I signalled for every ball that was pitched to Ruth during the last World Series. In fact, I gave the signal for practically every ball that was pitched during the series by our pitchers. They preferred that I do. I think ball players, as a rule, can do a more workmanlike job when they feel that someone else is taking the responsibility. Those who watched the games may have noticed that the catcher invariably turned and looked at the bench. I gave him the sign, which he in turn gave to the pitcher. This was not done in any slipshod or guesswork manner. To give you an idea of our thoroughness, we pitched but 9 curves and 3 fastballs to Ruth throughout the series. All the rest were slow balls. Of those 12, the 9 curves and 3 fastballs, 11 of them set the big fellow on his ear, as we say. He got just 1 foul off those 12 strikes, and usually we crossed him with a curve when there were men on bases. Our respect for him that he tears into a fastball is indicated by our giving him but 3 to hit at during the entire series. The trick, though, that broke the Yanks in two was a brand new play that we pulled on them and repeated on 2 occasions when they became the most dangerous. The public seems to overlook this play in the excitement. But I am running into my second chapter. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. The new play that ruined the Yanks, Outwitting Joe Bush, $25 fine for a home run that won the game. Late in the season, we discovered a new way, at least a surprising way, of breaking up an advance around the bases on a safe hit. None but a smart and accurate player could work this play, but we had a man almost perfectly equipped to carry it out, Dave Bancroft. We used the play but little so that it could be a surprise in the big series, and it was a surprise. When there is a runner on first or second, and the succeeding batter follows with a clean hit, the chances are that the runner will score from second. The man on first will go to third, and the batter to second. Just the same, the outfielder, 9 times out of 10, makes an attempt to get the man at the plate. When it is seen that the throw will not get the runner at the plate, the pitcher generally intercepts the throw and tries to make a play at one of the bases. That play has been made so repeatedly that it has become to be a sort of matter of form. Now, if the hit scores a man from second with the tying run, the team that allows the batter to take second on the throw to the plate is in grave danger. Another hit may win the game. Our plan was for the outfielders to throw the ball directly to Bancroft in his regular position. He would turn around and whip the ball to second. If it got the runner going down from first, the man who had hit the ball, the rally was broken up. And even to our surprise, this play worked every time we tried it. On 3 occasions, the Yank batter ran headlong into the trap. In the last game, if you will remember, Bob Musil hit a beautiful single onto the outfield, scoring a runner. The throw looked as if he was headed for the plate, but instead it went directly into Bancroft's hands, and he caught Musil, who started for second. We had made no useless attempt at the plate to prevent the first score, but we had to stop a second one. That play saved the game for us. In the last inning of the game, we pulled exactly the same play on so experienced a veteran as Wally Shang. His wallop would have won the game but for Bancroft taking the ball in the same way and catching him at second. After seeing Musil caught that way, we really did not expect that Shang would fall for the same trick, but he did. And by thus being caught, Musil and Shang cost the Yanks that game. In other words, we took advantage of the chance to upset what had become a habit in baseball. Many games are won during the season by crossing ball players who think in the same groove all the time. The idea is to observe closely, find the grooves, and then block them. As to the reason for shifting them from waiting a man out to hitting at a first ball, the answer seems to be obvious. We saw that the first scheme was not working. Naturally, we changed tactics. Following out my suggestion at the start of these memoirs, we located our fault and set out to correct it as quickly as possible. In the first game, I had an idea that Joe Bush might be lacking a little control. I instructed the batters to wait him out, let the first one go by, if necessary, and make him put one over that could be hit on the nose. On this plan of action, we went along for several innings, but Bush did not get wild. He was pitching perfectly, and we could do nothing with him. Instead of our men profiting by waiting, he was continually putting giant batters in the hole. We saw our plan and was laying the first one squarely over the middle of the plate. Towards the middle of the game, I ordered the batters to shift. Take a crack at anything he puts over, I told them. Don't wait for anything. If it's in reach, sock it. Luckily, we had called the turn at exactly the right minute. In half an inning, it seemed, the whole complexion of the game had changed. One after another, our batters walked up and took a swing at the first thing that came over the plate. We popped Bush for 5 hits, if I remember right, and won the game in a single inning. There appears to have been a disposition on the part of the sporting writers and the public to give me the entire credit for winning this last series. I wish, sincerely, that they had not done this. As I have said, I did do all the directing, but direction and so-called generalship are of no value whatsoever if the players do not carry them out. They deserve the credit for delivering the punch. I merely pointed out the weak spots. An army that wins a great battle in the field usually gets the credit for the fighting, the soldiers, I mean. They should get it. The directing head merely points the way. No general could win a fight unless the men had the courage and the ability to deliver the punch. It is the combination that counts. As a soldier, I believe, can fight much better and with more intensity of immediate purpose if he does not have to bother and worry about the plans. At no time and in no instance during that series did the players fail to carry out my instructions to the letter. There were no arguments and no discussions as to the advisability of this and that move. I took the entire responsibility, and they seemed quite willing to let me shoulder what blame might come. If we had lost the series, I would have lost it, not they. Our success can be laid to the fact, I think, that I had absolute confidence in our players, and they had a similar confidence in me. I could not handle a team that did not have confidence in me, and it is a cinch that I would not have a group of players in whom I did not have confidence. All I want to know is that they are honestly trying to do what I tell them. If they haven't the ability, it is my fault if I keep them. Never in my life have I blamed or criticized a ball player failing in an effort to carry out my instructions. Often we send up a pinch hitter only to have him strike out. That is a chance that managers take. If it fails, he has no right to censure the player. They can't always hit safely. If it were possible for a ball player always to carry out his instructions, even to making the play successfully, then we should have no baseball. Managers could simply sit down in the spring and figure it out with pencil and paper. I have made a point, as I have said, never to blame a player for failing to, in a sincere effort, to carry out instructions from the bench, but I have also made it a point to censure a player, even if he won the game, by failing to obey orders. That I regard as necessary to discipline. At first I had some difficulty in impressing this idea upon the team. Back in 1905, I fined a player $25 for hitting a home run with 2 on bases, a wallop that won the game. We had runners on first and second with none out, and I sent up Sammy Strang to bunt. Sammy was a good bunter, and very fast on the bases. I wanted to make sure of his putting the ball down so as to advance the 2 runners. To my surprise, the pitcher put the first one right in the groove, and Sammy, swinging from his shoestrings, caught the ball squarely on the nose and knocked it over the right field fence for a home run, bringing in the 2 runners with him and winning the game. As he came round, the crowd began applauding, and he was compelled to take off his cap. Just at that moment he reached the dugout. "That'll cost you just 25, I said to him. 25? What do you mean, Mac? Didn't you have instructions to bunt that ball? Sure, but say, Mac, that one came over there like a balloon. I just couldn't help taking a poke at it. It was a pip, wasn't it? Yes, but it'll cost you $25 for disobeying instructions. Suppose you'd hit into a double play." "All right," he said, "but the way that one felt, I guess it was worth it." One of those to answer the questionnaire asks if I think stars should be encouraged for individual work or should be made to play more inside baseball. Which does the public like best, he asks. The above incident is somewhat of an answer, but I will attempt to explain in more detail. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Individual versus teamwork. The I Thought ball players. What happened to Snodgrass for the error in Boston that lost the World Series. The public, I have discovered, doesn't care anything about the methods employed by a ball club. The fan wants to see the home club win. So there is little concern in the mind of the manager as to what the public thinks of his system, as long as he wins. How often have you heard some baseball enthusiast, after the game or before, say, "I don't care particularly which club wins, so long as it's a good game"? I have heard them say it all my life, and I never knew of one who I believe really meant it. That is not the spirit of baseball, no matter what we hear. Such remarks are usually made after a comfortable dinner in an effort to display a sense of sportsmanship. One night I had dinner with DeWolf Hopper, Lewis Mann, and a few other rabid fans. "Honestly, Hopper," I asked, "what really is your idea of a good ball game?" "My idea of a perfect ball game, and a delightful afternoon," declared the veteran fan and actor, "is for the home club to pile up 15 runs in the first inning. To add to my comfort, I don't want to see a single player on the other side reach first base." "Well," spoke up another, "it's quite a thrill, at that, to have them get the bases full and have our pitcher strike out the batter." "But, my dear fellow," declared Hopper, "that isn't comfort and pleasure. That's suffering." So you see, the baseball manager, to have the public like his style or his method, must win. He needn't worry about the details. The average fan will never understand them anyway. Teamwork is to baseball just what it is to any other enterprise. Individualism is all right in its place, but too much of it will kill any organization in the world. The result is what counts, and the only way to get it is by teamwork. So-called inside baseball is mostly bunk. This is merely the working out of definite plans that the public does not observe. There is nothing on a ball field that the public could not see and understand if the fans study the game as we do. As I have intimated, all the fan sees, as a rule, is the victory or defeat. His eye is always on the ball, or on the runner approaching the plate. Rarely does he observe what the other players are doing. He is an enthusiast, not a workman. I venture to say that not one fan out of 100 saw the 2 plays that we worked on the Yanks, when we caught Musil and Chang going to second after their hits had driven runners around. The eyes of the public were on the ball, or the runner furthest advanced. If, for instance, a batter cuts a base, the fan rarely ever sees it. His eye is always centered on the real action. And this question of individualism or teamwork recalls my early remark on the difference between the college player and the town lot fellow. The former quickly sees the advantage of teamwork, of coordination. The latter sees only himself, either making good or falling down. If he makes an error, he will try to cover it up by such remarks as, "Well, I thought." We call that class I thought ball players. There are many of them. Always they have an alibi. It is seldom that they come to the bench and ask where they made the mistake and what to do about it next time. The college player will do that. His mind is more disciplined, and he is eager to learn. A type of the college player quick to learn was Eddie Grant, who was killed in action in France. After leaving Harvard, Eddie was on the Philadelphia National League club. Having heard much of Mathewson, he was curious to bat against him. Finally, his chance came. On his first time up, Matty put one right in the groove, and Grant smacked it for a single. 5 times in succession he faced Matty that first day, and established a remarkable record of getting 5 straight hits. "Do you know that's Mathewson you're hitting?" Billy Murray asked him. "Yes," he said, "but I don't suppose he knows this is me." "But he will," Murray advised him. "What did he pitch to you?" "Curveball, waist high, just inside." "Well, you'd better practice hitting something else." Now, Eddie was not stupid. He didn't think, like other pushers, that he alone had solved Matty's delivery. He began to study. An early success like that would have ruined a player with less brains. "And you know," Grant afterwards told me, "it was a good thing I did. Matty didn't pitch me another ball like that all season, and I didn't get a hit the next 20 times that I faced him." Another type of the ambitious college player was Fred Snodgrass. He came to me as a catcher, or rather I was so impressed with his work in a college game out in California that I asked him to join us. Snodgrass was not a great catcher, so I turned him into an outfielder. He studied every department of the game carefully, and it was rare that he ever made a mistake of judgment. When Snodgrass dropped that ball in Boston, the error that everyone says cost us the series, I never gave him one word of reproach. Any player is liable to make an error. That was not a boner, as we call it. It happened to be one of those unavoidable things that came at a costly moment. Often I have been asked to tell exactly what I did to Snodgrass for that. For the first time, I guess I will have to tell. I raised his salary to $1,000 a year. Snodgrass suffered more over that one error than all the rest of the team put together. To blame a player for a thing like that would have shown little loyalty on the part of the manager. It would ruin him for the future. Often I used to burn up when I read in the papers of the rumours that I had released Snodgrass. To this connection I will confess that I also raised Fred Merkel's salary at the end of the season, in which he made a fatal blunder of not touching second in that famous game with the Cubs. I do not mean to imply that a premium should be placed on errors. The chances are I would have raised the salaries of both those players anyway. I wanted them to understand that I would not let such mistakes stand in the way of their progress. They had done nothing in violation of the spirit of teamwork. Both were earnest and very valuable cogs in our machine. To relieve their feelings and restore self-confidence, it was necessary that they understand that the manager and the other players held them in as much esteem as ever. If I make myself clear, I have tried to point out the difference between breaches of discipline and mere errors of commission. I fined Sammy Strang for hitting a home run and winning a ball game, while I raised the salary of a man whose error had cost a pennant, and of another whose muff of a fly ball had lost the World Series. It so happens that all 3 of these players were college men, young fellows with the advantage of systematic mental training. Snodgrass and Merkel faced the jibes of the fans for 2 years without a murmur. Never did they offer an excuse. Benny Kauf is an excellent type of the man who comes into baseball without mental training and who could never grasp the idea of trying to find his faults instead of trying to hide them. Benny had great natural ability. It was almost impossible, though, to get his mind off himself and on the team as a whole. Benny had no early advantages. He wanted to be a star, but he could not realize that the real star must rise with the team to be of value. George Burns, on the other hand, never regarded as a great star, was one of the most valuable ball players that ever wore the uniform of the Giants. Kauf was of the type of what we call freak players. The chances are I have handled as many of the so-called freaks as any other manager. It has not added to my health any either. I will discuss those fellows in the succeeding chapter. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. A manager's troubles with the picturesque characters, Bugs Raymond, the spitball pitcher, and his trial by a newspaper jury. It has been my fortune, sometimes misfortune, to harbour some of the most picturesque characters in baseball, men whose names will remain in sport history long after others of more ability are forgotten. Always I have had a weakness for these odd personalities. I assure you, though, that the spice and flavour we got over their presence has been offset by worry and troubles. I doubt if I will ever try another one. I shall never forget Bugs Raymond. There, by the way, was one of the greatest natural pitchers that ever lived. He had his odd ways of thinking while off the field, but once in the box he knew exactly what he was doing. All we had to do was to keep him in physical condition. That, though, was the thing nobody ever succeeded in doing. "Say, Mac," Chief Meyer said to me after he had caught Raymond for the first time, "that fellow can do more tricks with a baseball than any man in the world." And he could. Raymond's long suit, of course, was his spitball. He could make the ball do the queerest stunts, and never did he hesitate to pull one of those tricks when the team was in a hole. Even though he sorely tried me at times, I must admit he was largely responsible for one of our biggest season's successes. Every fall, Bugs would promise faithfully to go on the water wagon. In the spring, he would show up as if he meant what he said. In 2 or 3 weeks, he would drop right back into his old habits. His fondness for companionship was his downfall. I think he knew every man and boy in every town we ever played in, as well as the big league cities. One season, I tried to cure him by cutting off his money supply. I warned all the players and the sporting writers not to lend him a nickel. Just the same, he would manage to get what he wanted somehow. One day I sent him out in the bullpen to warm up. The pitcher in the box seemed to be wobbly. In those days the bullpen was back of the bleachers and out of the sight of the spectators. A half an hour later I sent the bat boy for Bugs. He could not find him. The trainer then took up the hunt. Presently he returned with the information that Raymond was in a saloon down 8th Avenue drinking beer. He had taken the new ball that I had given him for warming up and had sold it to the saloon keeper. One fall, I persuaded him to take the Keeley cure at the Chicago Institute. We got encouraging reports from him week to week, but finally came the news that Raymond had been expelled for having scared his roommate, an old businessman, almost to death by some rough horseplay. Bugs was very proud of his term in the Keeley Institute. He even wore a class button and very proudly exhibited an album with photographs and other souvenirs of his schoolmates. He showed up at spring training with all of these trinkets. Though expelled, he really had quit drinking. I never saw him looking better. He started like a whirlwind. We were in Marlin, Texas at the time. The newspaper men were sending back interesting stories of the wonderful reform of the Bugs, as we always referred to him. In about 2 weeks, though, I began to see ominous signs. Bugs had struck up an acquaintance with some farmers and cowboys. We went to Dallas for an exhibition game, and Bugs fell off the wagon with a splash. In those days, they always served cocktails with a Sunday night dinner at the old Oriental Hotel, all prepared in advance and placed on long tables in the hotel pantry, just off the dining room. Knowing the head steward, Bugs decided to visit him. He left the dining room and started to the kitchen. As he stepped through the swinging doors, his eyes lighted on the long rows of cocktails, hundreds of them, all lined up in rows. Promptly, Raymond started right down the first row, drinking one after another until he had consumed more than a dozen. That was the beginning of his downfall. The next day it rained, and we missed him. He came in after midnight saying that he'd been out with some of his old railroad friends. To be sure I did not misjudge him, I had a detective follow Bugs and made a detailed report on his activities for 24 hours. Mind you, all this time the reporters were still talking about Raymond's reform, and the Texas papers were picking it up. It was still raining the second day, and I sent for Raymond. He denied everything, as usual. I was in a dilemma. I didn't know whether to denounce him to the newspaper men who had tried so hard to help him, or to make one more attempt to bring about reform. I didn't expect him to stay entirely sober, of course, but I figured that if I could keep him in halfway condition, he could win some ball games for us at the beginning of the season. Suddenly a scheme occurred to me. I decided to hold a secret court-martial, a trial in camera, as the English say, with the newspaper men sitting as a jury. I knew I could trust every one of them. In fact, I had never known a baseball reporter to violate a confidence. For that reason, I never hesitated to talk with them freely. To this day, the picture of that jury and the prisoner at the bar is the most amusing thing in my recollections. The jurors got up out of bed to come down and were half-dressed, as was I. As I remember, this jury was made up of Sam Crane, Sid Mercer, Bozeman Bulger, Damon Runyon, Charles Van Loan, and one or two other of the younger writers whose names I cannot recall at the moment. "Gentlemen," I said to them, "I have called upon you to sit as a jury on this man. He has promised all of you not to drink, and you have given him every help. You have praised him in the papers. He has violated that faith. He's a big bum that's laid down on his friends. Now I want you to hear the evidence, and then it shall be up to you to decide whether you shall expose his weaknesses
in your papers and tell the world that he's no good, or whether you will overlook it and give him one more chance. I won't ask you to keep anything out of the papers. I'll leave it up to you." In the meantime, Bugs sat there, his bloodshot eyes downcast, his hair tousled, his face unshaven. "It's a damned lie, Mac. Someone's been lying to him, fellows," he said in answer to my opening charge. "You say it's a lie. Wait until I present the evidence. Look at him, boys." "Maybe he's just got a cold," suggested one of the writers. "Fellows' eyes will get that way sometimes from too much reading." There was a smile, and hope came into Raymond's eye. "I don't spell anything wrong with his breath," suggested another. "How'd he get that way with no money, if he's a licker?" another remarked. As these remarks went round, I slowly unfolded the typewritten sheets of the detective's report. Of course, all the baseball players knew just as well as I that Bugs had gone off the reservation and had been drunk. I began to read. "Your operative followed one Bugs Raymond for 18 hours, it said, and noticed his every movement. At 9 a.m., the said Raymond went into a saloon known as the Turf Exchange. In a back room, he drank 7 glasses of beer, ate a handful of pretzels, and 2 Bermuda onions. From there, your operative followed the said Raymond to the night saloon. There he drank 9 glasses of beer, 8 more pretzels, 2 or 3 onions, etc." The jurors took careful notes of this and finally summed it all up. The result of the tabulation was that Raymond, in 12 hours, had consumed 48 glasses of beer, a peck of pretzels, and 8 Bermuda onions. "Now, what you got to say to that?" I demanded of the defendant. "It's a damned lie, Mac. Fellows, there ain't a word of truth in it." Several members of the jury averted their eyes to hide their smiles. "You mean to tell this jury," I asked, assuming indignation, "that this officer has sworn to a lie? You mean to say you didn't do this drinking of beer and eating of pretzels and onions?" "It's a lie, just the same, Mac. Of course, I might have had a couple of dozen glasses of beer, but I'm telling you, it's a lie. I ain't eaten an onion in 7 months." The jury couldn't hold in any longer. All of us broke into laughter. "Bugs," said one of the jurors finally asked, "in view of your abstinence from onions, this technical mix-up in the report, will you promise to lay off the rest of the stuff if given a chance?" "Bet your socks I will, fellows. I'm through." After a moment of deliberation, the jury solemnly acquitted him and voted to say nothing in the papers and gave him one more chance. The defendant, declaring to the jury to be a regular lot of guys, went out happy and got drunk again that night. At that, he partially straightened up and pitched some good ball for several weeks. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Schreckengost and the Cracker Contract. How Rube Waddell put one over on Connie Mack. Walter Brodie waits out a Boston pitcher. You may have noticed that I have begun these memoirs with the present instead of my early boyhood days. I did this advisedly. It has always been my belief that we can use the present to reflect on the past much better than to make the old days reflect on the present. After I have recalled a few more of the picturesque characters of my 30 years in baseball, it is my intention to go back to the early days and drift down again. In that way, I hope to recall landmarks that otherwise I might forget. Next to Raymond, the most picturesque characters, I don't necessarily mean drinking players, of my knowledge were Rube Waddell, Larry McLean, Ozzie Schreckengost, and Walter Steve Brodie. Most baseball people remember the time when Shrek, the scorers had shortened his name to that, refused to sign a contract with Connie Mack until a clause was inserted that Waddell must not eat crackers in bed. These two quaint characters always roomed together. At times they were a trial to Connie, and he figured that he could keep an eye on them better by having them in the same room, especially on the road. "No, Connie," said Shrek when he showed up to sign his new contract. "I won't sign it unless you put in there that Rube mustn't eat crackers in the bed. You know the big bum has got to where he eats those little animal crackers every night. I didn't mind the flat crackers so much, but for a whole week last year I woke up with elephant's tusks and cow horns sticking between my ribs." Connie Mack gravely inserted the clause, and Ozzie signed. Like Bugs Raymond, Waddell had an uncanny ability for getting money when there was none in sight. He had worked so many schemes on Connie that the athletics manager thought he couldn't be fooled. One night in Detroit, Rube came to Connie's room in deep distress. He had lost the diamond watch charm that had been given to each member of the team for having won the pennant. It was an expensive trinket, and one that Waddell was very proud of. It was his fondest possession, and Mac knew it. "I wanted to ask you what to do, Connie," said Rube. "How can I go about finding it? I know I had it on this afternoon." "I would suggest," advised Connie, taking the matter very seriously, "that you put an ad in the local papers. Yes, and offer a reward." "How much reward, Connie, would be right? You know I'm flat broke. You know that better than anybody." "That's true," said Max, "but you go ahead and offer $10 reward, and if the diamond charm is found, I will pay the reward myself." Rube promptly put an ad in the paper. The next day at noon he went down to a saloon where he left the charm with the bartender, an old acquaintance. "Connie," Rube said to his manager over the phone, "there's a guy down here in a saloon that found my diamond charm. Will you come down and pay the reward for me?" That sounded fair enough. So Connie walked down, paid the man the reward, turned the trinket over to Rube, and they walked away. Waddell was very grateful. At the corner, though, he left Connie, slipped around the other way to the saloon, and collected the $10 from the bartender, a large portion of which they proceeded to drink up. Connie had been completely taken in. Now, you can't say that a man who can think up that scheme hasn't got a keen brain. Waddell was one of the greatest pitchers that ever lived. He had such a large hand that he could encircle a baseball with his fingers as the ordinary man could a billiard ball. They gave him a tremendous speed and also a wonderful curve. Rube was very vain about his arm and had absolute confidence in being able to beat any club in the world. Generally, he could too. In the spring training exhibition games, he used to demand that all the players except himself, the catcher and the first baseman, be taken off the field. For fun, they let him do it. All the men he did not strike out, he proposed to get out on infield grounders. On several occasions, he did that trick and actually got away with it. I played under this vanity one time to win a game. That was many years ago. We knew Rube would pitch, and we knew the chances were that he would beat us. As he came walking across the field from the clubhouse, I called to him to throw me a ball that rolled out there. He made a great throw of it. "That's no throw," I called to him. "Look at this one." I threw the ball back. Rankling at my remark, he whipped the ball from the fence to the plate. Again and again we went through this procedure, our players razzing his throws every time. Finally, his arm was so tired that when he went to the box, we gave him a trimming. He had to be taken out before the fifth inning. One spring, the Athletics showed up in Texas, and both our teams happened to be in Dallas at the same time. I was told by some of the Athletic players that Waddell had been missing for 3 days, that nobody could find him. He had a habit of going off fishing at the most unexpected moments, even in the middle of a season when the race was tight. That night we were standing on the sidewalk in front of the hotel when a fire alarm was turned in. We all moved to the curb to watch the engines go by. Presently one came by with a clang, a hook and a ladder outfit. Imagine our surprise to see Rube Waddell on the driver's seat, clad in full fireman's regalia, rubber boots, metal hat and all. And he was intent on his job. They found that Waddell had gone to the fire department and got a job. He put himself off as an old fireman and had slept there with the men, sliding down the pole as skillfully as the best of them when an alarm sounded. You can understand how quickly Connie Mack went down there and robbed the fire department of a good hand. Always they had to watch Rube to keep him from joining the fire departments in the various towns and cities where the club played. Not long ago I was at a reunion of the old Baltimore Orioles. After having a big time, several of the veterans, including Walter Brodie, were up in my room at the hotel. "How is it, Mac," said Steve, as we called Brodie, "that you are not always making out that I pulled bonus? A lot of the other fellows pulled bonus too, just as many as I did." "Is that so?" I laughed. "Well, how about the time you took that third strike against Boston?" All of them started to tell it, very much to Steve's discomfiture. Ed Hanlon, our old manager, had been trying to impress upon us all the necessity of waiting out the pitches instead of hitting at bad balls. He could never do much with Steve. He would swing at anything. Finally, Hanlon threatened to fine him if he didn't take a strike now and then and wait out the pitcher. In a pinch, Steve went up, this idea firmly fixed in his mind. He took the first strike, the second, and the third. "Now, don't tell me I didn't take 'em," he growled at Hanlon as he came back to the bench. "I reckon now you're satisfied that I can take 'em, and I could have knocked any one of them over the fence." Having gone this far back, I guess before going on with Brodie and others, this is a good place to start right at my beginning in baseball. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. How McGraw, batting left-handed, learned to hit into left field. The curve that couldn't be pitched. First professional days with the Olean team.
I got my first idea of learning to place hits when but 16 years old, the idea being forced upon me through a lack of small change. 15 cents in those days was a lot of money. At the time, there was no way of my knowing that I was building up the most valuable asset that any left-handed hitter could possess. My idea was purely commercial. I was playing on the school team at Truxton, New York, where I was born. Always, I was a left-handed hitter. The open lot in which we played was bounded on the right side by a schoolhouse with many windows. In right centre, there was a church. As a left-handed hitter naturally hits into the right field, I broke several window panes. In addition to several threatened thrashings, my father had to pay 15 cents for each pane of glass broken. Other fathers in our town had to do likewise. Mighty few boys at that time, or in our set, ever had that much spending money at one time. To avoid this wrath of my old dad, and to save as many 15 cents as possible, I studied how to change my position at bat so as to hit the ball into left field. In time, I got to where I could hit in that direction just as well into right. The mastery of that art of hitting into either field while a boy is responsible, I think, for my batting and run-getting record in the major leagues. Often I have wished that I could devise some compulsory method to make our present left-handed hitters shift from one field to the other. You can easily understand, for instance, what confusion Babe Ruth could cause the opposing outfield if he could bat either way. They would never know where to play for him. This ability to shift is also invaluable in working the hit and run play. Willie Keeler had the art down pat. You can readily understand, therefore, why he and I worked the hit and run play so successfully for years on the old Baltimore club. But I am getting a little ahead of my story. I started out as a pitcher. This may serve as an answer to many who asked why I always made pitching my life study. During the World Series, one baseball writer quoted Bill Donovan as saying, "McGraw turned out to be the best pitcher in the series." Though intended as a pleasantry, I took that as a downright compliment. Even to this day I feel as if I could pitch, though I never did, in the big league. Pitching was my first love, and I have never got away from it. To me, it's the most fascinating art in the world. It really is an art, too, not merely science. During the summer months up at Truxton, I worked as a butch boy on the accommodation trains. I sold glass pistols filled with candy, magazines, bananas, chewing gum, all the things that the butch boys hand out in the sticks. I was one of the smallest butch boys you ever saw. I didn't weigh more than 105 pounds. In those days, people scoffed at the idea of anybody making a baseball curve. It was but a few years ago, in fact, that many skeptics were really convinced. In the smoking car where I kept my stuff, there were many conversations and arguments about baseball. Very few believed that anybody could pitch a curve. "What are you talking about?" said a man from my town to his companions. "There," he pointed at me, "is a little fellow who can pitch a curve." "Bet you $10 he can't," the other came back. "At least he can't prove it to me." "I'd like to take $1 of that for myself," I chimed in. I was pretty fresh in those days. The argument grew warmer and warmer until the money was finally put up. The conductor in the meantime had come along and got in on it. "I'll put up 3 stakes 20 feet apart," I suggested, "and I will stand at one end of the row and the catcher at the other. I bet I can make the ball go the right side of the middle stake, and the catcher will catch it on the left side of the other one. That would be a curve, wouldn't it?" "Yes, it would prove it all right," the man declared, "and I'm betting $10 that you can't do it." I had a ball and glove in my kit, so at the next town the conductor held the train while we all got out on a vacant lot near the depot. All the passengers went with us. A man from the train said he would catch the ball for me. As cocky as you please, I got up there, wound up, and sure enough I pitched an out-curve that went inside one stake and outside the other. The ball didn't break more than 4 inches to do this. I could easily put an 8-inch bend on it in 60 feet. Well, my backer won the $10 and gave me $1 of it. The other man admitted the curved ball could be pitched. On account of my pitching and hitting on the school team, I was made a member of the Truxton Greys, all homeboys who played teams within a radius of 25 miles. I was very much younger and very much smaller than the other players. Still, I won 2 or 3 games, and this reputation caused the East Homer team to offer me a job. East Homer was 5 miles away, and I had to walk there and back. But I got $2 for each game that I pitched or played in. I stepped right out and won my first game. "I want you to pitch again next Saturday," the manager said to me. "All right," I agreed, "but it'll cost you $5.
and what's more, you've got to send a hack to take me there and back. The manager argued over this, but I was obdurate, and he finally gave in, after trying to make me compromise by paying the hack fare one way. A.F. Kenny, a Truxton man who managed the Orleans, New York club of the Iron and Oil League, had been watching me and giving me advice. After my success with the East Homer team, Mr. Kenny offered me a job with the Orleans team at $60 a month, and my board. That's when I really started to play ball. I jumped at the chance. My dad tried to persuade me to remain at home, but I talked him out of it. "Why, Dad, I'll be making $3,500 a year before you know it," I said, and he finally gave in. My fondest hope was realized. The height of my ambition was to be a professional ball player like those I had read about, and, sure enough, here I was, a professional. Gee, how good that word professional sounded. And with that job came the beginning of the end of my career as a pitcher. Manager Kenny put me on third base. I played 6 games there and we lost every one. I could field the ball all right, but on the throw I couldn't hit the first baseman or anywhere near him. I was quite a bust in my start as a third baseman. I was benched. And my friend from Truxton, too. I was certainly heartbroken. That benching, though, was the making of me, and often I have thanked Mr. Kenny from the bottom of my heart. I didn't then, though. I was getting ready for a jump. There was no rule against it in those days, but a good laugh caused me to stay over a day or two. Al Smathers' team from Bradford, PA, came over to play Orleans, and Smathers had $6 bet on the result. In the 14th inning of that game, with the score a tie and 2 out, Egan, Orleans' pitcher, singled over third. A stray dog dashed out of the crowd, grabbed the ball, and ran away with it. All the players started in pursuit, but the harder they chased, the faster the dog ran, thinking it fine sport. In the meantime, Egan ran round the bases, and the umpire allowed the run to count. To this day, Smathers has never got over losing that game and the $6. Bench warming grew irksome to me. The next night I packed up quietly and slipped away into new fields. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Early experiences in Cedar Rapids. The half-wit who emptied the grandstand. Sammy Strang, the first pinch hitter. I jumped from Orleans to the Wells Club of the Western New York League. Again I became a pitcher, but it wasn't to last long. Every manager, it seemed, was determined to make an infielder out of me. Though still in my teens, I was getting baseball experience rapidly. I was also beginning to get some interesting ideas of the viewpoint of the public towards the game. It was always difficult to make baseball managers and owners in those days understand that the public was really a part of the game. In those towns or small cities, our ballpark was located on an island. To get to the grandstand, the spectators had to cross a narrow bridge at the end of a side street. The main street was up on a hill. As usual in those towns, there was a half-witted young fellow who always hung around the park, taking a personal interest in everything connected with the team. At times he was a nuisance, but it was difficult to get rid of him. He ran errands with the players and took general supervision of everything. One day the business manager, getting peeved at this fellow, ordered the gateman not to let him in the park any more, saying that he had become too much of a nuisance. At the regular time, though, the young fellow showed up at the gate. "Nothing doing today," the gateman told him. "You can't come in. That's all there is to it. Orders from the boss. There's nothing doing, I tell you." Not for a moment did the poor fellow imagine they were barring him from the park. He felt badly about there being nothing doing, so he set about to save other people trouble. He stationed himself at the head of the street leading to the bridge. As the regular everyday fans came along, whether walking or in buggies, the half-wit ran out and stopped them. "No use of going down there, folks," he would tell them. "There's nothing doing today. The boss just left word for me at the gate. There's no game, nothing doing." In the kindness of his heart, the poor fellow turned them back as fast as they came. As a result, we played the game to an absolutely empty grandstand. Outside of the players and the attendants, there were not 6 people to see the game. To make matters worse, it was payday, and there were no gate receipts to help along. The manager had to dig into his own pocket. After my season with Wellsville, I became a rover. I joined Al Lawson's All-Americans on a trip to Cuba. That gave me my first idea of the rest of our own country and of foreigners. Landing at Key West on our way back, I got a job with the Gainesville, Florida team and played there during the early spring. Our team played against major league clubs then training in Florida, and that helped me wonderfully. The papers gave me quite a lot of publicity on the account of the Cuban trip. This, added to my work with Gainesville against the big clubs, brought me to the attention of many managers. For the season of 1891, I had offers from 28 clubs. One of these was with my old friend Kenny at Orleans. That, of course, I turned down. I didn't know exactly what to do, and I had no older man to advise me. I looked over all the offers carefully and then decided to grab the job that paid the most money, no matter where I had to go. This happened to be Cedar Rapids. They offered me $125 a month, $75 advance money, and transportation. I got my $75 by wire and started. All my life I have had a deep sentiment for the Cedar Rapids Club. For instance, the right fielder on it was Henry Fabian, now the groundkeeper at the Polo Grounds. I was signed as a shortstop. Other members of the club were John Gedar, third base, Jack Droby, first base, Wally Taylor, second base, Bill McGee, centre field, Dallas Woods, left field, Kid Williams, catcher, Billy Hoffer, pitcher. To illustrate what I mean by sentiment, I was looking over the names of some players that the Giants had a chance to get in the draft a few years ago. I knew nothing about any of them, but I saw that one of them was with Cedar Rapids. "That's the fellow I'll take," I said to the secretary of the club, "and I'm taking him simply because he comes from Cedar Rapids. That's where I got my first start. This new fellow, I'll bet he's good." And we signed him. That fellow was Ottie Crandall, the pitcher. I was right too. Ottie stepped right in and made good. Not only was he a good pitcher, but he could sock the ball. New York fans know mighty well how we used him successfully as both a pinch hitter and a pinch pitcher. In a close, tight place, the bases full, for instance, Crandall was one of the coolest pitchers I ever saw. He had no nerve, no fears. One day we rushed him in from the bullpen to take another pitcher's place. "Huh," he said, "where'd all these fellas come from?" The bases were full and there was nobody out. "Oh, all right," said old Doc Crandall, as the boys called him Let's Go. Without a flinch or a quiver, he started pitching and retired the side without a run. Crandall was a mighty valuable ball player. He could also play the outfield. In this connection, it was not a great while before Crandall's time that we began using pinch hitters. That is, keep a man on the bench for that purpose alone. I may be mistaken, but I think Sammy Strang was one of the very first ones ever engaged. In the old days, we couldn't afford to have utility men sitting around the bench, except when needed in a pinch. Our utility men, or substitutes, were mostly the extra pitchers. Strang was always a good hitter and very fast. He was also a very good third baseman, and a second baseman, and a good outfielder. The trouble was that he never cared about one position very long. He would go in and play second or third like a house afire for a few weeks, and then lose his pep. He would get tired of the job. He liked new sensations. Give him any new job, and he was such a naturally good ball player that he would go great guns. As soon as the novelty wore off, he would get lazy. Strang never got excited about anything in his life. Whether there was 1 or 3 men on the bases, and whether the World's Championships depended on whether he hit or not, meant nothing to him at all. He was devoid of nervousness. With a smile and a yawn, he would pick up a bat, walk up to the plate, and lazily slam the ball out of the lot. I decided to keep him as a utility player and pinch hitter, giving him no regular job at all. Before that, the professional pinch hitter was not known. Sammy lived up to all my expectations. He hung up a hitting record which I believe will still stand for some long time to come. I put him up 9 times as a pinch hitter, and he hit safely 9 times in succession. You can well imagine what that meant to a ball club. That was in 1905, and if you will remember, we almost walked away with the pennant that year, as we did the World Series. But getting back to Cedar Rapids, Henry Fabian tells me that I showed up in April 1891. I was the freshest and cockiest kid that ever broke into a ball game. I sassed everybody. I thought I was just about as good a ball player as any big leaguer in the business. To tell the truth, I've always thought that those fresh, cocky youngsters who think they know it all are the best prospects. They have to be taken down occasionally, of course, but if you can keep that cocky spirit, they will be good ball players 9 times out of 10. They have confidence in their own ability, and that is a wonderful thing. Believe me, I've had some fresh ones. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. The Freshest Ball Player. First meeting with Pop Hansen. McGraw's jump to the Baltimore Orioles. The first big league game. Though he preceded me by a few years, the freshest ball player within my knowledge was Arlie Latham. His first appearance was with the Buffalo team, of which Sam Crane, the sporting writer, was the manager. In those days, ball players were not kept on the bench for a long time before being sent in a game. The moment a new man was signed, the fans wanted to see him in action at once, and so did the manager. Arlie showed up in the morning and played in a regular game that afternoon. He was so fresh on the bench that the older players got disgusted and refused to talk to him. That didn't so much as make him hesitate. "Quit your mouthing and get out and show something," one of them suggested to him. "Yes," added manager Crane, "either keep your mouth shut or stay off the bench." Arlie was next at bat. He went over and picked up a bat and deliberately turned around and made a monkey face at the manager. Pretty good for a start, eh? Walking to the plate, Latham addressed himself freely to the pitcher and made a profound bow to the stand. A minute later he caught a ball on the nose and whipped it to deep centre for 3 bases. "Now, old Methuselah," he called to the next batter, a veteran, "you'd better stop talking and do something like that. How's that, Sam?" he called to the astonished manager. The next batter did get a long hit. Latham could have walked home. Seeing where the ball had gone, though, he started doing handsprings or flip-flops and turned them all the way to the plate, landing the last time squarely on the rubber. The crowd, according to Sam Crane, went wild with delight. That I consider a pretty fresh start for a youngster, but Arlie didn't stop there. He remained fresh throughout his career. He was one of the most amusing characters in baseball. A good player, too. Latham is now running the check room for coats and hats in one of the London hotels. William Fleischman, a veteran baseball fan, made this discovery of Latham. He walked into the coat room last year. "My word, if it ain't a bally American," someone said behind him, trying to imitate the Cockney accent. Fleischman turned to face Arlie Latham, just as fresh as ever. As I say, I have always had a soft spot in my heart for the fresh youngster. I guess it was because I was that way myself, and I can understand them. They don't really mean to be impudent or disrespectful, but enthusiasm and desire for action simply bubbles out of them. To kill that spirit would be a fatal mistake. At the same time, they've got to be checked and put in their places occasionally. In baseball, we have a very rigid rule of seniority among players that helps to cool the youngsters off. For instance, a rookie never gets a lower berth on a sleeper till after all the regulars have been so provided. One night, we were coming from the training camp in Texas, and a fresh young pitcher had been placed in an upper berth directly under the ceiling light of the car. He turned and squirmed a while, but said nothing. The light was directly in his eyes, it seemed, no matter which way he turned. About midnight, when everything was quiet, the young fellow started calling to me. I was in the drawing room with the door open. "Say, Mac," he called out, "for the love of Mike, get one of them outfielders up here. I'm a pitcher. I can't play this Sunfield." I guess Henry Fabian is right when he says I was fresh and cocky as green paint when I showed up there at Cedar Rapids. I thought I had something on the rest of the fellows because I had been to Cuba. The very first game I played for Cedar Rapids was against Anson's Chicago Colts. At that time, Cap Anson was probably the most famous man in baseball. The Chicago club was on the way home from a training trip to Denver. They stopped off and played an exhibition game with us. It was the first time I had played in a class that I thought I was entitled to. I made up my mind that I would show up that big league club, and I felt confident I could do so. Bill Hutchinson, one of the best pitchers ever turned out by Yale University, was pitching for Chicago, and I got the first crack at him, a clean single. "Say, old-timer," I said to the famous Cap Anson as I ran past him, "so that's what you call big league pitching, eh? We'll murder that fellow." Anson looked at me in astonishment. My impudence almost took his breath away. You can imagine how this must have sounded coming from a kid of 18 years who weighed but 120 pounds. Before the day was over, I had had 3 hot arguments with the Chicago manager, but finally he saw the humour of it and smiled at me encouragingly. I'll never forget how good that smile made me feel. At shortstop, I accepted 11 chances that day and led our team at bat. It was a big day for me. After the game, Anson, forgetting my freshness and impudence, said some nice things about my playing. Actually asked me how I would like to play for Chicago sometime. That went to my head immediately. Gee, but I was chesty over having attracted the attention of the great Anson. All thoughts of 3I League, Illinois, Iowa, and Indiana, and things like that went out of my head. I would be a big leaguer or nothing. In those days, you must understand, we had no such baseball government and system as we have now. If a player in a small league got an offer from a big league team, he would simply jump his club and take it. There was no penalty attached. That was quite customary. Bill Gleason, the famous old shortstop of the St. Louis Browns when Charlie Kaminsky was manager, had finished his days as a big leaguer and was playing with one of the clubs in our league. He knew of my ambition and told me he would see what could be done for me. In the meantime, I had received several offers, one from the Pacific coast. I have a letter from Billy Barney, manager of the Baltimore Orioles, Gleason told me one day. He wants to know how good you are. That information gave me the greatest thrill of my life. I was up in the clouds. Well, you can tell him I'm just about as good as they come, I suggested, Gleason grinning at my cockiness. Just the same, he gave Barney a good report. A few days later, Gleason advised me to join the Baltimore club, that Barney would send me a ticket. I packed my bag and went out of Cedar Rapids with a running jump, reporting to Baltimore in the middle of the season of 1891. I walked into Barney's office and announced myself as ready to do a lot of business. For a whole minute he stared at me. You don't mean to say that this is the ball player I've been writing about? Why, you're just a kid. Can you play ball? If you don't think so, I retorted, just get me out there and watch my smoke. I'm a bigger fellow than I look. I weighed 121 pounds. I got my chance right away at short. I was so nervous, though, that when the first grounder came to me, I kicked it all over the lot. Then came my great chance in the first big league game. The bases were full when I came to bat, and I struck out. Kid, Barney said to me, what was that you said about smoke? Old Phil Nell was the pitcher that day, and I'll never forget his curve. Finally, I hit one for a single. I had a start, and in the big league. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Is modern baseball superior to old? Plays that were never heard of 30 years ago. Origin of the Charlie horse. New spirit of the game. Several of the veteran and old-time fans have responded to our questionnaire by asking if I think present-day baseball is an improvement on the game in the old days, and if I think ball players are better today than they were 30 years ago. I do not wish to answer that question idly. I have given it considerable thought. In my last chapter I told of my start with the Baltimore Orioles, which I will resume a little further on. Prior to that I discussed the recent World Series. This, I believe, gives me a good chance to answer that question now. In those 30 years I have seen much of baseball. My greatest asset has been a good memory. There is no question in my mind but that present-day baseball is better. Also, there are more good ball players today than there ever were before, simply because there are more people playing ball. In those days, if you will recall, there was but one major league. There were but few minor leagues, consequently there was not so large a force of players to draw from. It was very much like a small college trying to turn out as many good football players as one of the big universities. The ones who are selected have much more chance to be developed and polished in their profession. The game itself has improved in many ways. To give you an idea, it was not until Charlie Kaminsky's time that a first baseman was really an infielder. Before that, the first sacker stood right on the bag, and balls hit between him and second base went through. I have even seen second basemen stand on the bag in the smaller games. Kaminsky, Anson and others started the idea of playing well off the bag and covered infield ground like a second baseman, a shortstop, or a third baseman. This in turn developed the idea of the pitcher covering first base in case the first baseman had to go too far for a ground ball. Our new play like that usually develops another. As a result, we work plays nowadays that were never heard of 30 years ago. Most of you can recall when it was considered a wonderful play for a pitcher to leave his box, race over to first base, and take the throw from the first baseman. A pitcher who did do this got great applause and was extolled in the newspapers for being a heady ball player. In this day and time, a pitcher is supposed to do that as a matter of course. Nothing is thought of it, but he is given a terrible razzing if he fails to do so. Another play that has developed is of the shortstop covering third base on a bunt between third and the pitcher. If a runner is on second base and the batter bunts towards third, the chances are that the third baseman will be drawn in to field the ball, and that third will be left uncovered. If both the pitcher and the third baseman should go for the bunt, it is the duty of the shortstop to dash over and cover third base so as to take a throw. On more general principles, baseball has improved simply because the equipment is better. In that way, it is much like billiards. Everything is made as nearly perfect as possible, so there can be no misjudgment of balls due to bad grounds. 30 years ago, we had no such perfect grass infields and outfields as we do today. The groundskeepers were not expert landscape gardeners. They made a ground fairly good and let it go at that. Nowadays, a ball player will kick to the groundskeeper if a single pebble interferes with the bound of a ball. The ground must not be too heavy or too fast. The grass of the infield must be as smooth as a billiards table. In the old days, we had to take them as they came. Some grounds were fairly good, some were awful. Today, all of them are practically perfect. Ball players are taken care of much better every way. This is particularly true of their food and their surroundings for rest. The hotels are wonderful as compared with the days of the old Orioles. Players know much more about the science of hygiene and sanitation. On top of that, every club has an expert trainer, a man who rubs the players down, kneads sore muscles, looks after every little ailment. They have hot and cold shower baths, rubbing tables, and all that sort of thing. Why, I can remember when I went as long as 10 weeks without getting a rub down. If I got one then, I was lucky. It was not an everyday thing. Everything now is specialized. We have experts who treat nothing but sore muscles, or charley horse, as we call those particular kinks that bunch up the leg muscles without any warning. We have others who specialize on bones of the body. Nobody yet has been able to correct the bones of the head, but maybe that will come. I certainly hope so. The word charley horse originated from the old name given to the family horse, usually lame or broken down in the legs in some way. Those family horses were always called old charley horses, so when ball players got tied up in the muscles of their legs, they were referred to as charley horse. In time, this name was applied to the ailment itself. If you have never had a charley horse, you may not be able to understand what a terrible thing it is to be a ball player. In starting with a spring for a sprint to a base, the muscles sometimes will kink up in a bunch. No amount of rubbing will put them back into their places for several days. It is very painful. Besides that, the ball player is stopped from playing. During the last World Series, Casey Stengel was suddenly taken out of the game after making a hit. Nobody seemed to know why. In going from first to second, he suddenly pulled the charley horse. It was with difficulty that he could even limp back to the bench. As a result of that, Stengel was unable to play again. While we have more good old ball players today than we did in the olden times, and while the game itself has improved, I do not mean to say that baseball spirit has improved. Rather, I would be inclined to say that team spirit was even better 30 years ago. Today, the baseball player is more of a businessman. He looks out for himself. As a rule, he is more concerned about his own future than the future of the club itself. There are exceptions to this, of course. Back in the 90s, a new player was looked upon as a welcome addition to the gang, not just a piece of property for the owners. The other players took it upon themselves to help develop him as to make their organization stronger. Today, the player gets some help from the regular players in developing a new player, but not so much as in those days. Today, he has largely to depend on the coach and his other assistants engaged for that particular purpose. It is rather difficult to express just what I mean in that respect. The difference in the way a newcomer is regarded. The best illustration I can give is that a young ball player in the old days was taken in very much as a new man is received on a college football team today. Everybody takes a personal interest in him. That's the way we did it in baseball 30 years ago, when ball players were not so numerous. Nowadays, the ball player is a businessman trying to sell his wares. If he doesn't make good, the players know pretty well that the management will get another in his place. He can go back to the minors for improvement and return when he is better developed. It was that spirit of every player working for the interests of the team, every player taking a personal interest in it, that I found when I joined the Orioles back there in the early 90s. I was mighty young and fresh. Just the same, they gave me a helping hand. Before I got going good, though, the National League consolidated with the American Association and formed the 12-club league. This forced me to the bench. Our club was not going so good, and there was a change in management. Right there I got my first impressions of constructive baseball, of how to build up a team. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10. The Bench School of Training. McGraw shifted to second base. First meeting with Hugh Jennings. Trading experience for an education. The ball player, through his eagerness to jump right into the limelight at the start, and through his bitter disappointments over setbacks, rarely considers the trials and difficulties of the manager. Of course, he is young and impatient, while the manager is usually careful and cautious. The manager must be responsible for the team as a whole and for results. The player's concern is for his own advancement. In 1892, when I found myself on the bench as a result of the 12-club consolidation, I felt as if the bottom had dropped out of my world. At the same time, I felt confident of my own ability to make good eventually. For one time, I had no inclination to jump to some other team. I bided my time as best I could and kept practicing all the while. I also watched the other players closely. I tried to imitate their good points and to avoid their bad ones. This was excellent training for me, though I didn't realize it. Always I have regarded bench treatment as such good training that I have kept good ball players there for several months and paid their salaries so they could absorb a lot of baseball observation. An example of this was George Burns. He had our style of play so pat from weeks of observation on the bench that when he went in as a regular, he was almost a finished ball player. He never went back to the bench to stay. The Orioles, at that time I joined them, were not doing so well. We were losing game after game, and the attendance was hardly large enough to pay expenses. George von Haltren was the manager, and Harry van der Horst the owner. Mr. van der Horst decided to change managers, and finally succeeded in securing Ed Hanlon, then with Pittsburgh. Ed Hanlon had a wonderful faculty of organization, a trait that he had never had a chance to develop fully until he came to Baltimore. His policy always was one of construction. I find it a general impression that Hanlon was more particularly noted for his ability to develop inside baseball. It is true that he doted on that, but if I were to decide between the two, I would say he was the greater organizer and builder than a field general. Everybody realized his ability as a field general, but only a few ever gave him credit for his really masterful work in building up a team. Within a few days after his arrival, Hanlon began making shifts. He took me from the bench and put me on second base. I was overjoyed and naturally thought him the best manager I had ever seen. In my new position, I played my first game against Cap Hansen's Chicago club. The Cap remembered me from Cedar Rapids. I was more than anxious to make that good that day, and I did. I had a perfect fielding average, and I got 3 clean hits. This made an impression on Hansen. He had forgiven me for my freshness and cockiness. Rather liked it, I think. Anyway, after that game, he offered to trade Jimmy Ryan for me. Ryan was an outfielder on the Chicago team. Hanlon refused, much to my delight. That was an important moment in my life. If I had gone to Chicago, I would have missed those happy days on the Orioles. I might have missed my chance to progress. But Hanlon was a wise manager in ways that I did not appreciate. He thought me a little inexperienced for second base and made a deal by which he got Cub Stricker, a second baseman of reputation and experience. I was benched again. Hanlon offered to farm me out to Mobile, Alabama club, but I protested so violently against going that he consented to let me stay on the bench. I finished the season as general utility man. I played every position except pitcher, catcher, and first base. If I remember correctly, I played in 72 games and did pretty well. Experience was building me into a real big league ball player. Hanlon was watching me closely. During the winter following that season, Hanlon, having felt his way, began the construction of what was to be one of the most famous baseball clubs of all time, what is known now as the old Baltimore Orioles, the team that did things. In a way, this team really revolutionized baseball, brought out its possibilities in ways never before thought of. Hanlon began making trades, big trades. So uniformly successful was he in these deals that he got the name of Foxy Ned. To begin with, he swapped third baseman Tim O'Rourke to Louisville for Harry Taylor and Hugh Jennings. The former played out the season and retired to take up the study of law. Harry Taylor is now a justice of the Supreme Court of New York and is located at Buffalo. If he is as good a judge as he was a first baseman and a hitter, they won't get away with many inside legal plays on him. Hugh Jennings and I became pals immediately. We have been ever since. He is now my first lieutenant in the management of the Giants. Jennings was a red-headed, freckle-faced kid and fresh, like myself. We took to each other the first time we met, both of us having the same ambitions and aspirations.
We were allowed to room together, and this close association and chance to exchange ideas was of great benefit to both of us. Hugh and I have been pals all our baseball lives. We became separated when he took the management of the Detroit Tigers, but the moment he retired from that position I offered him his present job so that we could continue to be together. His friendship and loyalty have been an inspiration to me, and I want to say right here that his help in handling the Giants has been invaluable. To those who watch closely, that help could be seen in the last 2 World Series. Eventually I was placed at third base regularly and Jennings at short. I played that position the rest of my days as an active player. In our room at night, Jennings and I used to discuss ways of playing our positions. Often we have gone out early in the morning to practice on a certain kind of grounder that has been missed the day before. I've had Jennings hit as many as 60 at me until I overcame what we had considered a fault. In turn, I would hit to him. This, mind you, was an addition to the regular practice. We tried much harder to perfect ourselves in our profession than ball players do nowadays. Among other faults, we decided we had overlooked our chances to get an education. Baseball had taken us out of school. I decided to take a course in St. Bonaventure College, Allegheny, PA, and had no difficulty in persuading Jennings to go with me. We were not financially able to pay for an education, but we agreed to exchange our knowledge of baseball for our college education. The college authorities agreed to this, and our tuition cost nothing more than helping to train the school team. We kept this up for 4 years, and at the end of each ball season we would pack up our things and go to St. Bonaventure. That is how both of us got what education we have, though Hughie lately went to Cornell and took a course in law. Those college days, by the way, were the pleasantest of our lives. It was then that my youthful mind began to appreciate what it is to have an education, or rather, to have a trained mind. I was determined to be in a position to appreciate the principles of progress as in any profession. After learning the difference, I have ever since made an effort to get college players whenever I could. I often have wished that some of my players had the persistence that Jennings and I had. We could have some wonderful teams if the players would try to educate and inform themselves during their off months. But, in this digression, I have got away from Ned Hanlon's constructive policy. I will take that up now. I had much to learn when we reported in New Orleans the next spring. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Ned Hanlon starts a revolution in baseball. How Jennings improved his batting average. Invention of the hit and run play. New blood for the Orioles. When we showed up at New Orleans in the spring of 1894 for the training, I got an inkling of what Ned Hanlon was trying to do in the way of building up a ball club. It was very clear to me that he was seeking youth and spirit. Up to that time, and that is often true today, baseball people hesitated to try anything new. Veterans can be counted on to do the right thing, at any rate the usual thing, and there is a tendency to let them go along. But managers, in this sense of security, go too far. They do not realize that the old-timers are slipping, do not see the necessity of young blood soon enough. In other words, it is a human failing to follow the line of least resistance. The work of building is tedious and nerve-wracking. To avoid it is human. Ned Hanlon evidently had made up his mind to get rid of all those old ideas and spring something entirely new on the big league. He had been impressed by the eagerness and ambition of kids like Jennings and myself. So when we arrived at New Orleans, we found another young fellow, Joe Kelly. Joe had come to Baltimore in exchange for George Van Haltren, the deposed leader of the Orioles. Joe was a wonderful outfielder, was fast and could hit. Like Jennings and myself, he always thought and dreamed baseball. The first day of practice, Jennings walked up to the plate, stepped into the ball and smacked it for a single. Hanlon was surprised to see he did not pull away from the plate, as had been his failing the year before. We had corrected that fault during the winter at St. Bonaventure College. Jennings had hit but little over 200, and had been retained on account of his wonderful fielding. He had the bad habit of pulling away with his forward foot when swinging at the ball. In baseball, we call that putting one's foot in the water bucket, the idea being that a player will pull so far away as to step to the bench. That pull away naturally draws the bat so far from the plate that it is practically impossible to meet the ball squarely. We talked this over for hours. Finally, I hit on a scheme that Jennings agreed to try. In the college cage, I placed Jennings up against the screen so it was impossible for him to pull away in that direction. For hours I pitched to him.
Being unable to back away, he had to step into the ball. The foot, instead of going off to one side, would step directly forward. This was very awkward at first. For a long time it looked as if we could not get away with the scheme. But Hughie and I were both determined. After a week of this, he found himself stepping into the ball instead of away from it. This practice brought such a change in his batting that the next season he hit 320 as against the former 200. In addition to facing the ball, this changing of the direction of the step enables the batter to hit the ball in front of the plate. He can thus meet the ball before it breaks. In other words, he is on top of the ball instead of the ball being on top of him. In those days, we practiced the short, sharp chop at the ball instead of the long swing. Of course, he did not hit so many home runs by that style of batting, but we got many more base hits and consequently won many more games. In this connection, it is my belief that the present epidemic of home runs is due to the fact that most of the hitters are trying to hit home runs instead of trying to hit the ball scientifically. That may be all right for a few hard swingers, but it's not good for a team as a whole. Of course, the lively ball helps a lot, but the increase in home run hitting, I believe, is largely due to the fact that batters are catching their bats on the end and swinging from their shoestrings. They are trying to hit home runs instead of merely trying to hit safe. They will either knock the ball out of the lot or strike out. In our early days, we worked on the theory of meeting the ball and shoving the runner around. That, I still think, the best system. A while back, you will recall, I told of having fined Sammy Strang $25 for hitting a home run when I had instructed him to bunt the ball. That is an example of the difference in methods. Today, if Sammy had hit that home run, he would have been a great hero. I might have fallen for the glamour of it myself, because everybody seems to be running to the long swing style of hitting nowadays. Still, I would never stand for any ball player disobeying instructions, even though it won a game. That season, we had as a battery Wilbert Robinson, one of the greatest catchers that ever lived, and John McMahon, better known as Sadie McMahon, as pitcher. We have never had many better pitchers than McMahon. In addition to being a great pitcher, he was a great judge of ball players and a close student of the game. It was Sadie McMahon, by the way, who discovered George Burns, the outfielder. I had engaged McMahon as scout for the Giants. He went out with the intention of getting a good ball player or nothing. I may not find a good one, he said to me, but I won't dig up any bad ones. It's my idea that too much money and time are wasted on ball players just for the sake of trying them out. McMahon scouted all season and heard little or nothing from him. Mac, he said on his return, I have covered the whole of the United States, and I have found but one ball player who looks good. I'll bet on him. This man was George Burns, and the fans of the country know enough about this great outfielder to appreciate McMahon's judgment. He more than earned his year's salary by digging up that one player. Wilbert Robinson had his heart and soul in baseball, and he chimed right in with the ambitions of Jennings, Kelly, and myself. Though he was older, he was just as young in spirit. Working with him and McMahon, we thought up as many new plays and schemes for advancing base runners. We really gave the hit-and-run play its first good start. To work the hit-and-run play successfully, it is necessary that the batters be adept in placing the ball. I imagine that most every fan understands the principle of this play. The main idea is, if there be a runner on first, to signal him to start for second, as if to steal a base. At the same moment, the batter swings at the next ball whether it's a good one or not. Having watched the opponents, he has a pretty good idea as to whether the second baseman or the shortstop will cover second base. If the second baseman starts to cover the bag, it's the batter's cue to smack the ball between first and second, through the spot left vacant by the second baseman. If the shortstop is to cover, the hit is shifted to the other side of the diamond. Now it takes good batters to do that. We worked this play very successfully several times. Hanlon, seeing the possibilities of a whole team of such ambitious players, began figuring for other new players. Anyone with half an eye to the future could see the gradual making of a great championship team. Though we did not know it, he had already put out feelers for additional talent. Even with the small nucleus that we had, we developed a fighting policy. We learned how to slide accurately and went into every game determined to win. Never did we play for a tie. We wanted a victory or nothing. I have never believed in playing for a tie. For instance, if there's a runner on second and we need a run to tie, I always call for a hit instead of a sacrifice. One run would merely tie the score. A long hit might bring the one run and start another. The main idea is to win. An effort merely to tie we've always considered a sign of weakness.
Aggressiveness is the main thing in baseball. That is what we were aiming at. Hanlon added to our wallop by a series of big trades. This move, on his part, started something. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Hit 'em where they ain't, Keeler. The greatest team in baseball history. Horseshoe luck that beat the Giants. In the spring of 1894, we again arrived at New Orleans for training to find that manager Hanlon had given us the needed cog to our machine, the key to the combination that made the Orioles the most famous of ball clubs. During the off months, he had put through what I consider one of the greatest trades ever made in baseball. It was certainly the greatest ever made by Hanlon, and he made many. Hanlon had traded away Schindler and Treadway to Brooklyn for Willie Keeler and Dan Brothers. As I remember, it was an even swap. Brooklyn thought it was an even swap. As a matter of fact, Hanlon, in a couple of trades like that, laid the foundation for baseball fame and fortune. He was a wonderful trader. Dan Brothers was one of the heaviest hitters in baseball, and Keeler developed into one of the most scientific players the game has ever known. To this day, one of Willie's remarks about hitting is a classic epigram of the diamond. When asked the secret of hitting, the little fellow replied, "Hit 'em where they ain't." That was all. In addition to Keeler and Brothers, Hanlon also secured Bill Clark, the catcher, and Heine Retz, the second baseman from California. With that group of talent, Hanlon immediately formed a new lineup, the lineup that made the Orioles a historical institution. The batting order was McGraw, third base, Keeler, right field, Kelly, left field, Brothers, first base, Jennings, shortstop, Brody, center field, Reitz, second base, Robinson, Clark, catchers, McMahon, Esper, Hoffer, Gleason, Pond, and Clarkson, pitchers. Later, Kid Gleason came from St. Louis and joined us. That, believe me, was a ball club. This was a new combination, all young players full of pep, fire, and ambition. They surely could play ball. It was easily the best team of its day and time. I still hold the opinion that, from many angles, it was the best of all times. Teamwork was our middle name. Everything had to give way to that. The great thing about that team was that every one of us individually felt that it belonged to us. Hanlon didn't have to scold or punish a player for failing to do his part. We attended to that ourselves. No player could come back to that bench after a bad play and expect to take it easy. Another evidence of the greatness of that ball club is that it's the only one that remains in spirit a team to this day. Every year we have a reunion. The players have looked after each other all these years. It's like an old college football team. You can remember that team as a unit. Others you cannot. On other ball clubs, the players have forgotten where its members are. On the Orioles, we always know. Dan Brothers, for instance, is now a watchman at the polo grounds. Dan is growing old, but he always will have a job. Keeler died at his home in Brooklyn. It was our custom to visit him every year before he died. The old Orioles thought of nothing but baseball. Our interest was to win. Salaries were secondary in consideration. We met every night and talked over our successes and failures. If it was a trip to a theatre, all of us went and sat together. Nowadays, one or two ball players may go out together at night. In those days, we all went together. We knew that we were a great ball club, and for that very reason I think we won a lot of ball games. We fought each other, of course, but such rows were the result of some player making a mistake. We fought for the welfare of the team. Each player regarded himself as the manager of the other. Hanlon had little to do other than to encourage us to keep on. He had built well. During the training period, we perfected many inside plays, such as the hit and run, the unexpected bunt, and so on. Keeler was a marvellous place hitter. I was not so bad at it myself. My long suit, though, was my eye. I was a good waiter, and rarely hit at a bad ball. For that reason I led the batting order. Keeler, on account of his place-hitting ability, followed me. I think, with all due modesty, that we worked the hit-and-run play more perfectly than I have ever seen since. If I reached first, I would give the sign, and Keeler, almost invariably, would hit the ball in the right place. Then we had Kelly and Brothers, the long hitters, to clean up. If we slipped, there were Brody and Robinson at the other end of the batting order to clean up after Jennings and Reitz had started something. Word had reached other clubs of our new style of play. This trick stuff by kids, they called it. All over the league, the old-timers were disposed to kid us. I shall never forget our start that year. We went up against the New York Giants, managed by John Montgomery Ward, in a 4-game series. They had trained at Charleston and had come direct to Baltimore from the camp to start the season. The
The Giants had been touted as sure pennant winners. They had a staff of famous pitchers: Amos Rusey, Jowett Meakin, Dad Clark, and Hailey Westerveld. All baseball was astounded by a feat of winning 4 straight games from the famous Giants. Right off the reel in the first game, Willie Keeler and I stood them on their heads by pulling the hit-and-run play. They thought it was merely a bit of luck that we should happen to hit the ball through a hole just left by this baseman going to cover the bag. Not for a moment would they believe such a play was prearranged. "Just a lot of horseshoe luck," said John Ward, dumbfounded at our victory. Not until we had won 4 games by these so-called tricks that Ward grasped the system of teamwork and new plays that had been sprung on him. He sincerely believed them to have been accidents. Later he awoke and acknowledged that we really had pulled something new in baseball. What we did to his 4-star pitchers was aplenty. It happened to be my luck to win the last game by a hit in the 9th innings. That one series made the Orioles. Seeing our stuff had worked, we were full of confidence and cockiness. Jennings, Keeler, Kelly, Robinson, and myself organized ourselves into a sort of committee. We were scheming all the time for a new stunt to pull on our opponents. We talked, lived, and dreamed baseball. That was the secret of our success. Woe betide the player who failed us. His life on the bench was not a pleasant one. He never forgot the roasting, and never failed to deliver one if someone else failed. Last fall I heard much of the sensational invasions of both the Giants and the Yanks in the West. Well, that year the Orioles made an invasion that was even a greater sensation. We started on that last Western trip a half game in the lead. We finished 4 games ahead, having won 18 straight games and 24 out of the last 25. But for an accident to Wilbert Robinson, who slipped in the mud while about to make a play, we would have won the whole 25. Our best work was at Pittsburgh, where we gave the prettiest exhibition of place hitting that I ever hoped to see. The left-handers poked the ball into left field and the right-handers poked it into right, time and time again. The Pirates were completely confused and dazed. They had never seen anything like that before. Neither had we. That fall we lost the Temple Cup Series to the Giants, but Jennings and I got back to St. Bonaventure as heroes. We were champions. It was a royal reception. But, speaking of receptions... End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Oratory that misfired. The moustache era in baseball. Umpire Jack Kearns and the Lemon Strike. After the sensational season in which the Orioles won their first championship, the newspapers all over the country made us famous. By attributing it to new methods, they were so carried away with the inside batting work of our team that they printed many stories to the effect that we had won the pennant without having to depend upon our pitchers. As a matter of fact, our pitchers did good work, but this was the cue for a lot of stories in the newspapers. Before that, pitchers always had been given all the credit. This was supposed to be something new. Our team was asked to visit the hometown of one of the pitchers, McMahon, I think it was, for a big reception to be given in his honour. All of us were eager to hear ourselves extolled as well, so we went in full force. The little town talked nothing but baseball for 2 or 3 days, the coming of the now famous Orioles. To make the affair even more impressive, the committee had invited the congressman of the district to make the address of welcome. He was noted as a famous orator, but, as you will see, knew very little about baseball or its players. Just the same, he pretended to. He came all loaded for a great speech, so he thought. Being shy of information, this oratorical congressman had secured clippings from the papers which told how we had won without the aid of our pitchers. He didn't even realize that this big reception was being given as a boost for McMahon by the home town. The stage of the public hall was decorated with flags and baseball emblems. All our players were seated in a semicircle facing the audience. The master of ceremonies sat in the middle with the congressman, the big punch of the evening, at his right. We all tried our best to look dignified and important. McMahon and the other pitchers were grouped immediately behind the speaker. I can see that picture to this day, and as I see the picture, all of us wore moustaches. That was the thing in baseball then. I had a big black one which looked very impressive. To me, with my weight of 123 pounds. Robbie had a fancy one, very carefully twisted up at the ends. After a few words, the master of ceremonies introduced the congressman. We all got out for some big league stuff in the way of oratory. "Ladies and gentlemen," began the congressman, "you are now looking upon the greatest collection of athletes that the world has ever known. They form what is known as the Baltimore Orioles, the greatest, most picturesque, most spectacular baseball club in history. They have honored us by coming here to break bread with our humble townfolk. We consider that more of an honour than they can understand. Little do you realise what this growth of an athletic game and the presence of its most noted exponents means to our coming young manhood. Applause. In my arduous duties at the national capital, it may be that you think that I have no time to give to baseball, but you are wrong. I devote much time to it. I study it and respect it. I appreciate it. I know what this collection of sterling athletes have done. I realise how they have won. These men, despite handicaps, have won a championship. The glory and wonder of that achievement, though, is that they have won with practically no pitching staff at all. The worst pitchers in baseball. McMahon and Doc Pond, who had been leaning forward in anticipation of the climax, almost fell out of their chairs. The crowd was stunned for a moment and then broke out laughing. The great orator did not know that the whole show was given in honour of McMahon. He had tried to bull his way through by reading the papers. Washington papers. The show was a bust. The next election, the congressman lost that county. It was several seasons before we got through kidding our pitching staff about that speech. And speaking of moustaches, I must tell you one on Wilbert Robinson. As I have said, Robbie was always careful about his moustache, having that snappy upward twist at the ends. Tim Hurst, the umpire who died some years ago, never thought much of moustaches. He shot many a witty crack at the players about these appendages. Tim, as you know, perhaps, never took any back talk from a player. If he did, the player suffered in the consequent repartee. One day, Robbie was catching, and there was a Boston runner on first. By a quick move, Robbie shot the ball down to the bag, and the runner apparently was blocked off at the bag. But Hurst did not call him out. He merely spread out his hands, indicating the runner was safe. There was a big howl from the crowd. "What's the matter with you, Tim?" Robbie demanded to know. "Are you blind? Why, I had that man frozen off the bag. There wasn't a chance for him to get back. I tell you, he was frozen off." "All right, old-timer," said Tim in that cutting voice, at the same time reaching over and twisting Robbie's moustache. "We'll call it one man froze in the game. Now let's go." For a moment, Robbie was so dumbfounded that he silently went on playing. But the further he went, the madder he got. Back at the bench, the players started kidding him. But for us stopping him, I think he would have killed Hurst if he had had the chance in the next 2 or 3 innings. It was weeks before he got over the indignation of having had his moustache twisted, and by an umpire at that. To this day, if anyone says anything about a runner being frozen off first, he gets a laugh out of Robbie. We had more fun with umpires in those days than we do now. In Washington, the games were always started at 4:30 in the afternoon, so as to get the crowd from the various state departments. As a result of this, we often ran into darkness, and there were constant rows about the games being called. Clarkson, I think it was pitching one day and Robbie catching. Jack Kearns was umpiring. Kearns would never call a game on account of darkness if he could help it. We used to quarrel with him incessantly. On this day, it was really getting too dark to play, but Kearns was obstinate. The pitchers in those days had a habit of sucking lemons between innings to keep their mouths from getting dry. Several of these discarded lemons were on the bench. Clarkson picked up one and started to the box to pitch another innings after Kearns had again refused to call the game. He left the ball on the bench. Taking a big wind-up, Clarkson whipped the lemon over the plate and Robbie caught it. "Strike one," Kearns called. "Look what you called," Robbie said, showing him the lemon. "The ball's on the bench." "Game called on account of darkness," Kearns immediately announced. That was enough proof for him. Robbie had a great way in those days of arguing with an umpire quietly instead of showing up before the crowd. It worked, too. At the risk of being tiresome and garrulous, I must tell one more. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. The Invisible Ball. Folly of Baiting the Umpire. Joe Kelly and the $100 Watch. In those old days at Washington, when games almost invariably ran into darkness on account of starting at 4 o'clock, we had many amusing climaxes. Recently I've heard an anecdote of a game in one of these so-called twilight leagues. As a matter of fact, it was told of a Washington game several years ago. A game had gone into early twilight, and it was getting so dark that it was really almost impossible to see the ball. The shadow of the grandstand was on the diamond, and there was a danger of some player getting hurt. The umpire, though, was obstinate in refusing to call the game. I think there must have been a league understanding that all games at Washington must be finished, even if it actually got dark enough for the street lamps to be lighted. On this day, the pitcher in desperation called the catcher into conference. "Say," he said, "you take the ball and hold it in your glove. I'll simply wind up and go through the motions. It's a cinch that umps can't see whether this is a ball or not.
After I make the motion, you give the mitt a slap and show the ball. There's a chance you'll call a strike on this fellow and we'll win." It was so arranged. There were 2 strikes on the batter at the time. He squared himself for a swing. The pitcher wound up and went through the motion of throwing to the plate. The catcher popped the mitt. "3 strikes, you're out," called the umpire, though no ball had been pitched at all. "Strike!" screamed the batter. "Where do you get that stuff? You're as blind as a bat. Anyone could see that ball was 2 feet outside." Our Baltimore club had a reputation as umpire fighters. I guess we did make life pretty miserable for some of them. This was largely due to the never-die spirit that we had built. It was our second nature to fight for the smallest point, and as a consequence, the umpire often had to take the brunt of our wrath. Fans often have said to me, "Why do ball players argue so long with an umpire over a decision? They know very well that he's not going to change it." Of course, we know that he's not going to change it, but the ball player's natural motive in arguing so insistently, aside from his natural disgruntled feelings, is to impress upon the umpire that the players are not going to let anything slip by them. If he has made a mistake, or if the decision is very close, the chances are he will be more careful on the next one if he knows that he will be in for the ride. I am not a believer in disputing with umpires until some player gets put out of the game. It may be news to some fans to know that at times I have announced to my players that I would fine anyone $25 who got put out of a game for disputing with the umpire. There is nothing to be gained by losing a good player. To get put out is merely to weaken the club. Many games have been lost by players kicking themselves out. There is a certain point at which they must stop. With a manager, a non-playing manager, it's different. If he gets put out, the team can go right ahead with all its strength. Still, it's pretty difficult to change human nature by simple words of advice and statements of fact. If a ball player is high-strung, and all good players generally are, he cannot entirely control himself when he thinks the umpire has given him the worst of it. The keen disappointment over failure to go through with the play, due to the decision, naturally arouses his temper. As between the two, I would rather have a ball player who fought for every point, even if wrong, than one who meekly submitted to everything without a word. Back in the 90s, we had a famous umpire known as Watch Berman. He acquired this nickname through a run-in with Joe Kelly in a game at Baltimore. Joe will not forget that incident to his dying day. The fans of Baltimore had presented Joe with a very valuable watch. Arriving at the clubhouse one day, he turned the watch over to the attendant to keep for him. After the players had gone out onto the field, umpire Burnham came in to dress. The clubhouse man had to leave, and he asked Mr. Burnham if he would keep Kelly's watch till after the game, which he did. In the 3rd or 4th inning of the game, Kelly was called out at second on a close play. It broke up our rally. Immediately there was a rush of players to argue with the umpire. We wrangled and wrangled for several minutes. Eventually Burnham got us all off but Kelly. Joe was beside himself in his disappointment. He fumed and fretted, following Burnham all over the diamond. "Get out of here," Burnham finally ordered, "or I'll put you out the game." "Put who out?" snarled Kelly, following him up. "You. I'll put you out of the park." But Joe couldn't be quieted. He continued to nag after Burnham. Finally the umpire pulled his watch. "You've got just 1 minute to get back and play ball," he said to Kelly, "or I'll forfeit the game." "I have I?" snapped Joe. With that he reached over and slapped the watch out of Burnham's hand and kicked it across the infield. "Now you will get out," ordered Burnham. "That'll cost you $25, and that watch will cost you $100. "What do you mean?" said Kelly. "That Waterbury ain't worth $3. "Maybe not," said Burnham, "but it's yours." Ruefully it dawned on Kelly that he had kicked his prize watch, his present from the fans, in the dust. He picked it up and went right out of the park and to find a jeweller. Even after that incident, Burnham was known as Watch Burnham. This baiting of umpires is not nearly so popular nowadays as it was 30 years ago. One reason for that is that it's not so popular with the public. The fans get tired of continual wrangling. Naturally, they prefer to see a ball game, that being what they came for. Players often do not realize this. They think only of the game they are trying to win. Umpire baiting and so-called rowdyism go together. Both are gradually disappearing from the game. The players themselves have helped to bring this about. There is no question that the average of intelligence is higher now than it was 30 years ago. Mental training and mental discipline do more than anything else to make a man hold his temper. With that also comes dignity. And any intelligent and well-trained man realizes that he is merely hurting himself to keep up rowdyism. It never gets him anywhere. It will be noted that much of the old baiting and rowdyism disappeared with the advent of the college men in numbers.
At school, they are trained to respect the authority of the umpires, referees, and field judges. In the baseball, the training sticks with them. It is rarely that you see a college player in a long, senseless dispute with an umpire. Often, though, the umpires themselves are rowdies at heart. End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Baseball fans now better sportsmen. Steve Brodie and the heckler. Old Well. The darky rooter who asked to be lynched. The rowdyism that prevailed in baseball in the earlier days was not entirely due to the players. Fans were just about as rough as the men of the field. In fact, it was their encouragement of rough tactics that egged the players on. An attack on the umpire often was a genuine treat for them. Usually it was the spectators who gave the cue for a razzing of our opponents. To win at any cost was just as much of a slogan of the fans as of the players. They would resort to all kinds of tricks to handicap the opposition. A favourite practice, for instance, was for some enthusiast to sit on the stand with a small mirror and throw a reflection of sunlight into the batter's eyes. This was considered good sport, and perfectly proper. In this day and time, a man who did that would be frowned upon as a poor sportsman. All over the country, the sportsmanship of the spectator is improving. There is still room for improvement, though. 30 years ago, the applauding of an opposing team was looked upon as little less than treason. It's very common now for the stands to give the opposing teams, even an individual player, an ovation. In the larger cities like New York, Boston, Chicago, applause is given just as freely to the enemy as to the home club. The old feeling of intense partisanship still exists in a few cities, but it is rapidly disappearing. That, I think, is largely responsible for the increase in attendance. People appreciate the wonderful playing of certain stars and go out to see them regardless of what team they play on. Formerly, the artistic work of these stars was seen only through a cloud of bitter partisanship. There was a feeling that no man on the other team could do anything particularly meritorious. At any rate, such feats were never welcomed or appreciated. The spectators are really an important part of the game, even though the players do not trust their loyalty any too much. Without the noisy support of the fans, it is very difficult to start a rally sometimes. A sudden burst of enthusiasm and encouragement puts the players on their toes. It is just like the establishment of morale and esprit in the army. Our coaches to this day take advantage of that by urging the spectators on with a swing of the arm. It is rare that a home crowd fails to respond, especially for certain players with magnetic personality. In their unbridled efforts at roasting the opponents, though, the fans often turn this weapon against certain players of the home club, if they were antagonistic or if they were falling down on their jobs. The player has little protection from the insults of the fans. He should be protected by the umpires and the police, but in a lot of cases the police are sympathetic with the insulting spectator and will do nothing. Always I have maintained that ball players should be protected from insult the same as actors, but it is pretty difficult to work this out in a practical way. In the old days, every town had 2 or 3 fans noted for their trumpet-like voices who never missed a game. These fellows gained wide reputation for their wonderful voices and for their sayings. They were a sort of institution. A fan was just as proud of such a distinction as a ball player is of his batting average. Walter Steve Brodie, our centre fielder, was often the target for some of the shots from these foghorn fans. Steve had little imagination, and his sense of humour was not as keen as it should have been. Steve was going badly in Baltimore for 2 or 3 weeks. A certain fan who was sat in the right field bleachers made a point of aiming sharp-edged darts at Steve every afternoon. Finally, it got on his nerves. At the end of the 4th inning of a game with the Boston club, Bean-Eaters they were called then, we noticed Steve trudging along the edge of the right field stand with a ladder. Having placed it against the wall leading to the bleachers, Steve walked over to Willie Keeler. "Say, Willie," he whispered, "you cover right and centre this inning and I'll go up and get that guy. I've got him spotted." It was with difficulty that we persuaded Steve that he could not leave centre field uncovered, that an inning played with 8 men would make the game illegal. "Willie can play 'em both," he insisted. "He's as good as 2. I've got to get that guy." A few days later, Steve got to hitting again, and the fan changed his tactics. All the older fans of New York, it is likely, remember old Well. This man had a voice that could be heard a mile. Always at a critical moment when the crowd was silent and tense, the booming voice would be heard, "Well." It is very difficult to give an idea of how that sounded if you did not hear it. It broke the tension, brought out a big laugh or applause. Old Well was a historic institution in New York. Down in Washington there was an old darky of enormous stature, regular giant, who used to sit in the faraway bleachers and make remarks about the game that kept the stands in an uproar of mirth and often threw the players off their stride. This darky was witty as well as loud. One day there was a pitcher in the box from Washington who came from the far south. I forget his name, but I know his first name was Jimmy. During that week the newspapers were full of news and gossip about several lynchings down south. This old darky rooter knew, of course, that the pitcher came from the section where these so-called outrages had occurred. We had 3 men on the bases with 2 out. The next batter swung at 2 curves and missed them. It was a tense moment for Washington. If the pitcher could get one more strike on the batter, the side would be out and the game saved. There was dead silence as the batter and the pitcher stood there facing each other. You could have heard a pin drop. Suddenly a loud, booming voice broke the silence. "My God, Mr. Jimmy," called the darky rooter from the faraway bleachers. "All I ask is you get this one over, and you can lynch me tonight." The whole crowd broke into laughter. Both the pitcher and the batter were so convulsed that the batter had to step out of the box and wait. It was fully a minute before Mr. Jimmy could pitch the ball, and he got the strike over. In the deafening applause that followed, we could hear the darky's voice. "Yes, sir, I mean it. Mr. Jimmy, you can just name the spot." End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16. The real mark of superiority in a ball team. Secret of Ty Cobb's success. The steal and slam play. McGraw's specialty. Effect of the lively ball. Our Baltimore team of 1895 was even better than the one of 1894, the year of our first championship. It was practically the same team, that is, the individual players were the same, but the machine was being perfected by more accurate adjustment of the various cogs. Each player knew the function of the other and did his part to bring about perfect coordination. Other clubs had good batters, good fielders, good catchers, and good pitchers. It was very clear to us that an advantage would lie in the way we got the most out of our strength. We sat up at nights and talked these matters over. Every suggestion was given consideration, sometimes in the form of a hot argument, sometimes in calm deliberation. We all had the same aim, to win, and we wanted to be a victory of the team, not of the individual. Obviously the secret advantage was in base running, getting the larger number of runs out of a given number of hits. Right there is a mark of superiority of a ball club. That, I suppose, is true in any walk of life. The Orioles had speed and could hit. By constant experiment we developed a system of base running that soon became famous. At the same time, we had to develop a system of defense against base running by our opponents. I think I can truly say that we were pioneers in the present art of getting the most runs out of the smallest number of hits. The hit and run play was our best form of attack, though we often varied it. If the first man up got on base and the next batter was a good place hitter, we were almost certain to signal, or give the sign, as ball players call it, for the hit and run. The runner would start from first base with the pitch, and if the batter hit behind the runner, he would go on to third. If a play was made to get him at third, the batter would go on to second. We always took chances. There is always an advantage in taking close chances. It puts the other fellow up against the worry about what to do. In other words, we would test his nerve instead of letting him test ours. That, incidentally, is one of the secrets of Ty Cobb's success. He always tests the other man's nerve. Of course, opponents got to know this system. Then it was that we had to vary it. Often we used a play that was called steal and slam. It was simply a variation of the hit and run. The man on first would take a lead to actually steal the base. In that case, if the ball was a good one, the batter would slam at it. If the pitcher, expecting a hit and run, pitched out, the batter would simply let it go and take a chance on the runner stealing the base. In the majority of cases, a fast runner would be safe. The batter then would be in a better position than ever. With a runner on second, he could take his time and wait for a good one. He could even sacrifice us to advance the runner to third, and having a man on third with only one out. I think we were among the first to dope out a scheme for preventing the traditional double steal when there are runners on first and third. In the early days, before my time even, it was almost certain that if a man on first started for second and a throw was made to get him, the man on third would score. To this day, that is a hard play to stop, but we managed to handle it rather successfully now. Our first plan was to let the second baseman cover the bag. The shortstop would run in, crossing in front of second, and take the throw and whip the ball to plate in time to get the runner from third. That was known as the short throw. It also had its disadvantage. Soon the runner on third got to expect the play. As a result, he would run back to third, and both would be safe, it being too late to get the man going to second. The only way to beat that play successfully is to get a nervy second baseman or shortstop with a good arm. Simply let the throw from the catcher go through. If the second baseman is quick and accurate, he can take the throw and then whip the ball back to the plate in time to catch the runner from third. If the man on third does not start, then he can tag out the runner from first. To attempt this play, though, would be stupid unless the catcher and the second baseman were both accurate throwers and able to get the ball away quickly. Amateurs could hardly do that. In the last World Series, both the Giants and Yanks made the play by taking a chance on the long throw. In a college game, where the players are not so expert, the short throw seems to work better. Another play, used merely as a surprise, is for the pitcher to intercept the throw and whip it right back to the catcher. Still another system that we worked successfully, and it took Wilbert Robinson to do it, was for the catcher to make a bluff as if to throw to second. Instead, he turns and whips the ball to third, catching the runner off the bag. That play cannot be worked too often, otherwise the other side will get wise and sign the man on third to stick to his bag. If he did so, both runners would be safe. It is up to the nimble mind of the catcher to decide which play to make, and act simultaneously with his thought. It was not so much of the originality of these various plays that counted with the Orioles, it was the perfection with which they were carried out. We studied these things out at night, and practiced them repeatedly in the mornings. Though it never seemed to strike ball players that way, it is really easier to make a steal of third than of second. That was one of my long suits. It was rare that I was ever thrown out stealing third. In fact, no ball player ought to be thrown out. His eye should tell him when to start. His judgment of time and distance must be naturally accurate. In other words, he should never start for third unless he has sufficient lead. He is able to get that lead by being behind the pitcher. If he has the lead then, there is no excuse for him being thrown out. If he does miss, it is because his judgment is bad. Fred Merkle was not what one could call a very fast man on a sprint, but he was adept at stealing third base. He never started unless he had the right lead. Once started, he rarely missed, and to steal third is of enormous advantage. There is no doubt that the art of base running has fallen into decline due to the lively ball. That is one of the questions asked by those who have sent in filled-out questionnaires. The answer is obvious. Base running is really a matter of taking chances so as to profit by a succeeding hit. In the old days, the single was to be expected. We didn't look for doubles, triples, and home runs as we do now. Singles are also more frequent now because with a lively ball, any kind of grounder is likely to shoot past an infielder for a clean hit. Fans, I believe, don't realize how much harder the infielder's job has become since the advent of the lively ball. Now, instead of taking chances on base running stunts, I find that often there is more percentage in letting the runner hold his base and wait for the next man to hit through. That accounts for the falling off in base stealing. The runner sees nothing to be gained by taking desperate chances when a long hit is likely to come any time and drive him around. I am sorry to see the fine art of base running go into the discard, but it would be foolish to take chances that do not gain anything. In fact, the chances of the batter hitting one through are greater than those of the runner stealing the base. There are other serious drawbacks to the lively ball. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Bench versus coach line managers. How signals are given. Personal contact in spring training. In the palmy days of the Orioles, Ned Hadland was one of the few managers who kept to the bench, never going on the field. Other managers, like Johnny Ward, were active players. Though I did not realize it then, I am now convinced that the bench manager has a decided advantage. Instead of centering his thoughts on a particular play or an individual player, Hanlon was able to grasp the situation as a whole. That helped him immeasurably in building up his famous machine. One of my correspondents, having noticed that I have stuck to the dugout for the past 2 seasons, writes to inquire if I ever intend to go on the field again, and would like to know why I changed my system. What I have just said about Hanlon really answers that question. As long as I remain a manager, I intend to stick to the dugout during all the championship games. I have found that my opportunities for general observation are much better.
I see things on the field that would escape me if I was on the coaching lines. This is particularly true in the shifting of the outfield, which often becomes necessary in the varying stages of play on the diamond. While coaching at third base, I often found myself so concentrated on watching and directing the runner that I overlooked the chances for shifting the attack at the bat. I was also too far away to discuss the situation with the men on the bench. If one is acting as coach on the baselines, he must concentrate on the efforts of the runner. Otherwise, he would be no good as a coach. Therefore, I find it more advantageous to leave the coaching to others and direct the whole team from the bench. Personally, I would prefer to be out on the field in uniform because I've always had a liking for being in the midst of the fight. To get the best results, though, I find that it is better to get in the dugout and stay there. It is much easier to give signals, or signs as we call them, from the bench. Moreover, they are not so obvious to opposing players and to the spectators. This system of signals, by the way, is not nearly so elaborate as the public seems to think. 3 or 4 good signs are sufficient. A complicated system is worse than none at all. I have seen them so complicated that the players spend more time in trying to figure them out than in making the play. Naturally, I have no intention of making my signals public. It has taken me too long to build them up. I will say, however, that my signs are very few and very simple. It wouldn't make a bit of difference to me if the opponents should discover them. I could change them between innings. After all, there is little advantage in stealing signals. The chances of getting crossed are greater than the advantage. Signs are worked in various ways. On the old Baltimore team, for instance, our signal for the hit and run was for the batter, upon reaching the plate, to rub the palm of his hand over the end of his bat, as if wiping off the dust. That meant for the runner to start on the next ball pitched. An old signal for stealing a base was to pull the visor of the cap down over the eyes. The signs from catcher to pitcher are very simple. For a curved ball, the catcher can show 2 outstretched fingers in the palm of his mitt. For a pass ball, he will show 1. For a pitch out, he can slap the mitt with his whole hand. Practically all pitching signals are variation of that plan. On my club, I give the sign to the catcher and he relays it to the pitcher. It is likely that the fans have often seen the pitcher shake his head to the catcher. That means he does not agree with him as to what should be pitched. You do not see that on my clubs nowadays. I give the signals myself and the players know that what I say goes. Whether my judgment is good or bad, it is final. I take the responsibility for my mistakes. Some of the great pictures give the signals themselves. Matty often gave his own signals, also McGinnity, Wild Bill Donovan, and many others. After a catcher has worked for a pitcher who is a real artist for any length of time, he knows pretty well what's in the pitcher's mind. In that case, he gives the signals until the pitcher shakes his head. There have been a few players who were very expert in stealing signals. The man in the best position to do this is the runner who reaches second. He has a chance to look directly in the catcher's mitt. As soon as he catches the system, he in turn signals the batter. The old Athletics were supposed to be very clever at this. Eddie Collins could solve a system very quickly and had to be watched all the time. Incidentally, it is not considered bad sportsmanship to steal signals when it is merely a question of crossing wits. In fact, it is looked upon as quite an achievement. The stealing of signals by mechanical means is looked upon as low and mean. Many stories have gone the rounds of men sitting in the centre field of bleachers, spotting the signals by aid of field glasses. At one time there was quite a sensation about a semaphore being used in one of the parks to tip off the signs to batters. I never knew if that were true. As a matter of fact, I don't believe it to be any great advantage. On one occasion when Al Bridwell had left us and was with another team, he came to the polo grounds, anxious to help his batting average. Nothing depended on the results of the games. The race was over. Roger Bressenham, who was catching, laughingly told Bridwell what was coming each time. Despite the supposed advantage of this knowledge, Bridwell couldn't get a hit out of 5 times at bat. Some managers seem to dote on mysterious and complicated signals. They often carry it too far. Instead of giving these signs by moving the cap, rubbing the bat, or some such move, one of the Boston managers used to give them by certain expressions. The most laughable one I ever knew was for the coach to yell out, "Red Leary, the bank robber!" That was the cue for the runner to steal. Getting back to bench management, I do not mean to say that I will never go on the field again during the training period. There it is absolutely necessary that the manager put on a uniform and work out with the players. To observe them carefully and study their dispositions, he must be right out among them. In the spring, though I am getting a little heavier and older, I always put on a uniform and go through every practice with the players. They will testify to the fact that few of them ever beat me to the grounds.
I try to get there first and stay until last. It is rather difficult to make a young player try anything that he does not think the manager is willing to try. The example of these ambitious youths means a lot. It peps them up to find that a manager twice their age is always on the ground ahead of them, going through the same work that they are expected to do. It's tough on the manager, too. Make no mistake about that. But he's got to go through. Often I've been called a hard driver of men. I may be, but I never drive a young fellow any harder than I am willing to be driven myself. The few weeks of spring training are the most important of all. I will touch on that in the next chapter. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18. Difference between major and minor leaguers. Drilling the recruit. Mastering the slide. A pitcher's peculiar fault. Persons familiar with baseball, even our most faithful fans, would be astonished to know the difference between a minor league and a major league player. Just that a young man does well in a minor league and has a great record is no certain indication that he is of major league caliber. The line of demarcation is very plain to one who has made the game his profession. The difference between a major leaguer and a minor league, I heard someone say one day, is one step in going to first base. That's a pretty good definition, though of course it is not complete. Often you see a minor leaguer who looks like a world beater, and you have no doubt he will be a star in the big league. That is true. Sometimes. As a rule, though, you are thrown off your judgment by lack of comparison. With that particular minor league team, the player really is wonderful. Put him in the lineup with a major league club and you will see the difference immediately. What you thought great speed then looks slow. To your surprise, you will often find that he is always being thrown out at first by just one step. He lacks that little amount in speed. It may be some other fault, like getting away from the plate, like facing pitching in a new form. That one little thing is missing. That is what my friend meant by one step in getting to first. The first thing I notice in youngsters when they report is their speed. If they have it, I pay more attention. If they haven't, unless they should happen to be phenomenal hitters, they might as well go right on back. Very few recruits from the minor league know anything about the art of base running. As a rule, they've been allowed to go along in a hodgepodge way and do the best they can. If they play well enough to win games, that is considered sufficient. Very little attention is paid to perfecting their style, making them finished ball players. Sliding is extremely important in baseball, and I spent as much time on that, if not more, than any other branch of the training. Merely sliding into the bag is not sufficient. They must know the hook slide or fall away, and they must be able to do it either to the left or to the right. The idea of this slide is for the player to go into the bag feet first and throw his body either to the left or to the right as he falls, so to avoid being touched with the ball. The runner hooks one foot to the bag, which serves as a pivot for his body to swing around. If the runner does that slide perfectly, the biggest spot the baseman has to touch is the calf of his leg. He does not like to touch the spikes, cold steel. Sliding practice is a tough grind. Players do not like to do it because there is no excitement about it. Those who are determined, though, stick until they have mastered the trick. We use a sandpit about 5 feet wide and 10 feet long. Regular turn they go into this time and time again, till they are all tired out. One of the most determined players I ever saw was Baby Doll Jacobson, now with the St. Louis club. He is a giant in stature and always a good hitter. For a big man, he's rather fast on the bases. He was a very poor slider, though, at first. It was tough on a big fellow like him to hit that sand with his whole weight, but he stuck at it for hours at a time. Not once did I hear him whimper. In time he got where he could do the hook slide as well as any of them. You know, there is no longer a jolt to sliding when the trick is mastered. Men like George Burns and Jack Murray could slide all day and not be hurt. Murray, if you remember, was so adept in sliding that if no effort was made to touch him, he would come right back on his feet, using the bag as a brace. Ty Cobb is another beautiful slider. As a matter of fact, baseball has improved so much in the finer details that a major leaguer has to be a good slider to hold his own in the hot competition. Half the battle in training players in spring practice is to be able yourself to do the thing that you want them to grasp. Nothing so impresses your pupils, old or young, with the correctness of your ideas and system as personal demonstration. When a man is past 45, this trick of sliding into a sandpit is not easy. I often illustrate by doing it myself just the same. In my days on the Orioles, I was an excellent slider. That was one of my strongest points, knowing the trick so well that I could get away with it even with my increasing weight. Many nights, though, I go to bed a very sore-muscled man. It is much easier and more enjoyable to direct batting practice. No ball player ever loses his love for smacking a baseball on the nose. The feel of it just as satisfying to me now as it was 30 years ago. I have never lost my eye and can judge a ball just about as accurately today as I ever could. Batting is not such a jolt to the system, and I find little difficulty in holding my own with the young fellows in that department of the game. I usually take part in every practice game where we choose up and play the regulars against the rookies. I play with the rookies, of course, and we give the regulars some pretty tough battles. In these practice games, I have an excellent chance to observe the spirit of many of the players. If they've got pep, it comes out. If they haven't, the lack is so apparent that everybody notices it. My pitches are always my first study, the catchers and fielders being taken up later. There are so many boxmen, and some so green, that to size them up intelligently and fairly is a long and difficult task. A manager cannot afford to make a mistake. Unless he is extremely watchful, he is likely to overlook some young fellow with great possibilities. There are times, too, when some of the older pitchers have not fully grasped our system until well in the championship season. It is not that this system is complicated. It is usually due to these pitchers having so much to unlearn. They have been permitted to get set in bad habits, and some of them never entirely get out of them. The most trouble, naturally, is with the rookie boxmen. The majority of them, according to my experience, have not been coached even in the first rudiments of the science. They have been allowed to run wild, go as they please, by their former bosses who permitted them to work out their own salvation. If they happen to get by with a few victories, apparently that has been considered good enough. Faults are passed over. To give you an idea, Lewis Druck came to us a much-touted rookie. He certainly seemed to have everything. In the regular season, we suddenly discovered that the opposing teams could run bases on him as they pleased. A runner on first would know exactly, it seemed, when Druck was about to throw to first or to pitch to the plate. They called the turn invariably. By close observation, we soon found the fault. He had a peculiar habit of lifting his right heel from the ground just before he pitched to the plate. He did not do this when he was going to throw to first. The other players had discovered it and were running wild on him. As soon as he corrected his fault, his work improved 100%. That little mannerism probably would never have been discovered in the minor leagues. Our opponents in the major leagues, though, spotted it in a week. Pitching faults are numerous. I will take up one more and then get back to our Oriole days. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Temperaments of Rookie Twirlers. The trouble with Rube Marquardt. When is a curve not a curve? Exit the spitball. The most difficult problem a manager confronts in building up a pitching staff is the rookie twirlers. With great natural ability and dozens of faults who have made a reputation in the minor leagues, they must have done something to get promoted. As a result of this, many of them imagine they know it all. And you mustn't lose sight of the fact that youth is youth. These players are mere boys with very little development of their reasoning powers, simply harum-scarum kids. You can readily understand how easy it is to turn the head of a boy of 19 by newspaper publicity and public admiration. To escape that, a young man must be unusually level-headed, and if he is too serious and reflective, he is lacking in pep and spirit. This problem, I imagine, confronts executives in many lines of business as well as in sport. It is not at all uncommon for those self-satisfied young men to resent openly any coaching intended to remedy their faults. They don't think they have any. This type of young pitcher is quickly spotted by his new manager and the coaches. Then our problem begins. We don't want to kill his self-confident spirit, and at the same time he must be reformed to be of any value to himself or to the club. Wilbert Robinson had a great knack of handling these young men. Jennings also seems to understand them. They must be made to like their instructors and to have confidence in them. If we can get that far, there is a chance. Many of them, though, prove utterly impossible. The only thing is to cast a boy like that aside, much to his surprise and indignation. On his return to his home or old club, he makes it clear to his friends and to the newspaper men that he was not given a fair trial, and he goes right along with his faults, remaining in the minor leagues until the end of his playing days. He never understands. Most of the rookies are willing and anxious to be taught. They can be developed, and it is from pitchers of this type that we get our great stars. A famous pitcher with whom we had great difficulty at first was Rube Marquardt. Apparently he had everything. In the American Association he was almost unbeatable. It was on that record that we paid $11,000 for him. I still think that the immense amount of publicity following the deal in which Rube got the sobriquet of the $11,000 beauty interfered a lot with his progress. I don't mean to say that Marquardt was spell-headed. He was anything but that. It was nervousness over living up to a great reputation that seemed to upset him. Wilbert Robinson was our coach then, and I turned Rube over to him. Marquardt got very fond of Robbie, and by degrees the old coach was able to work him out of his faults. His main fault was a way of putting the ball over the plate with nothing on it, as we say. Rube had trouble with his control. After whipping a few curves, and he had a beauty, and some fast ones around the batter, he would find himself in the hole. So fearful was he of not being able to get the ball over when he came down to 2 and 3, that he would simply toss it straight over as a string. In other words, he had so much stuff that he was afraid to use it. Obviously, the only thing to do was to perfect his control so he would not get in that hole. He worked very hard and under constant coaching finally settled down. Instead of being able to afraid to turn one loose, he got to where he could even play the corners with either his curve or his fast one. When right, Marquardt's fastball had a peculiar jump to it that was a complete baffler to his opponents. It was in the use of this ball at the right moment that he won his 19 straight games. The point I try to make is that if Marquardt had been one of the swellhead type who refused to recognize faults, he would never have been a successful big league pitcher. I have seen many pitchers with as much natural stuff as Marquardt who never got past the training period. Very few of our present-day fans remember Amos Rossi. He was a wonderful pitcher, and his greatness lay exactly in the spot where Marquardt's early fault had developed. Rossi had tremendous speed and a wonderful curve. He could throw a curveball almost as fast as a regular one. Not only that, but he had the nerve and confidence to whip his curve over the plate when in a hole. As a rule, pitchers do not dare try a curve when a count is 2 strikes and 3 balls. They've got to get the ball over, and to be sure they usually use their fast one. Rossi had no such misgivings. In such a hole, he would deliberately pitch his curveball with every ounce of steam he could put on it. Usually he stood the batters on their ears by that kind of pitching. Rossi, by the way, is now an assistant watchman at the Polo Grounds. Dan Brothers is the other watchman. Often we get together and talk over old times. Always I've had a deep sentiment for veteran ball players, and I try to get them a good place any time there is a chance. For the enlightenment of those who perhaps are not so familiar with baseball terms, I had better explain that in the lingo of ordinary pitching we recognize only 2 terms, a fastball and a curve. All balls that are twisted out of their natural course are called curves. The out curve, the drop, down shoot, and so on are simply a curve ball to the professional player. To us, there is no such thing as an in curve. That is what we call a fastball. Of course, I am assuming that the pitcher is right-handed. A so-called in curve is no more than a ball thrown in a natural way with great force. A ball thus thrown will naturally curve inward to a certain extent. If it takes a sharp jump due to speed, we call that the break on his fast one. In other words, the in-shoot is the natural course of the ball. A curve is unnatural due to a reverse twist being put on it. So when you hear a ball player speak of a curve or a fast one, you will understand that curve means anything that takes on a natural bend. One thrown naturally and with great speed is a fast one. Of course, there is the slow ball, which comes under a distinct classification, as does the spit ball. The latter is not allowed except by pitchers who were already using it at the time the rules were passed to abolish it. Every team has to register its spitball pitchers and notify the league heads in advance of the season. Unless a man isn't so registered as a spitter, he is not permitted to pitch that ball. In time, all of them will disappear. Youngsters are not allowed to use that freak of the pitching art, and the spitball itself will soon become obsolete. Personally, I never liked the spitball because I think it affects the arm of the man who uses it. Just the same, I've had some spitball pitchers. Bugs Raymond was one of the best in the world. Mathewson could pitch the spitter, but rarely used it in a game. He never considered it part of his equipment. 30 years ago, we had some masterful pitchers. In the next chapter, I want to discuss some of them in connection with the Temple Cup series. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. Origins of the World Series idea. The spree that cost the Orioles the championship. Trouble over series receipts. First intimation of fixed games. The first germ of the World Series idea, the suggestion that led to the winding up of the baseball season with a classic climax, came from William Temple, a prominent citizen of Pittsburgh and a baseball enthusiast of the highest and most helpful type. It came at the end of the 1894 season when the Orioles made their first sensational win of the National League Championship. For several years at the end of each championship fight, there had been wide discussions as to whether the best club had won the flag.
Obviously it had. Still, there were hundreds who held the belief that if the second team had got a good start, for instance, it would have won. Mr. Temple suggested that the first and second teams play a series of games to determine which was the superior club at the moment. As a trophy to the winner, he gave a beautiful and expensive cup, known as the Temple Cup. As a consequence, the post-season classic took the name of the Temple Cup Series. This was regarded as a bit of genuine sportsmanship, and 4 series were played, 1894, 95, 96 and 97. While these games were fully as interesting at the time as the World Series affairs are now, it dawned upon baseball people then that such a test was unfair to the winner of the championship. It took the edge off a victory that had been the result of a whole season's hard work. To permit a short series to rob a club of such glory did not seem right. There was a lapse of several years before another series was played. After Brooklyn and Pittsburgh fought it out in 1900, Brooklyn winning, the Temple Cup Series idea was abandoned. The cup was given to Joe McGinnity by the players. I have heard that he still has it. The New York Giants first took the cup from us in 1894 in 4 straight games. This rather took the edge off the enthusiasm of Baltimore fans and somewhat dulled the lustre of our capture of the season's pennant. At that time, we managed to win the Temple Cup the next 3 times, though we did not win the pennant in 1897. Our post-season victory took the limelight away from the championship Boston team, just as the Giants had hurt us in 1894. I shall never forget that first Temple Cup series. To be sure that the Giants finished second, so as to get a chance at the cup, Joet Meakin and Amos Russi pitched every other game for New York for the last month of the season. Can you imagine pitchers going through a strain like that in this day and time? Not only that, but they stepped right in and pitched all the games against us in the series, winning the famous cup in 4 straight games, each winning 2. New York rooters came down on us in a great flurry. Such old fans as DeWolf Hopper, Digby Bell, Nick Engel and Harry Stevens went crazy with delight over the success of Johnny Ward and his Giants. After that series, Ward retired from baseball, by the way, having a wonderful record behind him due to his work with the Providence and New York clubs for 16 years. John Ward was an outstanding character in the game, and his personality was admired by fans and baseball people throughout the country. He became a lawyer and has been my personal attorney for years. Though we had many scrapes on the ball field, he was an opponent that one could warm up to. He had both fighting spirit and the rare playing ability. While Joet Meakin and Amos Russi pitched wonderful ball in that first series, they could not have won but for the great support given to them by the Giant players, especially Ward, Mike Tiernan, and Eddie Burke. I do not offer this as an alibi, but, to tell the truth, Huey Jennings and myself were about the only Oriole players who were in proper condition to put up the kind of game we had shown all season. We were very young and knew little of the joys of all-night affairs. At that time, and for a long time afterwards, neither of us had ever taken a drink. I had never smoked. In fact, I have never smoked to this day. But the Baltimore fans and others were determined to show how much they appreciated what we had done to bring a championship to the old town. With all the banquets and other affairs arranged to celebrate our winning of the flag, and several days elapsing before beginning the big series, it was not to be wondered at that most of the boys were knocked out of their stride. Naturally, the players thought they were entitled to break training for a short spell. So did their Baltimore friends, evidently. Just as in the case now, the receipts for the Temple Cup Series were divided among the players. Right away, considerable feeling was aroused among the players over the discovery that several members of the contesting clubs had agreed to pool their shares and divide 50-50, no matter which side won. In other words, some of the players had decided not to take a chance. Quite a few of the victorious team, after having made such a despicable agreement, refused to abide by it. There were many quarrels over this, and the friction lasted for years. In fact, this feeling lasted as long as the Welshers continued in baseball. I had no particular sympathy with either side to the argument. It was a degrading arrangement at all times, but I took particular pains in letting the Welshing players know what I thought of them by verbal shot during and after every game that I played with them. So did the rest of the Orioles. Still, the Giants refused to loosen up and settled. After so much talk about it, I don't believe our players would have accepted the money anyway. Jennings and I returned to St. Bonaventure College when the Temple Cup Series was over, and remained there all winter. Night after night we thrashed over our defeat at the hands of the Giants between study hours. It soon became an obsession with us to win the pennant again so we could have one more crack at them. We were determined that we would not lose another series through lack of condition of any of the players, even if both of us had to constitute ourselves policemen. The next spring, 1895, the question that is always uppermost in the ball player's mind after winning a pennant arose. We wanted more money. We had many arguments with manager Hanlon over the salary questions, but finally all came to terms and we reported to the training camp, which had been changed from New York to Macon, Georgia. Due to our schoolwork, we were 10 days late, but both of us were in splendid condition, almost fit and ready for the championship season to begin right then. The whole team went at the training conscientiously. There were no laggards. Never was such a bunch out for a morning practice. That post-season defeat at the hands of the Giants had taught everybody a lesson. Our success of the previous year in winning the pennant by united and aggressive methods had been a lasting inspiration. Confidence oozed out of us. We knew we had to be in the best possible condition, though, and that became our main aim. As a result of this strenuous work and determination, we had no trouble in winning the 1895 pennant. The Boston club was the contender and we played them for the cup. It was just before that series that I heard for the first time in my life rumours of ball games having been fixed. Though I did not believe it, the mere idea sort of sickened me. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21. Gambling nearly kills the national sport. McGraw makes base stealing record. An umpire's compliment. Players' share of cake receipts. Toward the end of the 1895 season, it became evident that the Orioles had won the pennant, that the Bean Eaters, as the Boston club was then known, would be our opponents in the Temple Cup Series. Almost immediately, ugly rumours began to circulate around Boston. One of the newspapers hinted that all was not right. That was enough. Scandalmongers all over the city were whispering that the big series had been fixed. There was considerable gambling among the fans at that time, and to repeat a rumour was almost the same as stating a fact. These damaging rumours, which were absolutely untrue, started over some dissatisfaction about the distribution of tickets. If I remember right, it had something to do with the number of free tickets. Anyway, trouble started. There was just as much excitement then over the Temple Cup Series tickets as there is now over the World Series. Proportionately so, I mean. Though we have had no rumours about post-season games being fixed since the World Series idea began, excepting the Black Sox scandal of 1919, you will remember that for several years a sensation was started every fall about ticket speculation. It all comes from the demand for seats being greater than the supply. Any time 100,000 people want to get into a park that holds but 25,000, a percentage of the public is going to be discontented and disgruntled. There is no way out of it. Peevishness is but natural. Incidentally, gambling is the one thing that will always ruin baseball if given half a chance. Baseball is different from other forms of professional sport. It does not need betting to add spice to it, like horse racing, for instance. In fact, those who really enjoy the game most get worked up over it, seldom bet. At any rate, the situation became so bad in Boston that several of the remaining championship games were transferred to Hampden Park at Springfield, Mass. Attendance in Boston had fallen off to almost nothing. This park at Springfield, by the way, had been used for baseball since the days of the old Massachusetts game. That game, something like rounders, was a forerunner of the present baseball. The fielders could throw the ball at a base runner and put him out that way. That wouldn't be such a bad idea today, especially if a manager was permitted to throw at a player who had just pulled a bone play. The games at Springfield did fairly well, drew better than at Boston during those dreary days at the finish. We walked in with the pennant. That season I batted well and stole 77 bases. I am told by the statisticians that, based on the number of chances, that base-stealing record would have beaten every other player before or since. That season was featured by the really wonderful playing of Jennings, Keeler and Kelly. They were all hard hitters, and when it came to baseball brains, no player ever had anything on them. Another great factor in our victory was Wilbert Robinson. He was as smart as a whip behind the bat, and how he could bust that old apple, as the players say today. Robbie was of immense service in salving the umpires behind the plate. He had a way of making them like him, but for his diplomacy and soft soap we would have got the worst of many a close decision. I was continually pecking at them from third, and it took the combined efforts of Robbie and manager Hanlon to keep me from getting put out of the games. I was in hot water continually, it seemed. Maybe I deserved it. Anyway, Robbie was the sugar and I the vinegar of the club. To help me in preparing these memoirs,
A friend has just sent me a lot of newspaper clippings of those days. One will give you an idea. It's an interview given to a paper by Arlie Latham, who was then umpiring. We had just protested his working on our games. Robbie and McGraw are working both ends against the middle. Robbie sleeps in a salve factory and McGraw eats gunpowder every morning for breakfast and washes it down with warm blood. When a poor, inoffensive and well-meaning umpire appears in Baltimore, Robinson meets him at the plate, shakes his hands with him and remarks, "I'm glad you came over. They tell me you're doing great work out west. The boys say you're the best in the business, and between us, I'm glad you're here. These are pretty tough games, old man, and that other fellow we had here was a little to the bad. Of course, he's a good fellow, but I'm glad you're here. You want to watch this pitcher we are trying today? Great lad, keep your eye on that outside corner. He gets lots of them just on the edge. The other fellow missed him." All this time, concludes Latham, McGraw is barking and snapping around the umpire's heels and threatening to bite him. If one system doesn't work, the other usually does. The Orioles are not getting much the worst of anything. Not a man on our club ever believed that we were beaten, regardless of the score. In one game in Boston, the Beaneaters had us 13-0 up to the ninth innings, Jack Stivetts in the box. We went in for our half and knocked in 14 runs. That was the greatest rally I ever hoped to see. We met the Beaneaters in the Temple Cup Series and won out with comparative ease. We were in the pink of condition this time. The former experience had warned us against taking part in too many dinners and other forms of celebration in Baltimore. The Orioles played in 2 more Temple Cup Series after that, but we never lost again. A comparison of the gate receipts, the winning shares and so on of those days with the more recent World Series gives a pretty fair idea of the steady growth of baseball. That you may well get this clear in your minds, I address the remarks of the younger fans. You must bear in mind that we had no national commission in those days, and we did not play under the rules and regulations provided in the National Agreement of 1905. The players got a larger share of money than now. No part of that money went to a commission and for other purposes, as is the case under the present arrangement. The players got practically all the receipts, and they were divided 60% going to the winners. In the last Temple Cup Series in which I participated, the one in 1897, my winning share was around $900. I forget just how many players came in for a share, but there were not nearly as many as today. The attendance of the games averaged around 6,000 or 7,000. In the first series, that of 1905, played under the rules provided in the National Agreement, our New York team met the Philadelphia Athletics and won. The winning players each got $1,100. The attendance at each game, however, was more than 20,000. In 1921, when we met the Yanks at the Polo Ground, all records were broken. That, though, was a 9-game series. The winning players got $5,400. The attendance was pretty close to 40,000 the biggest day. In 1922, the last series, the winning players got $4,400 each. But that was a 7-game series, and they got a share of the receipts for 4 games only. In this last series, by the way, the club owners made hardly enough to pay expenses. The fact that we won in 4 straight games robbed the club owners of a chance. That, by the way, is quite a tribute to the honesty of baseball. By dragging the series along, a lot of money could be made. Later on I will explain why we didn't play a series in 1904. Not realizing that my main troubles in baseball were about to begin, I had a great time that winter in 1897-1898. End of Chapter 21.
Chapter 22. The Orioles planted in Brooklyn. McGraw a manager. Bucking the syndicate. McGinnity comes to Baltimore. During the winter of 1898-99, the players of the Baltimore club and the fans of Baltimore were amazed to find that the whole Oriole team had been bodily transferred to Brooklyn. It was the biggest sensation that baseball had yet known. The first resentment at what is called syndicate baseball went all over the country. The people of baseball were indignant. Manager Ned Hanlon had been transferred to Brooklyn, and the whole club was to go with him. Van der Host, owner of the Baltimore club, had become also part owner of Brooklyn. His partner was a man named Abel. Baltimore was never a city to support a loser. When it was seen that we should lose the pennant in 1898, the attendance fell off considerably. This prompted the shift to Brooklyn. You can well imagine the feelings of the fans of Baltimore. The scheme was for the players of Brooklyn and Baltimore clubs to be pooled. Hanlon was to take the best for Brooklyn, and the culls, as we called the mediocre or slipping players then, were to go to Baltimore.
Keeler, Jennings, Kelly, all the best players of the Orioles, were told to report to Brooklyn. Robinson and myself refused to go. We were in business in Baltimore at the time and thought it was unfair to be yanked away like that. There was much argument, much hemming and hawing, but we stuck it out. We would not go. Finally, it was decided we could stay in Baltimore and that I could be the manager with Robinson as main assistant. He had been captain of the Orioles and would continue in that capacity. That is how I got my start as a manager in 1899. That is when my troubles began. I quickly noted the difference between merely playing and running a ball club. But I was determined to make good, even though I was quite young. I was but 25 years old. I had one great advantage that nobody had figured on, my memory. That has been my greatest asset. I knew and remembered the weaknesses and strengths of nearly every player in the big league. This good memory, by the way, is a sort of gift to me. I never doped out any system of remembering things. I guess it is due to my intense concentration on anything in which I am interested. To give you an idea of how much I depend upon it, I am using all the names and dates in these memoirs from memory. I never keep records or notes. This memory was to come in handy for me more in directing the game on the field than in construction. I set about to organize the club as best I could. After a few months, this was my batting order: McGraw, third base; Holmes, left field; Keister, second base; LeChance, first base; Brodie, centre field; Sheckard, right field; Magoon, shortstop; Robinson, catcher; Hill, pitcher. I happen to recall that lineup for a particular game against the Cincinnati Reds, because we were beaten out in the ninth inning, the game winding up in a scrap in which Tommy Cochran, Keister and McGinnity and I figured. As soon as possible that year, I made a trade by which I got Gene de Montreville from Chicago. Later I got Jennings back. In this transfer of de Montreville, there was an amusing incident. The scorers and players had shortened de Montreville's name to DeMont. We all called him that. I telegraphed him $100 to pay for his ticket from Chicago to Baltimore. There was much excitement over this deal, and we tried to keep the details quiet until it was over. De Montreville was told to get his ticket without saying anything. Gene went down to the telegraph office and inquired, "Have you got a $100 money order here for Eugene de Montreville?" "We have not," replied the cashier. "We've got $100 here for Gene DeMont, but no de Montreville." "That's me," declared Gene. "I'm the same fellow." But the cashier wouldn't stand for it. Though Gene argued and persuaded, explaining how baseball people had changed his name, there was nothing doing. As a result, the money had to be wired back to Baltimore and another order sent to de Montreville. To get DeMont, I had to trade Magoon for him. That, I think, was my first real good trade. Then trouble came. Manager Hanlon in Brooklyn got wind of what it was doing. He promptly announced that Jennings would be traded to Baltimore for de Montreville and Jerry Knops, one of our best pitchers. In this, Vander Host, the owner of both clubs, backed him up. I was up against it. It eventually turned out that I kept Jennings and later held on to de Montreville. To give you an idea of the excitement over deals in those days, I reprint a clipping from one of the Baltimore papers. Jennings was not a gift of the kind-hearted Mr. Hanlon. Manager Eddie knows a trick worth two of that kind-hearted dodge. De Montreville and Knops go to Brooklyn for Jennings, and the wise men navigating the Brooklyn and Baltimore syndicate explain it in a way that would be interesting to a novice seeking a new plot. As the magnates tell it, Vander Host was trying to get Jennings without McGraw knowing it. McGraw was trying to trade Magoon for DeMont without Vander Host knowing it, and Hanlon was trying to get Knops and DeMont without anybody knowing it. Anyway, I went west with Knops and Jennings on the club. Knops, by the way, was one of the greatest left-handed pitchers of his day. Finally, I persuaded Vander Host to let me keep de Montreville. But I will not go into many complications of that trade, which kept baseball fans stirred up for quite a while. My really good constructive work of that first season as a manager was to develop Joe McGinnity and Jimmy Sheckard. They had been tossed to me from Brooklyn. Seeing that I was not to get the best of any transfers, I decided the best thing to do was to get the best out of what came to me. Joe McGinnity was one of the best pitchers I ever knew. He had all kinds of stuff, natural ability, but his greatness lay in his aptitude for remembering the weakness of opposing batters. In a pinch, he knew what to do and how to do it. I never knew him to make the same mistake twice. As old ball players will tell you, I have a penchant for remembering what kinds of balls certain batters had hit best in past games. That has been my biggest aid in all my years in baseball. I have had to do the remembering for most of my clubs. It is rare that a man comes along like McGinnity or Mathewson who will remember with me. With McGinnity and other pitchers, I discussed these things daily. We had a pretty good idea of what we would do,
but most of them would forget. McGinnity did not forget. That made him a great pitcher, his faculty for avoiding a mistake in judgment the second time. You may be surprised to know that I have had many catchers who could not remember their instructions from the bench to the plate. Starting with this collective determination to build up a team and win, we made a great showing that first year, bringing the Baltimore club right up in the race. It was still a 12-club league, and our unexpected spurt was widely discussed. As a result, I had several offers from other clubs. My services were in demand as a manager. Among the clubs that tried to get me was Chicago. Van der Host and Hanlon declared, however, that they would not sell my contract for $10,000 and gave this out to the paper. I was eager for further progress. Things were brewing. End of Chapter 22. Chapter 23. Cutting Down the Big League. McGraw sold to St. Louis. Playing baseball and the ponies. Rumblings of a coming upheaval in baseball, an upheaval that was to really change the baseball map, began to be heard in 1899, the year I managed the Orioles. Though we did not realize it for some time, that was to be the end of the old Orioles, the team that now lives in history. It is not my intention to deal much with the government of the game, historically in these memoirs, but to make clear the exciting incidents of that year and the next, it is necessary that I give a little background. My purpose in the rest of the story is to be personal and incidental. As I have said, several offers had been made for me during our lively season of 1899. At first, Ned Hanlon and Harry van der Host refused to consider any such offers. Soon their attitude changed. There were rumours of the National League being cut down to 8 clubs. This meant, of course, that Baltimore would be one of the clubs to be dropped. Business had fallen off because of the Spanish-American War, and there was a struggle to make both ends meet. Though it was repeatedly denied, the players had good reason to believe that the big cut was coming. The league heads hesitated to act openly for fear of the new American League, then expanding, would grab the territory. We played the season out, but the owners knew that Baltimore was doomed. Obviously, the only way to escape a heavy loss was to sell the players before the balloon burst. I was not surprised, therefore, when notified during the winter that Robinson and myself had been sold to the St. Louis club. I never knew the purchase price exactly, but it was a pretty good sum. In the meantime, the National League had been cut to 8 clubs, leaving Louisville, Washington, Baltimore, and Cleveland out in the cold. At first, Robbie and I refused to go. In fact, we declined to sign a contract for a long time. We did not report until May 5th. Neither of us had any enthusiasm about playing with St. Louis. Our hearts were not with that team. On top of that, I was laid up frequently from attacks of malaria. Right here I want to correct an impression that gained ground then and has stuck, that I jumped the St. Louis club to go into the American League. I jumped no contract then or at any other time. To clear this matter up, I will tell you what really happened at St. Louis, and later I will show why I left the Baltimore American League Club and came to New York. The clause I objected to in my contract with the St. Louis club was the reserve clause. Both Robbie and myself refused to sign a contract which would hold us over another year regardless of our wishes. On top of that, I demanded a salary of $9,500, which Mr. Robinson of St. Louis finally agreed to. That, perhaps, was the largest salary paid to a player up to that time. The reserve clause was stricken from our contracts. This made us free agents at the end of the season, giving us the right to go to another club or anywhere we pleased. The reserve clause at that time was a bone of contention among managers and players. We were determined not to be tied by it. That contract is still a matter of record, and it would be easy for anyone to inform himself as to its clauses. Nobody did, however. We were simply accused of jumping, and it probably made a better story that way. I played third base for the St. Louis club, but at no time did I act as manager, as has been written in several histories of the game. One time, Mr. Robinson, the owner, did offer me the management, but I refused him even to consider it as long as Pat Thibault had the job. Thibault was a great friend of mine, even though we had fought each other like tomcats on the diamond for years. I think I had more scraps with Thibault than any other man. As a result, we were close friends. After joining his club, I declined absolutely to take his job. Even after Thibault had resigned as manager, I refused Mr. Robinson's offer. During that season, I played in 95 games for St. Louis. I did the best I could, but neither Robbie nor myself was able to give the same young fire and spirit to that team that we had given to the old Orioles. The sentiment was missing. Just outside the St. Louis Park, there was a racetrack. Always I have been interested in playing the ponies. It is the one sport I like outside of baseball. Most ball players are fond of the races. With that temptation so close at hand,
It was a great trick for the players to get put out of games by the umpires so they could slip across the street and take a whirl at the ponies. You can well imagine what a tough spot that was for an umpire. On the slightest provocation, we would jump on him, argue and wrangle until somebody got put out. That person was considered lucky. For a player to throw his glove in the air or slam his cap on the ground after a decision is considered the worst breach of discipline. Umpires consider it a direct evidence of disregard for authority. It usually means the player takes a trip to the clubhouse. One afternoon I was particularly anxious to make a bet on a horse, and I began early to antagonize Tim Hurst, the umpire. It was hard too, because very few of the decisions were close. Finally some runner slid into third, and I touched him with the ball, though he was easily safe. "You're as blind as a bat," I shouted at umpire Hurst, when he had called the runner safe. Tim merely laughed in that sarcastic way of his. He paid no attention to me. With that I threw my glove in the air, hurling my cap towards him. Still he did not move to throw me out. Then I ran up, grabbed him, caught him by the coat sleeve and gave it a yank, trying to work myself into a rage. "Say, let me tell you something," Tim finally said to me, loud enough for everybody to hear. "You get back there and play third base. You're not going to get put out of this game, not on your life. And let me give you a tip. If you expect to get a bet down on Tip-Top, that 2-year-old, you'd better send a boy over between innings. There ain't a chance." I was up against it. Tim Hurst was on. I sent my bet over between innings and played ball the rest of the afternoon. A few days later, Tim did the same thing to Bill Darlin. Instead of punishing the boys by throwing them out of the game, he enforced discipline by keeping them in. There were a few umpires that we could handle roughly, but not Tim Hurst and Tom Lynch. I have even seen one umpire practically undressed on a ball field. I don't know if you modern-day fans remember umpire Manasseh. Anyway, I do. One day in Washington, before the National League was cut down, Win Mercer got a bad decision from Manasseh while pitching. The next afternoon, Win, a great ball player by the way, played third base. There was a bad decision at third. To our amazement, we saw Mercer grab Manasseh by the coat sleeves and start pulling him down the baseline. He jerked and jerked, forcing the umpire towards second, despite his protests and struggles. Win, a powerful man, was dragging him off the field, evidently. At second base, umpire Manasseh braced his foot against the bag and pulled back. Mercer kept yanking, and Manasseh's blows came over his head as one would skin a rabbit. To the intense amusement of the crowd, there stood the once dignified umpire in his undershirt. He gave up and walked across the field in that garb. "What the devil were you trying to do?" some of us asked Mercer. "I was going to take the big bum down to centre field and throw him over the fence," he said. It looked as if he had really started to do that very thing, too. End of Chapter 23. Chapter 24. Growth of the American League. Disagreement with Ban Johnson. McGraw accepts management of New York Giants, 1902. Toward the end of the 1900 season at St. Louis, there was great excitement in the newspapers and among the players over the growth of the American League. The raids for players, the abrogation of the reserve clause in contracts, big governmental changes in the National League. Oh, a lot of things. Everybody in baseball felt nervous and ill at ease. Neither the players nor the owners knew exactly which way to jump. That a big change was coming on the map of the game was evident. The problem of all concerned was where to land on the new map. There were plenty of opportunities for shifting. With 2 big leagues coming, there were more jobs than there were good players. Even the mediocre players were in demand. With Baltimore, Washington, Cleveland out of the National League, it was quite evident that Ban Johnson and his associates would grab that territory and expand what had been the Western League into big league territory. Toward the end of the season, I had received several letters on the subject, and at the end of my season with the St. Louis Club, I met Ban Johnson and Charles Kaminsky in Chicago by appointment, and we went over the whole situation. They wanted to get in Baltimore, and so did I. Naturally, a man who had played there on the old Orioles was obviously the man to have the club. He knew the people. That is how Robinson and myself fitted in. We talked over the player situation at length, and I assured them that I could help in getting players. It was finally decided that Robinson and myself should have the Baltimore franchise, should practically own all the stock, that Kaminsky's St. Paul's Club would move to Chicago, and Jimmy Manning would take the Washington Club. Mind you, I was a free agent, empowered by my contract with the St. Louis Club to sign with any club that I pleased. This was also the case of Wilbert Robinson. The American League, as we formed it then, was composed of Boston, Baltimore, Washington, and Philadelphia in the east, Chicago, Cleveland, Detroit, and Milwaukee in the west. A real baseball war was on. We immediately started a raid on the National League, and I managed to get most of the players that I had wanted of my former Baltimore club. You see, the dropping of 4 clubs from the National League left the situation ripe for us to grab ball players, many of whom were discontented by the shift and all at sea as to what they should do. Those, I assure you, were exciting days. The fans of Baltimore were delighted at having a new Major League club. We started out well and put much of our Oriole spirit into the new team. Just the same, the attendance was not as big as it should have been. It dawned on us that Baltimore was not quite large enough to support a Major League club in big league figures unless the team was a winner. Then began my troubles with Ban Johnson. I will attempt to make it plain right here just what brought about my leaving the American League, to correct the many erroneous stories that have gone round. A correspondent has sent in a questionnaire in which he asked that I tell the real facts about my breaking off with Ban Johnson, the origin of our enmity, he expresses it. Our Baltimore club had been playing but a short while when I discovered that I could not get along with Johnson. As president of the league, he was constantly picking on the Baltimore club, setting me down for frequent suspensions and frequently disciplining other players. His severity was unusual and unjust, I thought. This crippled us considerably. I am not exactly a fool, and I soon discovered what I thought to be the cause of this. Johnson's ultimate ambition was to get a club in New York. If he succeeded, this meant, of course, that Baltimore again would be dropped and someone would be left holding the bag. Baltimore was the weakest team in attendance. If it failed to hold its own, that would be a good excuse to the public for dropping it. We had many run-ins and arguments, Johnson and I. It was certain that we would not work in harmony together and would not build successfully. We finished out the season and began the season of 1902. To me, it was quite obvious now that Johnson intended to drop the Baltimore club and put a team into New York. Under those circumstances, and thus forewarned, any man with business judgment would take steps not to be left with the bag to hold. In 1902, the Baltimore club was losing money. Though we operated as a stock company, I had been paying salaries to some of the players out of my own pocket. I had advanced between $6,000 and $7,000. I was keeping the club up. To use a sporting expression, nobody else had kicked in. I called a meeting of the directors and put the matter squarely to them. Gentlemen, here is the situation, I told them. I have advanced nearly $7,000 to keep the club going. The company is in debt to me, that much personally. Now, I think I should be paid that money back, or I should be given my unconditional release. It's not up for me to carry the club. We've got to have a showdown. You can either do one thing or the other. We discussed the matter at length, and nobody seemed willing to reimburse me for what I had paid out. At the end of the discussion, it was decided to give me an unconditional release. That was done. I was free to do as I pleased. I did not jump, as has been so often said, and neither did I deceive the stockholders in any manner whatsoever. That transaction is also a matter of record. In the meantime, Fred M. Knowles, then secretary of the New York Giants, owned by Andrew Friedman, made an appointment to meet me in Baltimore. As emissary of Mr. Friedman, he offered me the management of the Giants. This I agreed to consider. My duty to myself was pretty clear. I agreed to accept the management of the Giants on the condition, stipulated in a contract, that I was to have absolute control of the team on the field, that I be empowered to purchase or trade for players and make releases as I saw fit, that my authority in that respect was to be absolute, and that under no circumstances was I to be interfered with. The contract was to run for 4 years. That was a pretty big order. I knew, though, that it was the only way. Without such authority, I could never organize a team to suit myself. After some deliberation, Mr. Friedman agreed to my terms. My salary was about $11,000. I reported to the New York Club on July the 7th, 1902. Much was made of this deal. The papers were full of it. The American Leaguers naturally attacked me. I was accused of leaving the Baltimore Club in the lurch. The stockholders knew, however, that I had acted in good faith. I had simply protected myself, as any businessman would do. That was the beginning of my real career as a manager. Before me is the sporting page of a New York paper dated Thursday, July the 10th, 1902. It has a 4-column headline and a 2-column photograph of me, with this under the caption: McGraw, who, it is said, will get $10,000 a year, is probably the best player-manager in the business. He is 29 years of age, weighs 155 pounds,
and stands 5 feet 6.5 inches high. That will give you a tip as to my age. They might have added that I didn't have any grey hair in my head either. I have many now. If you could realize what I was up against for the next year or two and more, you would understand why. I brought with me to New York Bresnahan, McGinnity, Cronin, McGann, and also got Mertes and Billy Gilbert. Immediately, things began to hum. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. McGraw's wide-open contract. Christy Mathewson as a first baseman. Roger Bresnahan, pitcher. Rebuilding a team. When I took charge of the Giants, there were 23 players on the payroll. Their contracts were turned over to me by Mr. Friedman. The club at that time was in last place by 14 games, a good, safe margin. The attendance was almost nothing. When I first walked on the field to see my team, I found Christy Mathewson was playing first base. Mr. Friedman, I said to the owner, with the club in last place by 14 games in the middle of the season, there is little chance of us doing much this year. We've got to build for next season. I will centre on that and do what we can with what we've got. In front of me I had a list of the 23 players. You can begin by releasing these, I said, and I marked out 9 names with one stroke of the pencil. But you can't do that, he said in astonishment. Those players cost me a lot of money. Those 9 men represent nearly $14,000. Well, what of it? I retorted. The club couldn't be any worse off without them. Their salaries for the rest of the season would amount to more than that. We will really be saving money. But, don't forget, Mr. Friedman, I am the manager of this club. I will decide who I want. You can have those players if you want to have them for your own amusement, but I won't have them on the club. He threw up his hands in a gesture of helplessness. What will you do for the others? He asked. I'm going to get Kid Elberfield, Fielder Jones, Ed Delahanty, George Davis. Stop right there, he ordered. I won't have George Davis on my club. He's been here and I don't like him. I wouldn't give him $3,500 a year. I won't have him. But I'm going to have him, Mr. Friedman. He's a great player and I need him. I am the manager, you know. All right, I can do nothing, he finally said. Go ahead. In the meantime, I took Matty off first base and put McGann there. We knew Matty to be a great pitcher and did everything to encourage him. Soon we had a fighting spirit in the club and, though we ended the season last, we managed to win half of our remaining games. That fall I set about in earnest to put together the club that I wanted. I got Mike Donlan from Cincinnati, George Brown, who had been released by the Philadelphia, and I traded Charlie Babb and Jack Cronin to Brooklyn for Bill Darlin. That, by the way, I consider the most successful deal I ever made. It gave me just what I wanted, a great defensive shortstop. There were mighty few better than Darlin. I also got Jack Warner from Boston. Remember, I already had McGann, Mertes, and Billy Gilbert. On the New York club, I had inherited Mathewson and Bowerman. To prevent confusion, let me explain that Bresnahan was a pitcher then. Our conversion of him into an outfielder, an infielder, and then a catcher is one of my most interesting memories of baseball. I will take it up in another chapter. With Elberfield, Jones, Delahanty, and George Davis ready to go in, I had the makings of a formidable team. These men, as a matter of fact, though never played with the Giants under my management, though I got them signed to contracts, under a subsequent agreement between the two leagues, I was not allowed to play them. They were sent back to other teams in the redistribution of players. Just the same, I kept 2 or 3 of them on the bench for some time and paid their salaries. I'll never forget the expression on Andrew Friedman's face when I came back from a raiding trip with George Davis's contract in my pocket. I tossed it on the table. It called for a salary of $6,500, and this was the man Friedman said he wouldn't give $3,500. He threw up his hands. Later, after he had left the club, Mr. Friedman told me that I was right, that he had been wrong from the start in thinking that an owner could successfully decide on players for his manager. So, when we got ready for the start of the 1903 season, I had the following nucleus for a real team to represent New York. McGann, first base, Gilbert, second base, Darlin, shortstop. Third base was in doubt as I played them myself sometimes. My outfielders were Mertes, Donlan, and Brown. The catchers were Bauman and Warner. The pitchers were Mathewson, McGinnity, and Bresnahan as the leaders. I did not get Wiltse and Ames until some time later, when I also brought Arthur Devlin, a youngster from Newark. Before we got well under way, several minor changes were made.
At any rate, we started out with a rush and ended the season in second place. The attendance had begun to increase by leaps and bounds. If I do say so myself, New York was again on the baseball map. In the meantime, Friedman had sold out his interest to John T. Brush, owner of the Cincinnati club. There has been much talk about why Friedman got out of baseball. Personally, I believe my signing of George Davis for that salary and putting on other players I pleased started him. He thought baseball was out of his hands, that he was helpless in the hands of a manager who had such authority in a 4-year contract. Often I have talked with him about that during his latter years, and he has laughingly agreed that I had the dope about right. John T. Brush, though, observing my start, thought I was exactly right, and immediately began negotiations for the club. I acted as the emissary for him at Friedman's home out in the country. I must have kept that road hot going back and forth. Finally, the deal was consummated, and John T. Brush became the owner of the New York Giants. He was heart and soul with me in my plan to build up a club. He didn't care what players I bought, or what I paid for them, as long as my judgment dictated their purchase. Right here, I would like to say that not once from then until his death did Mr. Brush ever interfere with me in the slightest way. He gave me the reins and told me I could go just as far as I liked. I have related these incidents of the early days in New York in a rather scattering way. I have made no attempt to pick up the various moves in chronological order. Their place in construction of the club was of more importance than the dates. I have therefore dealt with them that way. During these interesting days, the Baltimore club, as was expected, dropped out of the American League, and New York took its place. Then began the rivalry, the competition in New York, that eventually turned out a great thing for the game. The biggest move we made in the latter part of 1902 and in 1903 was rehabilitating Mathewson as a pitcher. That way he developed through encouragement was very little short of amazing. With a club spirit behind him, he burst in bloom overnight, it seemed. Another chapter is required to point out the early defects and quick growth of Mathewson. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26. Christy Mathewson becomes a pitcher. His wonderful memory. Other phases of the personality that made Matty the greatest twirler that ever lived. My astonishment at finding Christy Mathewson on first base for the Giants when I took charge of the team late in 1902 can be well imagined. Today it would be a shock. Of course, I had seen Matty before I saw him playing on the bag. To me, he was pretty nearly the perfect type of a great pitching machine. He had the stature and strength, and he had tremendous speed. That speed was the thing everybody talked about. Occasionally he would be able to use it with great success, and by careless management they had permitted him to drift along as best he could. As yet he had not begun to study pitching as an art. You must remember that Matty was then but a gangling boy just out of his teens. He simply floundered around in the box with little sense of purpose. By constant efforts at speed he had become wild. Not knowing exactly what to do about his case, someone thought he might make a great first baseman. That, incidentally, was the last place he should have played. After sizing him up for a little while, I put him in a game or two. He had so many faults that it would be difficult to enumerate them. He simply knew nothing about pitching at all. His wonderful equipment was being wasted. Even as a boy, though, he had an unusual store of common sense and, being well educated, was eager to be directed. Mathewson never forgot anything in his life. The first big break in his career came in a game in which we had the opposing club beaten by 2-1 score up to the 9th innings. There was a runner on base, and the next batter up was Jimmy Slagle. All of us who had studied batters closely knew quite well that Slagle was a fast ball hitter of the most dangerous type. On a curve, he was weak. I was never more surprised in my life when Bowerman, who was catching, gave Matty the sign for a fast high ball. Putting everything he had on it, the young fellow shot the ball over like a bullet, right in Slagle's groove. Bang! Jimmy caught the ball squarely on the nose and slammed it for a home run. We had lost the game. Did you know that Slagle always hits a high, fast ball? I asked. He's notorious for that. No, I didn't, admitted Matty. Bowerman signed for it and I burned one through. Well, don't ever do that again, I said, a little tartly. If these fellows here don't know what the different batters usually hit, ask me. I'll give you the sign. You know most of them, don't you? He asked. If I don't, I will before we go through a season, I told him. Now, let me ask you something, young fellow. Why do we bring the infield in when there is a man on base? Why, to get a play at the plate. We don't want the ball to get through the infield. All right then. What kind of ball would you make them hit so as to prevent it going through? I see, he said. A curve, of course. They'll hit that into the dirt. Exactly. Now don't ever pitch a man a fastball when the infield is drawn in. It's just the thing he can hit through if he gets hold of it. Matty looked at me hard for a moment, nodded his head and smiled. I won't do it again. I get the idea, he said. What does that fellow hit best? He asked, pointing to an opposing player the next day. I happened to know him and told him. That particular batter could hit a curve around his knees. He never got another one from Matty. I never had to tell Mathewson anything a second time. In addition to my instructions, he watched McGinnity closely, picking up other points. From that first day, it seemed, Matty carefully studied all opposing batters. Once he'd learned what they could hit and what they couldn't, he never forgot. In a few years, he had in that wonderful brain of his a chart of nearly every ball player in the National League. Realizing that pitching to weaknesses had to be exacting, he started in to perfect his control. He worked and studied all the time. By watching McGinnity, he picked up the idea of change of pace and perfected it. To this day, Matty has one of the most remarkable memories I have ever encountered. He could tell you right now the strong and weak points of every batter that faced him in the World Series of 1905. And evidence of his retentive memory is his wonderful success as a checker player. I have seen him play 8 checker experts simultaneously, yes, and beat them all. That used to be a favourite stunt of his on the road. He could even blindfold himself and remember the moves. There was never another pitcher like Mathewson. I doubt if there ever will be. For him to make a mistake was the rarest thing in the world. Always it was a pleasure to work with him. He accepted discipline cheerfully, and did not have to be told to keep in practice. Baseball pitching was as fascinating a science to him as playing checkers. He loved the art of it. Another important factor in his greatness was his team spirit. Always he worked for the club with the club, whether in the game or not. When he became a master of his trade, he was an inspiration to other pitchers. If in the box himself, he would instinctively turn and indicate to the outfield what position to take, according to what he would pitch. Early in his career, he figured out the necessity of reserving his strength for a pinch. Matty figured that a pitcher should be just 1/9 of a team and not try to play the whole game. Until his reserve strength was needed, he would let the batter hit the ball and depend upon the rest of the club to take care of the ball. Only in a tight place would he deliberately try for a strikeout. In other words, Matty never exerted himself unless it became necessary. That was why he had such tremendous strength when it came to a pinch. In a critical situation, watching Matty was just as comfortable as sitting behind 4 aces in a poker game. Matty's famous fadeaway curve was the result of long study and practice. He had observed the ability of batters to read a curve that broke outward, so he'd tried to develop one that would fall away to the other side of the plate, or as much in that direction as possible. After he got that ball perfected, it was laughable to see the way some of the batters almost broke their necks going after it. Another thing that he figured out was the saving of strength by pitching as few balls as possible. That meant a necessity of perfect control. In time he got it. Never did he waste a ball without purpose. If I remember it right, he went through one whole season averaging but 1 base on balls per game. His quickness of perception was remarkable. In the World Series of 1905, for instance, we knew that Monty Cross, while in the National League, had been notoriously weak on high, fast balls. All our pitchers were so instructed. The first ball Matty pitched him was a high, fast one, and he cracked it. Say, he said to me, you know these American League fellows have been pitching to that weakness so long that a high, fast one is the only thing Cross can hit now. Let's shift on him. We did, and he was never dangerous again. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. How Mathewson stopped the squeeze play. Kovaleski's scheme for keeping track of base runners. Crazy Schmidt discovers Pop Anson's weakness. No one but a baseball manager can really appreciate fully what it means to have a couple of pitchers like Mathewson and McGinnity on the same team. That pair would have come pretty near winning the pennant for most any club that was at all above the ordinary. You may appreciate this when it is recalled that in one season Mathewson and McGinnity won something like 75 games between them. That in itself would win a pennant. Aside from their mere ability to win, 2 reliable pitchers like that enable a manager to experiment with his young men. It was pretty nearly certain that either of them would go through the 9 innings any time they started a game.
even if they lost. That obviated the constant upsetting of the regular routine of the pitchers by having to make frequent changes during the game. Any time that either Matty or McGinnity walked out to the box, there was a feeling of security on the bench. We knew that we had the best hand to start with. The other players immediately took on a spirit of confidence and played just that way. They recognized the probability of any pitcher being beaten, but they had a feeling that no mistakes would be made. While I regard Mathewson as the greatest pitcher that ever lived, and most baseball men agree with me on that, don't get the impression that McGinnity was not a star of the first magnitude. He was pretty nearly as good as Matty. Joe had pretty nearly everything that a pitcher needs, including a puzzling underhand ball and a baffling change of pace. Moreover, he knew the batters. To bunt on McGinnity was a tough undertaking. Instinctively he seemed to know just when the batter would take a poke at the ball or try to dump it in front of the plate. If the batter intended to bunt, McGinnity would keep the ball high on him so that it was impossible to get on top of it. As a result, he made them pop out instead of getting away with the sacrifice. On smart pitchers like Mathewson and McGinnity, it was almost impossible to work the squeeze play. That play, as you know, comes up when there is a runner on third and less than 2 out. The runner starts as if to steal when the pitcher draws back his arm. The batter then bunts the ball. It is impossible to get the runner at the plate if the play is perfectly made. The only thing left is to throw the batter out at first and let the run count. For a while, batters and runners worked that play frequently. We did not use it often, though. "That's an easy play to beat," Matty said to me one day. "I wish some of them would try it on me." Mind you, Mathewson had doped out a way to beat that play within a day or two after he'd heard of it. That's the way he always figured. It'll give you an idea of his studious mind. All a pitcher's got to do, he said, is to keep his head up and pitch out to the batter. The expression keeping your head up in baseball means being alert and on the job. Pretty soon after that, a team, I forget which one now, did try the squeeze play on Mathewson. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the man start from third. Also, he noticed the batter make a motion to choke his bat. Matty simply pitched out, wide of the plate. The batter couldn't reach the ball, and the man coming down from third was caught by 10 feet. A manager could depend upon either of these great pitchers to outthink like that. Other pitchers could do the same thing today, but they don't. The squeeze play is frequently worked during the regular season. It is even worked in the World Series. Now, as I say, only a manager can appreciate just what it means to have 2 men who will really help out in the thinking department. A big majority of them run a manager distracted by even forgetting what he has told them. Bill Murray, who used to manage the Phillies, had many run-ins with some of his non-thinking players. The most amusing is the one he tells on Kovaleski, the pitcher, who worked so hard to help beat us out in the season of 1908 after the famous Merkel incident of not touching second. The Phillies were in a close game with Kovaleski pitching, and there was a runner on first base. Kovaleski deliberately took a big wind-up. Naturally, the runner, taking advantage of that, got a big lead and stole second. A pitcher, never takes a wind-up with men on bases. At least, he shouldn't do so. "What do you mean by taking a wind-up like that with a man on first?" Murray shot at Kovaleski when he came back to the bench. "I didn't know there was a man on first," the big Pole answered by way of an alibi. "You didn't know there was a man on there?" stormed Murray. "Why didn't some of you fellows tell—" "Now listen, fellows," he said sarcastically, to tell the other players, who were trying to suppress their smiles. "I want it distinctly understood that hereafter we'll have no secrets on this club. Any time there's a runner on base, you tip Kovaleski off. Hear me? We'll have no secrets." "That's what they ought to do," declared Kovaleski, the biting sarcasm of Murray totally lost on him. One of the quaintest characters we ever had in baseball was Crazy Schmidt, the pitcher. Schmidt couldn't remember so well that he kept a little book in his uniform pocket in which he tabulated the weaknesses of all the different batters. Frequently, he would refer to this little book before pitching to a certain batter. One day, in a close game when I was but a kid, Cap Anson of Chicago, a terrific hitter, as you will remember, came to bat. There were 2 men on bases at the time. Schmidt looked at him for a moment, puzzled. "Wait," he called to the umpire, and deliberately got out his little book, which he carefully scanned. In the meantime, the crowd and the players were giving Schmidt the razz. Didn't disturb him, however. Finally, he called to the catcher for a conference. I got it, he whispered in the catcher's ear. "There ain't nothings here but a curve or a fast one. So it's a base on balls. That's his weakness." So deciding, Schmidt gave Anson a base on balls and thought he had done a masterly piece of pitching. He probably had at that. Believe me, that Cap Anson could sting the ball. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. Humorous incidents. Steve Brodie forgets to score. The umpire who talked back to Dummy Taylor. McGraw's $50 umbrella joke. Wilbert Robinson and the balloon ascension. Before I get entirely away from the old days when I was a player and go into the days when my real troubles began, my experience as a manager, I must answer a suggestion sent to me by Chick Evans, the great golfer. In answer to our questionnaire, Mr. Evans says, I would be interested most in knowing what McGraw considers the funniest thing he ever saw on the diamond. The things that give me the biggest laughs now, when in a reminiscent mood, were not funny at all at the time they occurred. The fact that we took them so seriously, though, is probably what makes them funny now. For my best laughs, my mind naturally drops back to the days of my association with Walter Brodie, Steve. Don't get the impression that Brodie was a humorist. No, indeed, he was so deadly serious that he never knew he was funny. One afternoon in a game at Baltimore, Steve was on second and Roger Bresnahan at the bat. We needed 2 runs to win. Bresnahan got hold of a fast one and slapped it far past the outfield. Upon reaching third, Brodie turned to see where the ball had gone. He could see that it was a 3-base hit and probably a home run. After passing third, he stopped and began rooting and waving for Bresnahan to come on. In his excitement, he forgot all about running himself. Come on, Roger, he yelled. Come on, attaboy, Roger. Roger came steaming around the bases in answer to Brodie's urgent cries. He passed third and ran right on past Brodie and slid into plate for home run. Attaboy, Roger, chuckled Brodie. And then, to the amazement of the stands, to Brodie and to all of us, the catcher walked up and touched Brodie with the ball, putting the side out without a run. Brodie had stood there and let Bresnahan go past him. You can imagine what we said to him. Just what we had done did not dawn on Steve until he reached the bench. I can see that picture now, and it is the funniest that I can remember, but, believe me, it was not funny then. Another humorous picture that sticks in my mind was a rainy day at the Polo Grounds when Dummy Taylor, the pitcher, tried to show up the umpires. We were well in the lead that day when, after a slight drizzle, rain began to fall in torrents. The game was called or suspended, and the crowd waited for fully half an hour. Water stood in pools all over the field. From the bench we kept yelling at Umpire Day to call the game and let us go home. Naturally, we wanted to be called as the Giants were in the lead, but O'Day was stubborn. A few minutes later, to our surprise, Hank ordered play resumed. We protested in vain that it was too wet to play. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Dummy Taylor dart into the stand. I knew he had something on his mind. In fact, he had gone to the clubhouse to see the groundskeeper. During a very serious moment, the crowd was treated to the sight of Dummy Taylor starting for the coaching lines wearing a huge pair of rubber boots. Those things are not nearly so funny to tell as to see. The ridiculous appearance of a ball player in rubber boots threw the stands into roars of laughter. Umpire O'Day scowled. Just the same, Dummy started coaching, slapping his hands, jumping up and down, and so on. Get out of here, O'Day motioned to the deaf-mute pitcher. Get off there, I tell you. I could see from his eye that Taylor knew what was going on, but he pretended not to have noticed, and kept right on, the stands rocking in laughter. Finally, O'Day walked towards Taylor. Catching his eye, he indicated by sign what he had said. Taylor turned to me and began telling me on his fingers what he thought of O'Day. All of the Giants had learned the deaf-mute's finger language, and the players on the bench laughed at the terrible things he was saying about the umpire. Suddenly O'Day flew into a rage, apparently. That'll cost you $25, he yelled, and then, to the astonishment of Taylor and the rest of us, he started using his fingers. You're out of the game. Get off the field, he said in the deaf-mute language. The umpire had understood everything that Taylor had said about him. It developed that O'Day had a relative who was a deaf-mute, and he had learned the finger language perfectly. With his head bowed, Taylor had to stroll all the way across the field in his gumboots, his mind on that $25 fine. Some ways back I mentioned the benefits of having a good memory. There was one incident, though, where my memory worked with reverse English. Many of you will probably recall umpire Bauswein. He is now a policeman in Philadelphia, and I see him often. When he came to the National League for the first time, we proceeded to ride him, of course. After hearing his name, I suddenly remembered a game that he had umpired in a minor league some 10 or 12 years before. He had made a bad decision, so bad, in fact, that the owner of the home club left the stand and ran out on the field, hitting Bauswein over the head with an umbrella. That incident stuck in my mind so clearly that I wanted to make sure that Bauerwein remembered it. He made 3 or 4 bad decisions. In answer to our protests, he waved us to the bench. "Say, Bauerwein," I turned and yelled at him, "you better keep your head up. There's an old guy with an umbrella up there in the stand." "Get out of here," he screamed. "Get off the bench. You're out of the game. Get off the field." Evidently I had set off a bomb. Very well did he remember the old fellow with the umbrella. The laugh was on me, though. It cost me a $50 fine. The players had a good laugh on Wilbert Robinson one day, a laugh that gave them a catchphrase for several years. Robbie, if you will recall, came back to join the Giants as coach. In the meantime, he had grown much stouter. Robbie was always chubby, but a few years away from the diamond and in business had added much to his weight. Still, he got a uniform and showed up on the coaching lines the first day in Chicago. He stooped over to pull a sprig of grass. Just as he did so, the fans got their first sight of him. "Holy Moses!" yelled a fan in the front row, his eyes glued on the rotund coach. "Say, McGraw, what time does the balloon go up?" There was a roar of laughter by spectators and players at this. Robbie burned up, despite his wonderful sense of humour. He often tells that on himself and laughs much more than he did then. For months after that, if the players wanted to get Robbie's goat, they would come to the bench, ask something about the balloon ascension, and beat it as fast as they could. Even to this day, the players make that crack at any player who is obviously overweight. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29. Bresnahan becomes a catcher. American League formed in New York. Why the Giants refused to play a World Series in 1904. The Giants beat the Philadelphia Athletics in their first World Series, 1905. Though the Giants did not win the pennant in 1903, my first full year as a manager in New York, we finished second, we were going so strong at the finish it was generally predicted that we would win in 1904. We were doing everything in our power to strengthen the weak spots, and both Mathewson and McGinnity were pitching great baseball. Pittsburgh finally won out in 1903. Immediately, arrangements were made for a postseason series of games between the Pirates and the Boston Red Sox, champions of the American League. This was the first time the National League had recognized the other major organization. John T. Brush, owner of the Giants, would not recognize them even then. He held out to the last. There was great excitement over this series, it being the first big affair since the days of the Temple Cup. It also would give the fans a chance to observe the relative strength of the National and American Leagues. The rivalry was intense in those days, really bitter. Fans came to blows over discussions of the two leagues. In the cities where there were two clubs, there was a definite division, one going to one league and the other supporting the opposition. The series was to be the best of 4 out of 7, as is the case now. The affair started in Pittsburgh and the Pirates won the first 3 games. The American Leaguers were downhearted. The National Leaguers were crowing. Then the series switched and Boston won the next 4 games straight. Often, you have noticed, it is likely that the 1903 series is not listed in the records of the World Series games as now played. That is due to there have been no official rules or regulations for games between the rival leagues, no supervision by an organized body. That is how the situation stood when we went into the season of 1904. That is the year that our team really began to develop. That spring we discovered a great third baseman in Arthur Devlin. With Darlin, Gilbert and Dan McGann making up the rest of the infield, we were in fine shape. Also, Bresnahan had changed from pitcher to an infielder, and then a catcher. The conversion of Bresnahan into a catcher is what really gave us our needed punch. He was to prove one of the greatest catchers in the world. It developed, a matter that I will discuss at length a little later on. George Wiltse also developed as a pitcher that year, as did Leon Ames. They had been with us for some time, but that is when they really began to show form. We also had Dummy Taylor. Taylor, by the way, was another great pitcher. The new group, added to the strength of Matty and McGinnity, gave us quite a pitching staff. With Bowerman and Bresnahan as leading catchers, we were also strong there. In the outfield, we had George Brown, Mike Donlan, and Sam Mertes. True to prediction, we stepped right out and waded through the league. Our team more than lived up to the expectations. For the first time in many years, New York had a pennant winner. The attendance was increasing marvelously. A thing that added to the baseball interest in New York was the newly formed American League team made up of many stars, including my old friend Willie Keeler and Jack Cheeseborough, the pitcher. Clark Griffith was the manager. This competition for patronage really turned out a good thing for baseball rather than the detriment.
You can imagine how intense was the interest when it was recalled that the Yanks lost the pennant to Boston on the last day of the season when Chesborough made a wild pitch. Bill Deenan, the present umpire in the American League, was pitching for Boston that day. I'm not going into the details of how we won the pennant, but we did. Immediately there rose a clamour to have us play the Boston Red Sox for the World's Championship, but Mr. Brush paid no attention to this demand. Having been one of the main supporters of the National League for years, he did not see why we should jeopardize the fruits of our victory by recognizing and playing against the champions of an organization that had been formed to put us out of business. Besides, he said to me, there are no rules or regulations for such a contest, and there is no governing body. Nobody has supervision of the umpiring or the arrangements. He stubbornly maintained that position, and there was no series. In Boston and all over the American League we were knocked and hammered, the substance of the criticism being that we were afraid to play the Red Sox. All this ran off Mr. Brush like water off a duck's back. He was a man of great determination, firm as a stone wall. At the same time, Mr. Brush was a man of great vision. All the time they were criticizing him and the New York club, he was formulating a plan for the present form of the World Series, which was destined to be the annual classic event of baseball. The next year, Mr. Brush suggested the plan by which the National Commission, then made up of Harry C. Pulliam, Van Johnson, and August Herman, could make up a set of rules and regulations under which a World Series could be played. Provisions were made for the appointment of umpires, the division of receipts, the disciplining of players, everything to give the affair a definite government. That is the agreement under which the games are now played. The first was that of 1905, when the Giants played the Athletics. Once the governing arrangements were made definite, Mr. Brush offered no further objections. In fact, he went into it with as much zest as the players. In that series we won with comparative ease, Mathewson pitching 3 games without being scored upon. Of all the World Series in which I have taken part, I think the memory of that one stands out most vividly in my memory. To begin with, we decided to do the thing right. We had special uniforms made for the Giants. I will never forget the impression created in Philadelphia, and the thrill I got personally when the Giants suddenly trotted out from their dugout, clad in uniforms of black flannel trimmed with white. The letters across the breast were in white. I have heard army men say that the snappiest looking outfit is usually made up of the best fighters. I can understand that. The psychological effect of being togged out in snappy uniforms was immediately noticeable upon the players. The Athletics in their regular season uniforms appeared dull alongside our champions. Our players kept up that snap from the jump. They fought every inch of the way, fighting all the time with absolute confidence. Hundreds of New York fans escorted us to Philadelphia, and the scenes in the lobbies of the hotels were lively. There was much more betting than now. Giant rooters were all over the place, trying to get bets down. After we had won the first game by a shutout, we were big favourites. The only setback to that series was the discovery of the fact that many of the Giants and the Athletic players had paired off in arrangements to divide the receipts equally, no matter which side won. I was disgusted at this, at their unwillingness to take a chance. Bresnahan, Matty, and myself, however, refused to do any pairing. After getting the big share of the receipts, we had the laugh on the others. Several of them, I understood afterwards, tried to run out on their agreement, just as happened back in the old Temple Cup series. End of Chapter 29. Chapter 30. Greatest ball team McGraw ever managed. Vegetable reception of the Giants in Pittsburgh. Skylarking. I regard the Giants of 1905 as the greatest ball club that I have managed. I look upon it as one of the greatest ball teams of the last 30 years. As I have said before, the Baltimore Orioles of 1894, 95, and 96, in my opinion, made up the greatest ball team of my knowledge. The 1905 Giants, though, were the best that I have ever managed. I say this too in due regard for the fact that I have handled other clubs that were greater hitters and greater base runners. I hand the laurels to the 1905 team for its smartness. We did not have a really slow-thinking ball player on the club. That team was not so fast, but what it lacked in speed of feet, it made up in speed of thought. In addition, we had 2 of the greatest pitchers that the game has ever seen, Mathewson and McGinnity. We had 2 of the greatest catchers, Bresnahan and Bowerman. To my way of thinking, Bresnahan was about the best catcher of all times. The only other catcher that I would rank alongside him is Buck Ewing. I have had fans, baseball writers, and even players look surprised when I make this statement about Bresnahan, but I would ask you something. Did you ever know of another catcher who was a smart enough hitter and base runner to lead the batting order?
Did you ever know of another catcher who, in addition to his backstop work, could hit over 300 and steal 45 bases in a season? I don't think you have. All of those things must be taken into consideration when selecting the best catcher of all times. His value to a team is what counts. I could name a dozen catchers who worked like a machine, who were good hitters, and who had great arms. A majority of them, though, were slow thinkers. Bresnahan, you see, had all those qualities combined. Johnny Kling, for instance, was one of the greatest catchers of all times. Was one of the greatest of all catchers, but I never thought of him as valuable to a ball club as Bresnahan. He could not hit as well as Roger, and there were other things that he could not do as well. Nobody, though, could throw better than Kling. Roger had played every position: pitcher, outfielder, infield, catcher. He was good at all, too. Bresnahan had a memory almost as good as that of Mathewson and McGinnity. He never had to be told twice. Once we discovered a weak spot in the opposition and had discussed a plan for attacking it, I could absolutely depend on Bresnahan to carry it out. He did not forget. His whole mind was concentrated on winning that particular game, and it was rarely that he overlooked anything. It was not at all uncommon for me to have catchers, men of perfect mechanical ability, who do not remember instructions from bench to the plate. For that reason I have had to take it upon myself to give them all the signals for the pitching. Not only was that 1905 team a smart-thinking ball club, but it was a team of fighters. They thought they could beat anybody, and they generally could. As a result of this fighting instinct, we got into much trouble. It was seldom we went to Pittsburgh without having some kind of run-in with the fans. I suppose we did antagonize them too much, but it certainly was a lot of fun. There were hot doings any time the Giants arrived. We were roundly hated. Even the newspaper men who accompanied the team came in for their share of roasting. In those days it was not at all unusual for the papers to announce that the Rowdy Giants, accompanied by representatives of the Yellow Press, got in town this morning. We used to stay at the old Monongahela Hotel, and from there drove in open carriages to the ballpark. The Pittsburgh Park was then in Allegheny City, across the river. To reach the bridge, we had to pass by the public marketplace. If we escaped a shower of small stones and trash outside of the park, we were sure to get it as we passed the market. One afternoon, after a hot game with the Pirates, the fans started after us while we were getting into our carriages. Understand, we were dressed at the hotel then, not at the ballpark. We, of course, were not altogether blameless. If the fans started razzing us, we would razz right back at them. To tell the truth, we sort of delighted in tantalizing the overheated rooters. On this particular day, we had dodged handfuls of gravel, loose pieces of brick, and so on, all the way to the bridge. Just as we crossed on the other side, one of the market men started razzing us. We came back at him strong. In another minute, we were greeted with a shower of old vegetables, potatoes, onions, tomatoes, even cantaloupes. McGinnity, always a quiet sort of fellow, arose in his carriage to try and quiet things down. He was just about to tell the other players to keep quiet when he lurched forward. As if in concert, 4 big tomatoes hit him squarely in the seat of his pants. That was one of the most laughable sights I have seen. The stain stayed there until we got back off the trip. Sammy Strang, in another carriage, was hit on the side of the head with an overripe cantaloupe. When we finally escaped and reached the hotel, anyone to look at our carriage would have thought we had been hauling garbage. That sort of thing happened frequently. Instead of curing us, though, it made the players more eager to fight and to win. They loved to lick the Pirates, our main rivals, and then drive by the market. A favourite source of amusement for the ball players going to and from the park was to read the signs in front of the store of an office. Having observed the name, they would begin yelling for that particular man. Often he would come out and bow. In one of the minor league cities visited in the spring, we were driving from the grounds in a big omnibus. We passed a residence and noticed a sign on the window, Dr. McNutt. "Hello, Doc, how are you?" the players began to yell. "Where's the old Doc?" They asked of an old woman who was watering the lawn with a hose. In a moment, the doctor, feeling himself a little bit honoured, came to the door. "Say, Doc," some fresh young fellow called out, "where did you bury your patients?" With that, the old woman on the lawn, thoroughly indignant, turned and levelled the hose on the bus and let it have the full stream. It was some stream, too. We scrambled to the floor, ordering the man to drive fast. Before we could get out of range, though, all of us had got a good soaking. I know I got one shot from the hose squarely in the chest. McGinnity, sitting opposite me, had ducked just in time to let me have it. That whole club had the spirit of skylarking college boys, and I was just as bad as any of them. On the field, though, they thought like men of affairs.
Always they were on the hair edge, ready to get into a row if anybody pulled the trigger. The more I think of it, the more I realise what a picturesque ball club that was. To protest games and make numerous affidavits was a common thing. At times we even figured in injunction cases in the courts. I guess fans of this day still remember the Hey Barney incident, which wound up in a trial at Boston. I'll have to tell about that in a later chapter. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31. Sam Murty's Great Catch. Keeler pulls one out of the barbed wire. The danger of the Sunfield. The one big factor in that 1905 team, which in many ways I consider my greatest ball club, was team spirit, that indomitable determination to win games regardless of who got the individual credit. Naturally, a ball club had to be smart to see the force of that policy. That very idea suggests to me the answer to one of those who sent in filled-out questionnaires. He says, "What was the greatest catch you ever saw made?" To my way of thinking, the answer to that depends largely upon the importance of the result. I have seen many. The one that remains most vividly in my memory was made by Sam Murters in Cincinnati. It is indelible because it decided the pennant of 1905. We had been going at top speed and arrived in Cincinnati with just one victory needed to cinch the pennant. If you will remember, Sam Murtys, being a great Sunfielder, played left field while Mike Donlan played centre. Mike was not an expert in the Sunfield. Very few players are. That ability to look into a blazing sun and keep an eye on the ball is sort of a God-given faculty. I think the natural strength of the eye has much to do with it. To appreciate what I mean, walk across the field of any ballpark after the game, then turn suddenly and look into the sun, which is usually sinking back of the grandstand. 99 men out of 100 will be temporarily blinded. Smoked glasses helped some to overcome this, but the average person could not follow the course of a ball, even with that aid. In this game with Cincinnati, they were pushing us close, and I noticed that Mike Donlan was having trouble with the sun in centre field. He had narrowly escaped a couple of errors that would have been disastrous. In the next inning, I realized that long hitters would be coming up. "It's tough out there, Mac," Mike said to me. "At this time of the year, the sun is directly in the centre fielder's eyes and just over the top of the grandstand." "All right, you move over into left, Mike," I directed, "and Murtis, you go play centre." Sure enough, in the next inning, the Reds got a man on. A long hit would beat us. And mind you, the pennant was almost in our grasp. That one game was needed. The next batter caught one on the nose, and it was a wicked line drive to deep centre. Murtis, having anticipated the danger of a long hit, played very deep. A short hit, say, a single, would not have been so disastrous, but a three-bagger or a home run would be fatal. Murtis realized that and played accordingly. Starting with the crack of the bat, he looked squarely into the sun and ran with the ball. It seemed certain that it would go over his head. By a sprint, though, he got back and with a jump speared the ball with his bare hand, crashing into the fence as he fell. But he had saved the game and won the pennant. That was the greatest catch I ever saw. It was doubly great because nothing but the shifting of outfielders at the psychological moment would have saved us. Donlan would never have been able to see the ball and make the catch. From a purely spectacular point of view, the greatest catch I ever saw was made by Willie Keeler while our old Oriole team was playing one day in Washington. Keeler, by the way, died unexpectedly on New Year's Eve of this year, while the present memoirs were being written. I do not recall the exact status of the game, as the result was not so important. Anyway, the Senators got a man on base, and Abbey, I believe it was, took a vicious swing and slammed a drive toward right field that seemed to be a sure home run. On top of the railing, in front of the right field bleachers, there were 3 or 4 strands of barbed wire, just a little higher than the outfielder's head. It seemed sure that the ball would clear this barbed wire. Willie Keeler started with the crack of the bat and got to the fence in time, but it looked as if the ball would go into the stand over his head. That's what it did do. Almost. Seeing the predicament, Willie leapt into the air and fearlessly struck his bare hand between the strands of barbed wire. The ball stuck in his hand and he held it. He held it despite the painful cutting of his hand as he dragged it back over the sharp barbs. That catch was talked about for months. I have never seen another like it. It showed marvellous judgment of distance, accuracy, and unusual courage. An odd aftermath to that catch is that while I was talking about it one night on a train with some of the New York baseball reporters in 1905, one of them spoke up. "Mac," he said, "your memory is certainly accurate. I was a boy of 18 then and was sitting in the bleachers that day. just in the spot where I could have got the ball if Keeler hadn't caught it. And a funny thing about that, he added, I was asked about that catch by one of the baseball writers that night. When I read the stories in the paper the next day, it gave me the notion of becoming a baseball writer myself. Another great catch that I remember well was made by Harry Hooper in that sensational game between the Giants and the Red Sox, which decided the World Championship in 1912. We were in a good position to win when Josh Devore got on first. Larry Doyle got hold of one and sent a long drive tearing towards right centre that bore a home run label. There was a little fence about 3 feet high in front of the bleacher crowd out there, an overflow. Harry Hooper darted with the ball. Seeing that we'd cleared the fence, he leapt backward, caught the ball and fell over the little fence into the crowd. But for that catch, I am certain the Giants would have won. It would have changed the whole complexion of the game, and there would have been no opportunity for the last two plays that spelled havoc. Merkel and Mayer failing to catch the foul back of the first base, and Snodgrass making the muff in centre. Another catch of more recent date was that of Bill Cunningham, when he caught that terrific long fly of Ruth's in the last series with the Yanks, falling against the centre field fence as he made it. We had sort of suspected that Ruth would pull one of those long-range shots of his. At any rate, we took no chances on not being ready. Cunningham played just as far back as possible. At that he had to run as far as he could and then fall against the fence to make the catch. That catch may not have had much effect on the final outcome of the series, but it certainly had a great effect in lowering Ruth's morale. Incidentally, that is the longest fly ball I have ever seen caught. End of Chapter 31. Chapter 32. Science of Managing a Ball Team. Hitting the Weak Spots. Why Base Running is a Lost Art. The Delayed Steal. The science of managing a ball team, according to my way of thinking, is in picking the spots for attack. The idea that any field manager can outline a plan of attack against an entire team is erroneous. That would be impossible. Like the captain of a football team, the baseball manager quickly discovers the weak spots in the enemy's lineup. If he doesn't, then he's not much of a manager. Being aware of these spots, the trick is in waiting for the exact moment to spring something that will double-cross the particular player and throw the opposition off its balance. It is not at all necessary to cross the whole opposing team. That would be out of the question anyway. All you need to do is fool just one player, or maybe two. One such move will often throw a monkey wrench into the whole machinery of the opposition. Take, for instance, the elaborate and concentrated efforts we made during the 1922 series to cross Babe Ruth. We knew that he had a weakness, because we watched him for a long time. We also knew that he was in a slump, and a little down-spirited as a result of being unable to hit during the last few games of the regular season. Our purpose was to cross Ruth, to centre on that, and thereby affect the morale of the whole Yank team. By succeeding in this, the whole plan was disrupted. If they were not disrupted, the Yanks were at least disturbed so much mentally that they were off balance. An important cog had broken. Can you imagine what would have happened if Ruth had hit a home run at his first time at bat? Can you realize what an effect that would have had on the morale of our team, also of the Yanks? I thought I understood. I was determined that it should not happen. We worked on that point hard. A manager must take into consideration those psychological possibilities. Believe me, psychology plays an important part in baseball. To illustrate the thoroughness of our efforts, aiming at that particular spot, Ruth did not get more than 3 balls during the entire series that he expected. Every one of our pitchers opposed him. If he looked for a slow one, invariably he would get something else. When he expected a fast one, he would get a curve or a slow one. We had him completely at sea. Another thing, having observed the Yanks very closely, I had a pretty good idea of the runners who were headstrong and those who might be over-careful. We didn't miss it far. Of 5 players that I figured we might catch on that choke-off throw from the outfield to Bancroft, we caught 3, Musil, Pip, and Shang. All of these plays came at critical stages. The choke-off play, as I've explained before, is a trick of throwing the ball to the shortstop instead of to the plate when a single is made to the outfield with a runner on second, and there is no chance to catch him. Ordinarily, the batter, seeing this throw start in from the outfield, as if to go to the plate or third, will keep right on past first and make second. Our play was designed to choke these off. Bancroft catches the ball, then instead of throwing to the plate, tosses it to second. You all saw the play, very likely. The point I make is that we expected to catch Shang, Musil, or Pip on that play sometime during the series as well as 2 others. The result shows that our aim at a certain spot had been accurate. On an overall careful player, we would not have made the play. If, in that last game for instance, Shang had held first instead of running on to second, the final result might have been entirely different. To give you an illustration, when Bugs Raymond, pitching for the Cardinals, was at the top of his form, he used to cause the Giants all kinds of trouble. That spitter of his was difficult to hit. Don't make any mistake about Bugs being a great pitcher. He knew all the tricks. We knew, though, that he did not keep in condition. When a man gets fat as a result of dissipation, he quickly loses his wind and does not like to stoop for ground balls. In one game, that meant a great deal to us. We found it utterly impossible to do anything against Raymond's pitching. Finally, I spotted what I thought might be a weak spot to attack. "Get up there," I said to the men on the bench, "and give him a little bunting practice. Don't try to hit it out." The players liked this idea. 4 or 5 batters in succession walked up and dumped the ball in front of the plate. Raymond almost fell on his face going for the first one. The next batter repeated. In a few minutes we had him puffing like a porpoise. We kept right on until we had the bases full and finally slapped in a couple of runs. With Bugs all tired out and puffing, we then started hitting again. In another inning, they had to take him out of the box. By centering this attack on the weakness of Raymond, we succeeded in upsetting the whole team. I might say that other teams did the same thing to us after Raymond became a member of the Giants. Being forewarned, however, we were able to yank him out in time. After that, I spent most of my time trying to keep him in condition, with what result I have told in a previous chapter. We could keep him in some sort of shape for a month or 2, but to do this all season was impossible. In the 1905 season, by the way, we used a base running play successfully that was aimed to double-cross the other fellows who thought they had solved our system. I refer to the delayed steal, which Sammy Strang especially worked nearly every time he tried it. Of late that play has gone into disuse, but I believe it could be revived now if it were not for the lively ball. With this lively ball in play, there is really little need to work our base running plays. There is as much chance of someone slamming the ball to the daisies as there is of getting away with a risky base running play. That is why base running seems to be falling into decay. The first time Sammy tried it for us, he was playing far off first base. It looked as if he would start for second at any minute, and the pitcher kept shooting the ball over to first in an effort to catch him. Finally, Sammy took a good long lead. Just as the pitcher stepped forward to throw to first, Strang suddenly lurched the other way and ran to second. As a result, the ball was thrown to first, far behind him. Before it could be relayed to second, he slid under the baseman and was safe by several feet. We used that play often. At first, the newspaper men thought that the runner had been caught napping. So did the fans. They laughed heartily at a runner getting away with a stolen base after having made a bonehead play. It was no bone at all, but a very smart play. Then we doped out later a variation of that play when there were runners at first and third. Instead of making the usual attempt at a double steal, the runner would play far enough off first to be caught. He would then start for second. 9 times out of 10, the confused first baseman, after taking the throw from the pitcher, would throw to second. If he did so, the runner from third, already starting for home, could not be caught. You see, he would have had 3 throws to beat instead of 2. The ball would go from the pitcher to first, then to second, then to home. I am sorry that base running has fallen as a result of the lively ball. To me, that was always one of the most fascinating features of baseball. The study of it really gave me my start in Baltimore. The perfection of base running plays is what first made the Orioles famous. While that 1905 team was a smart base running outfit, I have had faster ones. The club of 1912 was fast as lightning. End of Chapter 32. Chapter 33. The Affidavit. Making a Ball Club. Getting back at the fans. Police protection in Cincinnati. During those stirring days of 1905, when some sort of scrap was an ordinary event in every city, our strongest opponents were the Pittsburgh Pirates. All our efforts were aimed at them because they were the contenders for the pennant. To this day, the fans of Pittsburgh have a keen animosity to the Giants. That, I think, is a good thing for baseball. Sportsmanship and easygoing methods are all right, but it is the prospect of a hot fight that brings out the crowds. Personally, I could never see this idea of taking a defeat philosophically. I hate to lose, and I never feel myself beaten until the last man is out. I have tried to instill the same fighting spirit into all the teams I have managed. I can appreciate the fine work of opposing players, but
At the same time, I'm not much for that show of friendly feeling on the field. Off the field, yes. But once a team of 9 is on the diamond, I want it to fight. Namby-pamby methods don't get much in results. Nothing ever gave our players more delight than to get back at the fans and players who started to give them a razz. I never tried to discourage them in this, either. A team that will fight back on an enemy diamond and before an enemy crowd is pretty well able to take care of itself. The players gain confidence in themselves by maintaining this cocky spirit. Fans always resent the fighting back of a visiting ball club, and that usually leads to trouble. I never could see, though, why a ball player should be expected to take insult and razzing without retort just because he was in a city other than his own. While on the road, we had hot arguments of this kind daily. Often the fans got so enraged that they would follow our carriages and hurl epithets and other things at us. All of this tended to make us a great drawing card on the road. Fans could rest assured that when the Giants arrived there would be action of some kind at the park. This also furnished the newspaper men with a lot of material for sensational stories. That also helped. It was much better to be knocked and roasted than to be unnoticed. To give you an idea how seriously some of these incidents were taken, we had a game in Pittsburgh one day that broke up in a forfeiture and an official protest. Ritchie, the Pirates' second baseman, went into third on a play, and it looked as if he was easily out. Neither of the umpires would say one way or the other. I ran from one to the other trying to make him give a decision. The best I got was go and play ball. I protested that I couldn't go on until I knew whether the runner was out or safe. As a result, the game ended right there, with me giving notice of an official protest. Mr. Brush was with the team at the time. While he pretended to deplore scraps, he really revelled in them. He was determined to fight out the protest. We were going to Chicago that night, so he wired ahead and engaged a notary public to take acknowledgments of the affidavits. I guess we were the strongest affidavit-making club in the world. It seems to me that we used to go around swearing to official papers as a sort of routine. It was fun, too. One of the party of New York newspaper men accompanying us had been a lawyer. He was promptly assigned to write out the affidavits in regular legal form, then have the players, manager, owner, and other newspaper men swear to them. Of course, our evidence showed the umpires to be entirely wrong. Arriving at Chicago, we had got a special room and spent the whole morning rounding up our affidavits. The newspaper man lawyer would write the paper something like this. Being duly sworn, John Jones deposed as follows, to wit, I am a resident of the city of New York, and my occupational profession is the playing of baseball for a team known as the New York Giants. My special occupation in the pursuit of said profession is in the playing of a position known as second base, and one requiring a certain amount of physical dexterity and mental acumen. On the 7th day of July, 1905, while engaged with the said Giants in a game of baseball with an opposing team known as the Pittsburgh Pirates, I was stationed at second base and was in position to see clearly a certain play made at third base by one Ritchie, an opposing player, it being part of his professional skill to slide into the said third base, sack or cushion, as to avoid being touched with a baseball in the hands of one Arthur Devlin, known as a third baseman. Your deponent further saith, etc. Gives me a laugh every time I think of the affidavits. Without questioning the players at all, the utility lawyer would go into all of that rigmarole. The player would be called in and sworn. Read that carefully and tell me if that's correct. The notary public, who didn't know what it was all about, would say. You're right, the ball player would declare, and affix his name. Of course, we didn't win the protest. We never did. In making protests, I am sure our club had the smallest percentage of victories of any club in the world, but we kept on making affidavits on the slightest provocation, at any time or any place. Finally, it got to where Harry Pulliam, president of the league, would open one of these bulky packages. Oh, it's some more of these darned giant affidavits, I have heard him say, and would promptly toss the whole bundle aside. All right, Mr. Brush would say, with a twinkle in his eye, now that we've got that one over, we'd better get ready for another one in the next town. Say, he said to me one day, don't you think we had better wire to the chief of police in Cincinnati and ask protection for our players? That was a good notion, I thought. So he called in the newspaper men who were always eager for such fun. They promptly sent stories about the need of police protection. The Cincinnati officials wired back that a visiting club would certainly be protected. The public couldn't understand what it was all about, but for fear something might happen and they would miss it, they filled the park. Mr. Brush had a very dry sense of humour, and used to chuckle over starting things like that. You understand, we had not really needed any protection. There were times, though, that we did.
One trip to Philadelphia, we really did have to call on the superintendent of the Department of Correction, police commissioner, and ask that the players be protected. The first official we saw intimated that we ought to stay off the main streets and go up the back ways to avoid trouble. He was against us. The start of that trouble was an attack on our carriages outside the park, in which Roger Breshenham, riding with the driver, was hit on the head with a brick bat and knocked to the ground. Roger, who was a sort of detective in his home town, had piled up stones at his feet so as to be ready, but the fellow with the brick beat him to it. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34. Greatest hit ever made. What actually happened the day Merkel failed to touch second. Longest wallop on record. In describing the greatest hit I ever saw, it is necessary to determine what constitutes a great hit. Its bearing on the result, or mere force of the wallop. The several correspondents who have asked this question did not give a definition of what they considered a great or historic hit. To me, the greatest hit is the most timely hit. That makes the answer comparatively easy. The single, made by Al Bridwell in that famous game with the Cubs in 1908, when Merkel failed to touch second, stands out in my memory as the greatest. That particular line drive won the pennant of 1908, though he did not get it. I have never weakened in my opinion that the awarding of that pennant to the Cubs on a technicality was unjust. Bridwell's hit really won the championship. Very likely fans of today remember that famous incident clearly. There were 2 out at the time, and Merkel was on first with Harry McCormack on third. Bridwell came to bat with the chance of winning a pennant staring him in the face. Al was not the least disturbed by the importance of the moment. In fact, Bridwell was one of the greatest players I ever knew. We all had a hunch that he was going to nail the ball, and sure enough he did. It was a clean line smack to centre. McCormack scored from third with the winning run, and then the trouble started. While I am on the subject, even though I am a little ahead of my story, this is a good place to describe just what happened that afternoon. That day still keeps an important spot in baseball history. Here is exactly what happened. After Bridwell had hit the ball and McCormack had scored, everybody started running across the field. Always it has been customary to do this. Merkel, like all players before him, simply ran down towards second. Having shown that he could reach the bag, had he wanted to, he turned off and ran to the clubhouse. He did not really touch the bag, though most of the players thought he did at the time. In a moment there was consternation. We saw Hoffman throw the ball in and make wild motions as if something was about to happen at second base. It seemed that a similar play had been made by the Cubs a week or so before. The ball went over third. Pitcher Crow, a substitute, ran out, scrambled to get the ball. Joe McGinnity, who had also run out, grappled with Crow. In the meantime, the crowd was surging and milling about them, and Johnny Evers was wildly waving his arms at second base. Joe McGinnity finally got the ball away from Crow and threw it into the left field bleachers. That's why I have always maintained that no play was made at second with a ball that had been hit. To get a picture of this confusion, you must bear in mind that thousands of fans were running all over the diamond. Nobody seemed to know what had happened. Jack Hayden, playing the outfield for the Cubs, had run toward the clubhouse thinking the game was over. Finally, Johnny Evers got the attention of umpire Emsley, who was working on the bases that day. Hank O'Day was behind the bat. Emsley walked away from Evers, shaking his head to indicate that he would not allow such a play. Evers followed him for a short distance and then all ran to O'Day, who had turned away from the plate walking towards the stand and was taking the extra balls out of his blouse. Nobody ever knew what decision had been made. The next morning, the excitement still being intense, several newspaper men went down to the old Hotel Ashland, where the umpire stopped in those days. The hotel is not there now. One of the reporters asked O'Day to tell exactly what was his decision. He said the runner, Merkel, was out because it was necessary for him to touch second to prevent a forced play. But that would only leave the score tied, the newspaper man suggested. Why didn't you order the play resumed? Why, said O'Day hesitatingly. I called the game on account of darkness. I am giving this conversation on the authority of a sports writer, a good friend of mine who was present. I have been told that O'Day went to see Harry Pulliam, president of the league, and such an explanation was decided upon. In any event, that decision cost us the pennant. We had a few more games to play, but that sort of took the heart out of the gang. It finally came down to a tie, with even Pittsburgh having a chance. The game between the Cubs and Giants was ordered played over. In that game, we lost. Mathewson pitched for us in the playoff, and Jack Feister
started for the Cubs. We got to Jack very quickly, but Frank Chance was wise enough to yank him out just in time. He put in Mordecai Brown, and the Cubs finally won out. So, with all those exciting events following that single of Bridwell's, I regard that as the greatest hit I ever saw. I have seen longer hits. The longest hit I ever saw, and I'm pretty sure that it was the longest ever made, was a wallop by Babe Ruth in an exhibition game down in Tampa, Florida, off Columbia George Smith, who was pitching for the Giants. I didn't believe it was possible for a man to hit a baseball as far as that. He caught the ball squarely on the nose and started it like an ordinary long fly. Instead of coming down, though, it just kept rising. "My God," exclaimed one of the players, "where is that ball going?" The drive cleared the field, a racetrack, and then the fence. Interest in its length was greater than in the game itself. For the rest of that game, that was all we talked about. To be sure of its length, a party of newspaper men and players went out and measured the distance accurately. That ball had travelled 587 feet. Mind you, that is just 13 feet short of 200 yards. Can you imagine such a drive? That hit by Ruth would have cleared the bleachers and centre field fence in the Polo Grounds. It was easily the longest hit I ever saw or ever expect to see. Often I am asked if any of the old-timers like Dan Brothers or Ed Delahanty could hit a ball as hard as Ruth. My answer is no. I don't think a man ever lived who could put such force behind a ball. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35. What happens when a ball team grows old? Big trades. A new batch of famous youngsters. Though we lost the pennant in 1906 to the Cubs, I have never attributed that to a superiority of strength of the Chicago club. I do not wish to take any credit from Frank Chance, but our loss in that particular year was due to a series of accidents that practically put us out of the race. It was not until the following year that our team of 1905 and 1906 really began to disintegrate. It was in 1907 that I discovered my players were growing old and beginning to slip. Always I have made it a point never to let a club grow old on me. A manager must start reconstruction quickly, or several years will be required to bring a ball club back to pennant-winning form. In 1906, we started off with a rush, and it looked as if we had another championship in sight, when suddenly bad luck fell on us with a crash. To begin with, Mathewson contracted diphtheria and had a tough time of it. In a game at Cincinnati, Mike Donlan broke his ankle while sliding into third. His foot caught against the bag and the force of his body driven against it snapped the bone. Dan McGann then broke an arm and was laid up for a long time. Roger Breshnam was hit on the head and laid up in the hospital for several days. In addition to these accidents, several players contracted minor illnesses from time to time. As a result, it was rare that we had our playing strength on the field. Even then, we finished third. That is why I do not give the Cubs of 1906 credit for being a better ball club than the Giants that year. It was easy to see, though, that the Chicago club was coming strong and would be our strongest rival. Chance threw a lot of fighting spirit into his team, and he had the benefit of some very smart players, such as Evers and Tinker. He had a great catcher in Johnny Kling, and a great pitcher in Mordecai Brown, three-fingered Brown. The bitter rivalry that had existed between the Giants and the Pirates immediately shifted to a war of wits between the Giants and the Cubs. Those were hot days, just as hot as we had gone through on the many visits to Pittsburgh. Interest in the Chicago National League Club grew in rapid bounds. Up to that time, the White Sox had the call in Chicago. It was a great thing for baseball, especially in the National League, to have strong rivalry between New York and Chicago, the big cities of the country. The Board of Trade of Chicago got all steamed up over the prospect and organized a rooting club. They went to the park in a body and made it just as warm for the Giants as possible. We got right back at them on every occasion, and excitement ran high. This feeling kept right up on through 1906, 1907, and 1908. It was during the early stages of this rivalry, during the reorganization of my team for 1907, that I made some of the big trades that were discussed and often criticized all over the country. In many of these trades it was said that I made mistakes. I may have done so, but I don't think I made many. My principle always has been, if I need a particular player for a certain place, to go out and get him at any price. They say that I have let many good players go. I have. But I have not yet discovered any plan by which a manager can get a crack player without giving up a good one in exchange. I may have a crack player who is not absolutely necessary to the machinery of my club. I will trade him in a minute if I see a chance to get one man who completes the cogs for my machine. Often the New York club has been accused of buying the pennant. Fans have wondered how it is that the Giants were able to get any player they went after while other teams could not do so. You will notice, however, that we never got a man without giving up something valuable in return. I noticed in 1907 that several of my players were slipping. The first indication of that is in the legs. When I notice that an infielder or an outfielder has lost that quick spring in going after the ball, that spring of youth, I immediately begin looking for his successor. It would be stupid to wait until he has lost a lot of games for you. So I stepped out and made a trade that at the time was a sensation. I wanted Al Bridwell of the Boston club. Bill Darlin, one of the greatest defensive players of all time, to begin to slow up. His legs were getting a little old. I had to have that hole filled, and filled quickly. I also needed a man to take down McGann's place at first base, a man to fill in until I could develop several youngsters that looked promising. I traded McGann, McGinnity, Bowerman, Darlin, George Brown, and Cecil Ferguson, the latter a young pitcher, to Boston, for Al Bridwell and Fred Tenney. As I have said, the announcement of this deal caused a baseball sensation. To the public, it appeared that I had practically traded all of my old 1905 club. They wondered why I wanted Tenney, who was then getting old and had been the manager of the Boston club. Despite his age, Tenney had kept wonderful care of himself and knew the game. He was perfectly willing to work for me as a player, notwithstanding the fact that he had been a manager. I want to say right here, too, that Fred Tenney gave his whole heart and soul to the Giants. He was a big help. During this period, 1907 to 1908, I had the pick in picking up several youngsters who began to show promise. They were still lacking in polish, not quite ready, but I could see they had the goods, and I set about to nurse them along while the old-timers held down the jobs and showed them the way. A young ball player can gain much knowledge of baseball by simply sitting on the bench, going in occasionally as a substitute, and thus absorbing the finer points, the atmosphere of the big leagues. Among these youngsters were Herzog, Merkel, Gowdy, and later Fetcher and Doyle. Gowdy came to us from the Dallas club of the Texas League, where he played first base. He was frequently around the hotel with us while we were playing exhibition games there Saturdays and Sundays. We trained at Marlin the rest of the week. He had a great throwing arm and could hit. Besides that, he loved baseball. Always wanted to pick up new points by asking questions. I bought Gowdy. Early in the training period, though, I saw that he was not a natural first baseman. He was not quick enough on his feet. I thereupon turned him into a catcher. Always I've been rather proud of his later success. You will remember that it was Gowdy's great catching and hitting that played such a prominent part in the World Series when the Braves beat the Athletics 4 straight. Dick Rudolph, who also had been a Giant, worked in perfect harmony with Gowdy, and they made a great battery. I was soon to need a second baseman. It was evident that Gilbert was losing his speed. I tried Merkel in that position before he finally found his real place at first. It was Larry Doyle who came along in the latter part of the 1907 season and finally got the job. Larry Doyle was one of the most popular men that ever played on my team. He was also one of the few players that I stuck in a game right off the reel. I might also say that he made the poorest showing for a start. That day he was very nervous and made 4 or 5 errors. I saw it was necessary to keep him there, though, to restore his confidence. I did not guess wrong. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36. The check on personal habits of players. Best way to keep in condition. The pitcher who ate his way out of the league. In a very kind letter of suggestion, Bill Lange, the old-time star player, asked me to discuss the discipline of today as compared with that of the old-time ball clubs. There is very little to compare. As a general thing, there was really no discipline or living regulations among ball players 30 years ago. In my early days, it was purely a matter of personal desire and ambition. A player kept in condition in those days simply because he wanted to make good at his job and earn a living. He knew that if he didn't stay in condition, he wouldn't last long. If he was a ball player at heart, he looked after his own physical welfare. There were not so many ball players then. It was not so much a profession or business, more of an individual liking for the sport. As the teams increased in number and the number of players on each team also increased, it gradually became necessary to have a sort of supervision over their personal habits. Nowadays, if a player does not take care of himself, He not only hurts his own chances, but can interfere with the commercial progress, I might call it, of the organisation, so they have to be watchful to a certain extent. It is a rule in our club that players must be in bed by 11:30 at night and must not eat too heavily in the middle of the day. I have never believed in fixing an hour at which ball players should rise. In fact, I am in favour of them getting all the sleep possible. Most of my players stay in bed until 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. It makes no difference to me. If they sleep very late, the chances are that they will eat a fairly good breakfast and will not eat any lunch at all. A ball player is usually much livelier on the field when he eats a very light lunch. In the matter of drinking, I have never had any rules. When it was possible to get beer and ale, I never objected to the players having a glass or two in the evenings. In fact, I often have asked them to join me in a glass of beer. It is bad to drink whiskey, of course, but it is pretty difficult to stop a man from taking strong drink if he wants it. We have had some bad cases to handle, but we cannot fix any rule about it. All such incorrigible players have to be handled individually. As to diet, certain kinds of food, I do not believe in it at all. There is a lot of difference in training for a ball game and for some particular athletic event. The ball player has to work at his job every day for 6 months, and consequently must live regularly. A man who is to go into a prize fight or a running race, you see, can train for that particular occasion. Then it is over with. That is also true of football teams. But ball players must regulate their habits so as to live in a natural way, just like a man in any other business or trade. It makes no difference to me what they eat so long as they keep in condition. Nature will make them want good, wholesome, substantial food. While most of the players soon discover what is best for them, others never do. On one occasion, Fred Tonney, the pitcher, came pretty near putting himself out of the game for good by eating foolishly. He is a big fellow physically, and not only requires considerable food, but likes to eat just for the mere pleasure of it. We were in St. Louis that day, and the temperature was 100 in the shade, one of those sweltering days for which St. Louis is famous in the hot months. Tony got up at 9:30 o'clock and ate some eggs and toast and coffee. That should have been enough for the day. At lunchtime, though, he sat down to the table again and ate a heavy meal of calf's liver and bacon, dessert and coffee. Several players warned him, but he merely laughed. That afternoon on the field he was overcome by the intense heat. For a moment he staggered and then collapsed unconscious. He had to be taken to hospital and was in a serious condition. It is customary on ball clubs to allow the players so much a day for their meals, and they may eat where they please, though we encourage them to eat at the hotel we were stopping, as a rule. At the time, I have in mind, the allowance was $1 a meal, or $3 a day. Raymond had been in his room, or somewhere, for 3 days and had not eaten. It was our last day in that city, and he figured that he would have to use up all of his allowance. So he went down to the dining room, the last morning, and ate a breakfast that cost him $9. This breakfast was made up of every expensive dish that he could think of, even to a planked steak. The opportunity for eating a lot of food at the hotels for the first time often makes such an appeal to young recruits that they literally eat themselves out of the league. I have known several cases of ball players failing to make good simply because they could not resist the temptation to eat a lot of food at the expense of the club. They have to be lectured frequently during the training period. A big strapping kid, wants to eat all the time, and he can't see why he shouldn't indulge himself. All the old-timers in baseball remember the big pitcher in baseball who could not read or write. I won't mention his name because it might be considered unkind. This player could not read the menu cards, and he tried to escape attention by listening closely to what others ordered and then duplicating it. 2 of the regular players were seated with him one day and began to order. They went right down the list, and he thought they were reading every item from the card. When they finished, the waiter handed him the long menu card, on which were listed 100 dishes. The meals were a la carte. In a wise way, the poor fellow glanced over the card impressively. "Bring me that and a cup of coffee," he said to the amazed waiter, handing him the card. They tell of another young fellow named Whiteley, who came into the league and thought of nothing but food. On his first regular road trip in the big league city, he sat at a table with a newspaper reporter in one of the best American plan hotels in the world. He proceeded to order dishes for breakfast, just as he did at the little hotel in Texas, where anyone could eat everything on the bill without being overfed. Finally, the waiters appeared, bearing huge trays of dishes covered with silver warmers. There was not enough room on the table for the one breakfast, let alone that of the newspaper man. "Say," said Whiteley, awed by the sight of all this wonderful food, "do they eat this way all the time in the big leagues?" "Do they?" replied the reporter, keeping a serious face. Just wait till we get to St. Louis and I'll show you a regular hotel. Gee, exclaimed the young man with a touch of anxiety in his voice. I certainly hope I make good up here. He didn't, though. In another month he had eaten himself out of the league and was back in the minors, where the menu cards were not quite as long or fulsome. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37. Interesting development of the game. 1907 to 1912. Philadelphia Athletics in the first rank. The team that stole the pennant. Marquard and Mathewson do some explaining. The 5 years between 1907 and 1912 in many ways was to my mind one of the most interesting and important periods in Major League Baseball. The American League had completely established itself as a permanent fixture in the history of the game, and bitterness had begun to die away. Everybody realized that the two major leagues had proved a good thing for the game rather than a detriment. It enabled us to establish as a permanent classic the annual World Series. With this feeling came hard, constructive efforts to build up great teams. Each league was on its mettle. The public was given the best that money and intelligence could provide. Appreciation of this was shown by an immediate growth in attendance all over the country. In other words, baseball had entered a new era. Since that time it has never lagged, except of course during the World War. An evidence of the importance of this era was the development of at least three great ball clubs, the Athletics, the Giants, and the Cubs. To this day, those three teams are used as a basis for comparison in judging the strength of a pennant winner. There have been constant arguments as to the respective merits of those three clubs. As I have said before, I think my 1905 team was the smartest of the clubs that I have handled, though it was not so fast. It was much smarter than our clubs of 1911, 12, or 13. I have never regarded the Chicago club of 1906, 7, and 8 as the greatest of ball clubs. It had determination and fighting spirit, and it had smartness, but it did not have the natural strength of the Athletics of 1911 or of the 1905 New York team. Nobody appreciates the efforts of the famous Cubs more than myself, but in all frankness I must say that Chance's club was not so good as the Athletics of 1911, a team that lasted until Connie Mack finally broke it up, deliberately. In that team, Connie Mack had practically everything that he needed for a great club. There were no weak spots that one could indicate with certainty. In the first place, it had wonderful pitching. Very few ball clubs were ever equipped with such pitchers as Bender, Plank, and Coombs. All of these were thinking pitchers. In addition, they had the goods physically. A club with a trio of such pitchers would be pretty hard to beat in a season, or in a series, any time. I don't remember ever having seen a much better combination around second base than Eddie Collins and Jack Barry. Then at third there was Frank Baker. Stuffy McInnes came along soon, and there was an infield pretty nearly perfect. All these men could hit, and all knew the tricks of the game in the field. The Athletics had a punch at all times. Our pitchers realized that to their sorrow the first time we ran against them. On the other hand, our batters knew what they were up against when they had to face such pitchers as Plank, Coombs, and Bender. I have no hesitation in expressing the opinion that the Athletics of that period were one of the greatest ball clubs of all times. We had to face them for the World's Championship in 1911. Going into that fight, we had one of the fastest clubs that New York ever turned out, but it was not the smartest club by any means. We were just emerging from the period of completely rebuilding a team with younger blood. We had made many trades and had dug up several youngsters since the stormy days of 1907 and 1908. Finally I got together this outfit, and it won the pennant. Myers, Merkel, Doyle, Fletcher, Herzog, Schaefer, Murray, Snodgrass, DeVore, Mathewson, Marquard, Tesreau, and Wiltsey. Mighty few ball clubs ever put together were faster than that combination. That, I think, was the greatest base-running club I ever saw. We stole so many bases, led the league so far in that respect, that we were jokingly referred to as having literally stolen the pennant. The players got the notion that they could steal on anybody, and that belief was so strong that they went out and did it. On one trip west, we arrived in Chicago with a club in rags and tatters, had to telegraph for new uniforms. Nearly every man on the club had slid the seat out of his uniform pants. We had patched and patched until the principal feature of our pants was safety pins. Josh DeVore's clothes barely hung on him, and Doyle's and Merkel's, Murray's and Herzog's were almost as bad. Hitting the dirt repeatedly, day after day, puts the average uniform to quite a test. This telegram of ours for new pants created a lot of amusement at the time. In the first game in Chicago,
Josh DeVore slid so completely out of his patched-up breeches that a cordon of players had to form around him and escort him off the field. Toward the end of the season, our club was all worn out, physically and mentally. The strain had been too hard, and they were overtrained, stale. That was an abstemious club. We had no difficulty about the rules of conduct. That is one time that I favoured the use of ale or beer. The players were going around with a haggard look in their eyes and heavy lines in their faces. Someone suggested the gang would like to see Wilbert Robinson, who had been with us in the training period. His jovial smile was always a good tonic for the players. We telegraphed for him to join us. He was in business in Baltimore at the time. Robbie showed up the next day. After looking the players over, he asked them, "Who's dead around here? What's the matter?" With a few slaps on the back, he rounded the young fellows up and put new spirit in them. He took Chief Myers, Rube Marquardt, and others off that night and made them take a few glasses of ale. The pennant fight was forgotten, and they laughed over spring training jokes. The psychological effect was wonderful. In a little while, the young fellows relaxed and became natural again. They spurted right ahead and won out. Our club was pretty well worn out and shot to pieces when we faced the Athletics in the World Series in 1911. I do not give that as a reason for our defeat, but it was a contributing cause. The main cause of our losing that series was the wonderful hitting and pitching of the Athletics. In that series, we had 2 games broken up by Home Run Baker, if you will remember. Incidentally, both of these famous home runs were made off pitches that had been delivered against orders. Marquardt and Mathewson both pitched to Baker contrary to my instructions. I do not mean to say that we should have won the world's pennant if that had not happened, but we certainly should have had a better chance. I had instructed Marquardt not to pitch a high fastball to Baker, but he forgot. He put one just in that spot and Baker whammed it into the stands. Strangely enough, Mathewson, who rarely forgot anything in his life, did exactly the same thing when he pitched. After manoeuvring around a while, he handed Baker a high fast one in an effort to cross him. Again, Baker slammed it into the stands. An amusing feature of these incidents was the articles in the papers by Marquardt and Mathewson. Both were writing signed stories on the series. Matty told how Marquardt had pitched the wrong ball to Baker. When Marquardt came out in this article, he agreed that Matty knew what he was talking about because he pitched the same thing. The players and the fans had a good laugh about that. For the first time, we discovered that Marquardt had a sense of humour. End of Chapter 37. Chapter 38. Greatest of all ball players, the longest throw on record. Many of the old-time players and fans who have been kind enough to suggest subjects for chapters in these memoirs have asked, whom do you regard as the greatest ball player that ever lived? The answer is John P. Honus Wagner. That is the easiest question I have had to answer. In my mind, there is no doubt about Hans Wagner topping them all, past or present. I believe that 99 out of every 100 baseball men, if asked that question, would make the same reply. Of course, I realize the greatness of Ty Cobb, of Roger Hornsby and George Sisler, Tris Speaker and Willie Keeler. Not one of them, though, can show the many qualities or the combination of many qualities possessed by Wagner. Generally, the dispute or argument is over a comparison of Ty Cobb and Wagner. Remember, to begin with, that Cobb is an outfielder. On the other hand, remember that Wagner was not only a great outfielder and hitter, but was also the marvel of his day in the infield. He could play any position in the infield and play it well, better perhaps than anybody else. Though I never knew of his trying, I believe he could have pitched a good game. As a catcher, he would also have been great. Wagner had one of the greatest throwing arms ever known to baseball. The size of his immense hands made it almost impossible for a ball to get away from him once it got within reach. So uniformly good was Wagner as a player that it was almost impossible to determine whether his highest point of superiority was in his fielding, in his batting, or in his base running. He was a top-notcher in all. In addition to his natural ability to do most everything better than most players could do mechanically, he had what might be called a sixth sense of baseball. He loved the game, often played it for pure amusement. He thought in terms of baseball and had an uncanny faculty for being able to think where the batter would hit a certain kind of ball. Instantly he would be on top of it and get his man. Instinctively he knew how the different batters hit and remembered. It came perfectly natural to him to move in either direction, according to whether the pitcher was throwing a curve or a fastball. In completing double plays, he never had an equal. It was rare that Wagner made a bad throw to first, and he could throw from most any position. On the field he seemed awkward as he spread himself, but every muscle in his body worked in perfect coordination. An instance of his love of the game. One day, several of us were walking about the park near Shenley Hotel in Pittsburgh. At that time, we stopped out there so as to be near the park. We still do, for that matter. A crowd of boys had started a game down in a vacant lot. A big, bulky fellow stopped to look them over. He got very much interested and asked to get in the game. They let him go to the bat. With 2 on bases, he hit a hard wallop for his side. Then the boys discovered who he was. "Isn't that old Honus down there?" someone in our party asked. Sure enough, it was. Not satisfied with having played a hard game against the Giants, he had got into that kids' game and was playing his head off. When the little fellows discovered his identity, they insisted on his signing his name to the ball he had hit. The demand was so great that Hans had to get some more balls the next day and present them to the youngsters. Wagner started out in the big leagues with the Louisville club when the National was a 12-club organization. At that time, I was in Baltimore. Very few of the modern-day fans know that Wagner was a great outfielder. Also, that he was a great first baseman. At other times, he played as an all-round man. The Louisville players were taken to Pittsburgh by Barry Dreyfus when the league was cut down to 8 teams, and Wagner went along as an outfielder. Later, he shifted to short, and it is in that position that most fans remember him. Anyone seeing Wagner play short could never forget him. Hans played the outfield just as well as he did short, but it was much harder to get a good infielder than an outfielder. That is why I say an outfielder, no matter how great, cannot be compared to Wagner. He had other qualifications just as great. It may be surprising to modern-day fans to know that for a long time, Wagner also held the world's unofficial record for making the longest throw. While playing first base for Louisville, Wagner took part in a benefit game in October 1898. As a curtain raiser to this game, there was a field contest in throwing and running. Wagner made a throw 134 yards, 1 foot and 8 inches. On account of the unofficial nature of the judging, this record was not recognized in the books, but he made it just the same. That throw broke the record made by Hatfield of the Mutuals, exactly 26 years before to the day. Hatfield's throw was 133 yards, 1 foot 7.5 inches. If you can visualize the length of that throw, you can appreciate what a heave it was. Roughly speaking, it was from the center field fence at the Polo Grounds to the plate. Records do not tell the story of Wagner, they merely help. It was his wonderful personality, his sixth baseball sense, his actions on the field. These things cannot be expressed in figures. I have before me Wagner's batting record from the time he began in 1897 up to 1910. In those 13 years he had a batting average of 348. He didn't stop by any means. After that, though, he gradually began to slow up. In 1900, he had his toughest rivalry. To lead the National League in hitting, he had to top an average of 378 by Elmer Flick and 366 by Willie Keeler. He did so by hitting 380. Hans Wagner was also blessed with that peculiar thing which, for a better name, we will call personality. There was something magnetic about him. He was just as popular in one city as another. Even in the smaller leagues, his name was a byword. He was a great drawing card. Whether the home team won or lost, the fans wanted to see Wagner. There are so many instances of his greatness that I could mention. Space prohibits my going into them. It so happens that I have with me a clipping from a sports column edited by a young man named Wright out in Omaha. It is a good illustration of what everybody thought. He says in part, "I've just seen the world's greatest ball player, and that goes as it lays, Hans Wagner. I saw Wagner at his best, playing against Chicago. To win meant to clinch first place. In the first, with one cub out and men on first and second, Hoffman hit a ball a mile a minute over second, seemingly for a hit. With a 10-foot leap, crouching close to the ground, he tore across the diamond and fairly hurled himself at the ball as it was passing. With one movement, seemingly, he tossed the ball to second, where Miller received it and whipped it to first, turning back Hoffman and completing as dazzling a double play as ever I saw." Mr. Wright points out that Wagner's great hands made it possible for him to do the things with balls that were impossible for most men. And he was correct. Yes, Wagner was the greatest of all players. I intend to put him in my All-American champion team for all time, which I will present in a later chapter. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39. Has the lively ball taken the pep out of the national game?
Base running, a lost art? While I have a keen regard and admiration for my pennant-winning and World Championship clubs of 1921 and 22, I cannot truthfully say that it has ever given me the thrill and the glow that I used to get out of my speed marvels of 1911, the club that was beaten by the Athletics. I do not mean to say that the 1911 outfit, which practically stole their way into the pennant along with the baselines, was a more powerful team than the one of 1922. I simply have a great love for it, largely because of its speed on the bases, and also because I developed nearly every man on that team. They were what you might call hand-raised. Other clubs I have built up by trades and shifts, by using what ability I may have had at organisation. Those 1911 boys, though, were my own. On that old championship team were Herzog, Fletcher, Doyle and Merkel in the infield. In the outfield were Murray, Devore and Snodgrass, all speedsters. Now think of this. That gang stole 347 bases, and the battering average of the team was but 279. The 1921 club had a batting average of 298, but stole only 137 bases. Over in the American League that same year, 1921, the Washington team led in base running with a total of 111. It is not difficult, therefore, to understand why I cherish that old club. All my baseball life I have doted on base running. Nobody regrets the decline in base running more than I do. But with the lively ball being hit all about the lot, the necessity of taking chances on the bases has decreased. A manager would be foolish not to play the game as it is, meet the new situation with new tactics. One who jumps at conclusions would say right off, the real, that the club averaging 298 ought to steal more bases than the one batting 279. On the face of things, that would be obvious, because more men got on bases, but it's not true at all. The answer lies in the extraordinary number of long hits. Obviously, a man cannot steal second when he hits a two-base hit, although he has less chance of stealing third when there are so many triples. Again, there is no use in sending men down on a long chance of stealing a bag when there is a better chance of the batter hitting the ball for two bases, or maybe out of the lot. The lively ball is responsible for all that. I do not like the lively ball. I think the game far more interesting when the art of making scores lies in scientific work on the bases. Moreover, I am inclined to believe that the public does not like the lively ball all the time. I say this in full knowledge of the attendance figures which have steadily grown. I think they would have grown anyway. It is true that the spectator likes to see home run hits, but there are times when he gets weary of it. In one game at Chicago, we got hold of a lively ball last year, 1922, and made so many runs in one inning that a big percentage of the crowd walked out of the park. An odd thing about this lively ball is that no manager that I ever heard of was ever consulted as to the advisability of using it. The manufacturers insist that the balls are made just the same as before, that there was no intention of making the ball livelier. Nevertheless, it is livelier. To make certain, all you have to do is watch a hard-hit ball to the infield. Often the ball goes so fast as to shoot past the infielder before he has a chance. This idea of a lively ball is not new. Way back in the early 80s, the matter was discussed. They even went so far as to have some lively balls made and run into the games. It was so lively that often the ball would hit the ground and bound high over the infielder's head, sometimes as high as 20 feet. The ball was so unsatisfactory that the idea of a change was dropped. In the Brotherhood year, the lively ball was tried again. I remember we got hold of one of them in an exhibition game in Knoxville, Tennessee. The opposition ran the ball in on us. It so happened that they popped up a few, and we got a crack at it. We knocked it all over the lot. I think it would be a good plan to have a standard ball and have it tested according to official weights and measures at Washington. I think it should be very simple to test the liveliness of the ball by measuring the rebound of several of them dropped from the same distance on a concrete floor. With such a test, it would be possible for every ball to be practically the same. At any rate, the players would know what they had to deal with. There are other elements, though, that have added to the great increase in hitting. The pitchers are now forbidden to rub the surface of the ball or to discolour it in any way. If you will remember, in the old days there was a great shout from the players and from the public when a new ball was thrown into play. Now we'll get a bust at that old shining rock, used to be the common saying. It was accepted as a truth that the batter had a much better chance at a smooth white ball than at a roughened and discoloured one. When a new ball was thrown out, the pitcher immediately began rubbing it in the dirt so as to get a better grip on it. Also, he rubbed it on his clothing. That is not allowed now. As a result, the new ball frequently slips and does not take the bends and twists intended by a pitcher. In addition to these handicaps on the pitcher, there are many more balls used in a game than in the past. The umpires will throw out most any ball objected to by a pitcher. Over in the American League, this willingness of the umpires to throw out a ball started with the sad accident in which Ray Chapman was killed by a ball pitched by Carl Mays. I am told that someone had objected to the ball that day, but the umpire did not see fit to throw it out. Instead of going as intended, the ball sailed and Chapman was hit. Since then, the umpires take no chances. In a way, one cannot blame them. According to some of the manufacturers, the liveliness of the ball may be due to a better grade of material. They say, though, that the same amount of yarn and the same core is still used. All these restrictions on the pitcher and the additional liveliness of the ball have increased the effectiveness of the batter and therefore have decreased the necessity for the development of base running as a high art. In the old days, the steal of second base or the taking of an extra base on a short hit often meant the one run needed to win. With the batters able to smack the ball almost at will, what is the use of running the risk of having men thrown out on daring chances? They might better stand still and score a long hit. If base running was as necessary as it was in 1911, 1912 and 1913, when we had such a fast team, I am not at all sure that my present team would go out and steal a lot of bases. They do it, though, by hitting while the others did it by stealing. The great loss to me, after all, is the thrill that I got out of seeing men shoot down the base paths, one after another, until they had stolen their way to a win. That was baseball. The kind of baseball that I learned to love when I got my first job. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40. The All-American Team of 30 Years. What McGraw thinks would be the greatest ball club in the world, and why. Since it became known that I was to write my 30 years in baseball, I have received numerous requests to name the teams that, in my opinion, would be the best of all times. First, the All-American group, including the star players of 30 years, the one great championship team of all. Second, the All-National League team. Third, the All-American League team. I find myself facing a proposition that is more delicate than difficult. I intend to be perfectly frank, though, and say just what I think. Of course, I must base my opinion on players that I have played with or against, and that I have seen personally. In 30 years or more, I have come pretty close to seeing them all, I think. Always I have been a close observer of my rivals. In fact, I attribute what success I may have had to studying the opposition and trying never to underrate the strength of a team as a group and as individuals. Though I have no hesitation in making my choices, I fully appreciate the differences of opinion that will arise, even among my own friends and associates. I am inclined to believe, however, that most of the baseball men who have been in the game as long as myself will come pretty near to agreeing with me. In several instances, I find the strength of players so nearly even, they have tried to make my choice fair by using one as a regular and the other as a substitute on the same team. I hope those interested will bear in mind that I have taken personally team spirit and morale of the players into consideration, along with their official batting and fielding averages. There are many truly great players who never stood out boldly in the record books. Naturally, I have discarded all players who at any time were found guilty of dishonesty. No matter how much of mechanical ability a man may have had, the fact that he was dishonest would make him useless to a team. Always I have been interested in reading the selection of other baseball men, who speak with a certain amount of authority and knowledge, but this is the first time I have ever picked an All-American team, covering the stars of 30 years. I am mindful of the discussions that will probably arise, and I wish I could hear them. This, I think, would make the best ball club in the world. The All-American team. Catchers: Buck Ewing and Roger Bresnahan. Pitchers: Christy Mathewson, John McMahon, John Clarkson, Amos Rusey, Walter Johnson, Adi Joss, Rube Waddell. First base: George Sisler. Second base: Eddie Collins. Shortstop: Honus Wagner. Third base: Jimmy Collins. Substitute infielder: Napoleon Lajoie. Left field: Hugh Duffy. Centre field: Ty Cobb. Right field: Willie Keeler. Substitute outfielder: Joe Kelly. In making these selections, I have taken into careful consideration smartness, which includes the quickness of thought and action, general physical and mental caliber. Also, I have made aggressiveness a necessary qualification. Very likely there will be a surprise at some of the famous men that I have left out.
Explanation of that may come in succeeding chapters. I will now give my reasons for selecting each member of this great team. Buck Ewing, for general all-round excellence as a backstop, never had an equal. He was smart and aggressive. He came as near to being a catcher without a single weakness as the game has ever known. In fact, Buck Ewing was a Ty Cobb behind the bat. He had a mental capacity equal to his playing ability. Ewing could handle a team perfectly. He was compelled to do that with the old-time Giants because Jim Mutry, the nominal manager, was more of a businessman than a team director. Mutry frequently sat on the players' bench and always wore a plug hat. That in itself is indicative of a mental attitude as a field director or leader of men. While Ewing was not a speed marvel on the bases, he was one of the most successful base stealers of all time. He had the uncanny knack of getting the jump on the pitches. No player ever studied a rival's pitcher's delivery closer and was so quick to take advantage of the slightest false move. As a thrower, Buck excelled. He got the ball away from him with a quick round arm snap, no time being wasted. Buck threw what is known as a very heavy ball, one that dropped in the baseman's hand like a lump of lead. Ewing had so much confidence in his throwing that I have seen him deliberately roll the ball away from him just to tempt the base runner into a steal. He was a hard hitter as well as a scientific place hitter. Roger Bresnahan was a close second to Ewing in all that goes to make a great catcher. Already I have gone into the details of his greatness. As you all know, I developed Bresnahan into a catcher from a pitcher. One day, when we were shy of catchers and trying to get one, he came to me and said, "You don't have to get another catcher. I will go behind the bat myself." He did, and his subsequent career is baseball history. Bresnahan is perhaps the only catcher who ever acted as a lead-off man in the batting order. Also, he could play any position on a ball club and play it well. Bresnahan was possessed as much of catching brains as any man I ever saw, not excepting my old pal Wilbert Robinson. Roger seemed to do everything right by intuition. It was never necessary to tell him anything twice. It will be remembered that in the World Series of 1905, I put Roger behind the bat in every one of the 5 games. We beat the Athletics 4 of the 5. That is what I thought of his ability as a catcher and of his head work. There is no doubt in my mind as to George Sisler being the greatest first baseman of all time. He has so many good qualities that it is difficult to center attention on his hitting, his fielding, or his base running. It should be remembered also that Sisler is an excellent pitcher. Sisler is a small man as compared with many of the great first basemen. Overcoming that lack of stature is in itself a mark of great ability. Most of the other famous basemen were big men. Managers selected them that way, such as Dan Brothers, Roger Connor, Cap Anson, Charlie Kaminsky. Sisler has proved that the old idea of big men being necessary was a fallacy. Think of it. The shortest man who ever played the bag tops them all as a fielder and as a batter. George Sisler is one of the marvels of baseball. If he has a weakness, nobody, so far as I know, has ever located it. In the next chapter I will discuss the other great infielders of all time and explain why I have selected them and proceed with the outfielders. End of Chapter 40. Chapter 41. Analysing the players on McGraw's All-American team of all time. Infielders and outfielders who contributed in innovations to the sport. I doubt if anybody will dispute my selection of Eddie Collins as the greatest second baseman of all time, and therefore entitled to a place on the All-American team of all time. At any rate, there is no doubt in my mind about it. In picking him, I am fully mindful of the greatness of such men as Napoleon Lajoie. It's pretty hard to select any team that leave Lajoie off. Still, Eddie Collins, in my opinion, is entitled to the honour. There is nothing that Collins does not know about playing that important position. The Giants played against Eddie in several World Championship games in which we were defeated. I have been a staunch admirer of that young man's ability ever since. I saw him make his first play, and as a pivot man on the double play, I don't remember ever having seen his equal. As an all-round man, he is superb. Not only does he play the game, but he thinks it. Rare are the occasions when Collins does not anticipate the play. To cross him is almost impossible, and he is just as forceful on the offense as on the defense. His mental attitude is an inspiration to fellow players. In the selection of the shortstop, there is no going behind the returns. I doubt if there is a baseball man in the United States who would not select Hans Wagner for shortstop for any team, no matter how great, without a moment's hesitation. I have never heard of anything pointing to a man as a possible peer of Wagner. He stands out above all.
In these memoirs, I've already devoted a chapter to showing that I think Hans Wagner the greatest ball player that ever lived, regardless of position. If Wagner had any weakness as a batter, we never discovered it. On occasions, he would strike out on an out curve. The next time up, he was likely to hit the same curve out of the lot. Wagner had a faculty for hitting bad balls as well as good ones. He would make up his mind to hit, and hit he would, regardless of what the pitcher gave him. He always stood in that far corner of the box and would run into the ball, swinging with deadly accuracy. On the defensive, Wagner could throw it from any position, and he had a pair of hands that never failed him. It was a common saying among ball players that Wagner never made a wild peg in his life. Hans Wagner will go down in baseball history as the greatest of all time. I believe that he could have played several more years than he did. There have been many great third basemen, and I have had several on my teams, but in my mind there is no question that the honor of the All-American third baseman of all time should go to Jimmy Collins. Incidentally, Jimmy Collins and Eddie Collins are not related. I select Jimmy for his general excellence as a fielder, a hitter, and a man. He was a great fellow on and off the field and a credit to baseball. Jimmy Collins was particularly adept at going for bunts. The art of bunting had just come into being when Collins began playing third base, and he was the first to solve this style of play. I remember very well a game in which we had the opposing third baseman standing on his head, trying to handle these tantalizing little jabs. Collins was playing the outfield. He was called in. In a few innings, it seemed he had completely blocked our efforts. Jimmy Collins was the originator, the real pioneer of the modern style of playing third base. He is clearly entitled to the All-America honor. In the outfield, I have selected Hugh Duffy of the old Boston champions as the All-American left fielder. Fans of today do not remember Duffy quite so well as the younger men, but they should. Not only was he a marvellous fielder, but he was one of the hardest hitters the game has ever known. Duffy is not a large man, but my, how he could sting that ball. In Boston, old fans still relate some of his picturesque catches in the outfield. Duffy first played centre field for the Bostons. After they won the championship in 1897 and 1898, though, he shifted to left field and played there to the end of his career. Duffy is one of the few men to hit as high as 400. He is also a great base runner and had team spirit. Ty Cobb is outstanding as a centre fielder, a base runner and a batter. There is little use in my going into details about him. Everybody has seen Ty Cobb and knows his ability. The mere fact that he led the American League so many years in succession and is still a premier with the bat is sufficient. His aggressiveness is even a greater factor. There have been many ball players who could play the outfield as well as Cobb, but none of them had his combination of speed, aggressiveness, and quick thinking. I doubt if anybody will dispute Ty Cobb's claim to the honour as the All-American centre fielder of all time. For many years I have selected Willie Keeler for right field. Poor Willie died on New Year's Day, 1923, after a long illness, heart trouble. When he passed out, one of the greatest lights that ever shone in baseball was dimmed. I played on the same team with Keeler, the Orioles, and I knew him like a book. I knew his ability in every department of the game. At bat, Keeler and myself were a team that helped to win many a pennant. I led off and he followed. If I may be permitted to say so, Keeler and I practically revolutionized the style of hitting to advance the runner, a form of attack that had never been given much attention up to 1894. In previous chapters I have discussed Keeler at length, giving many instances of his greatness. Space will not permit repetition here. As a hitter, as a fielder, and as a base runner, I have no hesitation in naming Willie Keeler as the greatest right fielder of all time. God rest his soul. It has been very hard to leave Joe Kelly off that regular outfield. In recognition of his greatness and to do him justice, I have placed him on my All-American team as the extra outfielder. From my personal association with Kelly on the old Orioles, and from my daily observation of his work, I am strongly convinced that Joe in his day was as good a man for the position as any of those who preceded him or followed him. In considering this matter, I have gone over all the great ones, including such men as George Burns, Jimmy McAleer, and many others. Some of them were weak in certain spots like hitting or base running. Joe had no prominent weakness. He was as fast on the bases, could hit the ball hard, and was as graceful as an outfielder as one could care to see. He covered an immense amount of ground, and had that necessary faculty, so prominent in Speaker and others, of being able to place himself where the batter would be likely to hit the ball. Joe Kelly was a great ball player. I wouldn't be satisfied if I didn't have him on my all-star team.
I have a hunch that some of my old friends, maybe some old strangers, will write in and ask me to explain why I left certain men off my team. It is enough to explain my selections. It would be impossible to discuss those left off. In the next chapter, I will explain my selections of pitchers. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42. The Hall of Fame pitchers. Devore's experience with Walter Johnson's smoke. Rube Waddell's hands. I have selected Christy Mathewson to top my staff of pitchers for the grand All-American team of all time. I'm inclined to believe that 99 baseball men out of every 100 will agree with me. There has never been a pitcher like Mathewson in the past, and I do not expect to see another like him for the next quarter of a century. Men who combine all the coordinated qualities that he possessed are not born often. And there are a few men who have the trend of mind that will develop these unusual qualities that are given by birth. It was my fortune to be Mathewson's manager during the years of his greatness, and I was in a better position to observe his development, perhaps, than any other man. To my mind, Matty's reputation will live as long as baseball lives. In addition to physical ability, Mathewson had the perfect temperament for a great ball player. Always he sought to learn something new, and he never forgot what he had learned in the past. He had everything: strength, intelligence, courage, and willingness. Early in his career, Matty saw the necessity for control and change of pace. Then he originated the fadeaway curve and other deliveries that were equally puzzling and effective. To his ability, I would give him a large share of the credit for my success with the Giants, especially in the early days. Mathewson's record is so well known that I need not go into details. John McMahon, Sadie he was nicknamed, was with me on the old Baltimore Orioles. We had a great string of victories to our credit, and to McMahon is due a large share of the credit. He was one of the gamest boxmen that I ever knew. He had practically everything that a good pitcher needs, but his one great quality was nerve. In the most critical moments, he was as cool as a cucumber. The harder the fight, the more effective he grew. I never knew him to weaken. John Clarkson, the third pitcher of my All-American staff, was with the Chicago club for years under Cap Anson. Clarkson was easily the most brilliant pitcher of his day. There is no doubt in my mind about his right to a place on the list. Amos Russi, the Hoosier Cyclone as he was called, was the best pitcher the Giants ever had up to the time of Mathewson. His tremendous speed accounts for the nickname of Hoosier Cyclone. He came from Indiana. While great speed is usually associated with a fastball rather than a curve, Russi's particular greatness was the great force he could put behind the curve. Even with the count 2 and 3, Russi would not hesitate to shoot a curve over the plate with the speed of a bullet. Later he developed a slow ball, and this proved a perfect foil for the smoke he could use if necessary. Owing to trouble that arose between the Hoosier Cyclone and Andrew Freeman, owner of the Giants at that time, this great speed artist's engagement with New York was curtailed. His 1 year's absence from baseball proved very injurious to Russi's rare effectiveness, and he soon retired from the game. Amos is now employed at the Polo Grounds in New York. As I have mentioned before, it was the work of Russi and Jowett Meakin that beat the Orioles in the first Temple Cup series. They pitched all the games. What's more, they pitched all the games the last month of the season. Walter Johnson of the Washington Club is a pitching star whose reputation for speed challenges that of Russi. It is to be regretted that Johnson never had the good fortune to be on a championship club. His fame would have been greatly enhanced. There have been few greater pitchers in all history of baseball than Walter Johnson. I shall never forget when we went to Washington to play an exhibition game with the Senators, and Josh Devore, for the first time, saw the great Johnson. There had been much talk among the players as to whether Walter really had so much smoke, or if it was just fan talk. Devore, a whimsical little fellow, walked up to the bat and set himself. Immediately Johnson whizzed one by him so fast that he didn't even see the ball. He looked around sort of dazed, and as he did so, Johnson whipped another over. By this time, Devore was staring in wonder. Then Johnson popped one into the catcher's hand so quickly that Devore didn't get a chance to draw back his bat. "Say," he said, coming back to the bench, shaking his head, "you know, that's so what them fellows have been saying about that guy. He's got it." In addition to his smoke ball, Johnson had a wonderful curve. Also, he knew how to pitch. He belongs on any All-American team.
Addy Joss was another of the star pitchers of the American League along with Johnson. He was what ball players knew as a thinking pitcher. Joss was very tall and had such an easy motion that he could keep the ball on top of the batter all the time without the latter realizing that he was being fooled. Against Josh, the ordinary batter was always on the defensive instead of the offensive. He knew the weaknesses of his opponents and played them as a cat would a mouse. Addy Joss was indeed a great pitcher. He was one of the best beloved men in the game. Sadly enough, he died while still quite young. Rube Waddell was, perhaps, the most picturesque of all pitchers, as I have pointed out by incidents in previous chapters. He was nothing more nor less than a southpaw freak. Nobody ever knew exactly the mental process that enabled Waddell to think so clearly and quickly on the field, and then do such nonsensical and freakish things off the field. There was never another like him. I am inclined to believe there never will be. The nearest to him in mental characteristics was Bugs Raymond, though they were in no way alike in pitching. Waddell had such tremendous speed, and such puzzling deliveries, coming always as a surprise that he was practically unbeatable. When in good physical condition, Waddell always had the game in the palm of his hand. Incidentally, that was a most remarkable hand. Rube's left hand was so large he could completely hide a billiard ball in it. He's one of the few men who could make their fingers meet around a baseball. That gave him his tremendous speed. A baseball to him was like a billiard or a pool ball to the average pitcher. By being able to completely encircle the ball with his fingers, Waddell could put any kind of twist on it that he desired. In a previous chapter I have mentioned Waddell's eccentricities. One that will always live in the memory of the fans was his trick of calling in all the outfield and infield with the exception of the first baseman. Then he would wind up the side by striking at the batters or making them bounce the ball to him. He did that in several exhibition games, very much to the delight of the fans and to the satisfaction of his own sense of humour. While Waddell was eccentric, did many crazy things, don't get the impression that he didn't know what he was doing when he was in the pitcher's box. No All-American team would be complete without Rube. This completes my selections for the one great team of all time. In the succeeding chapters, I will present my selections of the All-American League and All-National teams. End of Chapter 42. Chapter 43. McGraw picks the All-National League team of 30 years. The first floater pitcher. Delahanty's record, 4 home runs in one game. It will be noticed that my selection of players to make up an All-National League stars of the past 30 years includes most of those on my grand All-American team of all times. The reason for that is obvious. Most of the great players of the past had to play in the National League at some time or other, because it was the only major league up to 1900. Here is my list. Catchers: Buck Ewing, Roger Bresnahan. Pitchers: Christy Mathewson, John McMahon, John Clarkson, Napoleon Rucker. First base: Frank Chance. Second base: Roger Hornsby. Shortstop: Hans Wagner. Third base: Jimmy Collins. Left field: Hugh Duffy. Centre field: Ed Delahanty. Right field: Willie Keeler. Substitute outfielder: Joe Kelly. Substitute infielder: Frank Frisch. Already I have explained my choice of many of these players in the grand All-American team. With the exception of Nap Rucker, the pitchers and the catchers are the same. I have included Rucker because of his greatness in the National League during the period of its greatest growth. He never played in any other league. Rucker was easily the greatest slow ball pitcher that I have ever seen. He relied on that tantalizing floater almost solely in critical moments. Occasionally he would serve a swifter ball, but even then that was only a half-speed delivery, just enough to be a foil for his teasers. Of course, you know that Rucker was a southpaw. Originally he used considerable speed, but as his arm became weaker he was wise enough to appreciate that he could not last much longer unless he conserved his strength. Thereupon he shifted to his slow ball, and with perfect control was a better pitcher than ever. Rucker utilized a sailor that seemed to hang in the air as if he had tied a string to it. Many a batter almost broke his back swinging at that ball before it got to him. He felt sure that he could knock it out of the lot. It appeared so big and so easy. There have been other slow ball pitchers of note, but Rucker had the most aggravating delivery of them all. Why, Rucker can make that ball talk, I heard one dumbfounded batter say. It comes up as big as a house and just seems to drift away when I swing. It ain't there. It was really laughable to see a batter go up against Rucker the first time. As ill fortune would have it, Rucker never got to pitch on a championship team.
He did come back as a coach and was allowed to go in for a few minutes when Brooklyn got in the World Series. But that was after his usefulness had waned. Frank Chance, in my opinion, is easily entitled to the place as the All-National League first baseman. He was the manager of the Cubs in the days of our great rivalry. Those were tough fighting days, every game a scrapping event. There was no weakening or quitting of a team on either side. Frank Chance least of them all. He was always there with the goods as a hitter, a fielder, and a base runner. Frank Chance knew baseball from A to Z. There have been mighty few such combinations as Evers, Tinker, and Chance. Roger Hornsby is my choice for second base because of his many evidences of greatness. There had been so much talk about Hornsby as a batter that attention seems to have been diverted from his second base play and base running. This wonderful Texan is a much greater fielder and a base stealer than a fan seemed to appreciate. He has everything, is almost the perfect ball player. There is no hesitation on my part in selecting Hornsby. It will be noticed that the name of Jimmy Collins appears on both my clubs. He will also appear on the All-American League team to be given later. This may be puzzling to some of the younger fans who may regard Jimmy Collins as an American leaguer. They do not realize, perhaps, that Jimmy Collins rose to real greatness while in the National League. As I have said, he really originated the present style of defense against the bunt. Later, he went to the American League, where he was just as great for years. As I have already given my reasons for selecting Jimmy on the Grand All-American team, I will not discuss them here. I have selected Frankie Frisch as a substitute infielder on the All-National League team because I regard him as one of the greatest young ball players that has come into the league in the last 20 years. Coming from Fordham University, where he was first noticed by Arthur Devlin, Frisch almost immediately got the nickname of Fordham Flash. He truly deserves it. In addition to his speed, Frisch has the baseball instinct. That is difficult to acquire. He seems to have been born with it. So wonderful has the work of this boy in 2.5 years that I would not be surprised to see him some day selected as a member of the Grand All-American team of all time. My selection of Ed Delahanty on the All-National League team for central field is a source of much satisfaction to me. I had considered him for the Grand All-American team of all time, but in the last analysis I could not give him the place over Ty Cobb. I have no hesitation, though, in listing Ed here. Ed Delahanty was the Babe Ruth of his day. Though he was a right-handed hitter, Ruth did not have a great deal on him when he was coming to smashing the ball out of the lot. He was a tall fellow with broad, powerful shoulders that gave him great swinging strength. Delahanty, I believe, holds the record of having hit 4 home runs in one game. My, how he could plaster that ball. Not only was Delahanty a marvellous hitter, but he was a great fielder. Ed was a good-natured, lovable fellow, and naturally was one of the most popular idols of his day. On the same team with him, Philadelphia, was Napoleon LaJoie. They were indeed a grand pair. Talk about your heavy artillery. Well, many an infielder had his legs knocked out from under him by those boys. The other players on this All-National League list are on my Grand All-American team and have been discussed in the preceding chapters. In the next chapter, I will present what I consider the All-American League team since the second Major League came into being. End of Chapter 43. Chapter 44. The All-American League team. Greatest of all spitball pitchers. Ty Cobb versus Tris Speaker. In attempting to select a team of American League stars, I am mindful of the fact that I have not been so closely associated with them as with those of the National League. At the same time, my various teams have played against most of them, either in World Series contests or in spring exhibition games. Also, I was rather intimately associated with many of their stars in our trip around the world. Incidentally, I intend to devote a chapter to the World's Tour later on. I have tried to be fair and just about giving all of these players careful consideration. I am inclined to feel that my choice will meet with the approval of the majority of the lovers of baseball. Here is my selection. Catchers: Ray Chalk, Lou Krieger. Pitchers: Rube Waddell, Addy Joss, Ed Walsh, Chief Bender, Walter Johnson. First base: George Sisler. Second base: Eddie Collins. Third base: Jimmy Collins. Shortstop: George Davis. Left field: Tris Speaker. Center field: Ty Cobb. Right field: Harry Hooper. Substitute infielder: Napoleon LaJoie.
substitute outfielder Babe Ruth. I feel rather sure that my choice of Roy Schwalk for the All-American League catcher will meet with the approval of the players in that league. I have talked with a number of them, and it seems to be the general opinion that he stands out. Personally, I'm quite familiar with his catching, and I regard him as the best backstop the American League has ever produced. Schwalk has all the qualifications to go to make the perfect catcher, or as near to it as we can get. He studies opposing batters carefully and remembers their weaknesses. Owing to the confidence of fellow players in his judgment, Schwalk steadies the whole team. He is a hard and conscientious worker and loves his profession. Schwalk is a hard and accurate thrower, and because of his wonderful pair of hands, he is seldom disabled. He is also very fast on the bases, an unusual thing for a catcher, and is a good hitter. I have no hesitancy in selecting him as one of the greatest American League stars behind the bat. Lou Krieger was a catcher of the old school and one of the classiest. He caught Cy Young, Bill Deenan, and other stars for years. All of them pronounced him great. Krieger was an everyday, hard-working catcher that always could be depended upon. Though Lou was but a fair hitter, he was very dependable in the pinches. His gentlemanly conduct all around, even temperament, made him most valuable to any organization. Lou Krieger was a credit to the game. I have already discussed the All-American pitchers, with the exception of Chief Bender and Ed Walsh. There is no question in my mind that an All-American League team would be incomplete without the wily Indian, Bender. The game has produced very few such pitchers. In addition to his natural strength, his wonderful speed and curves, Bender made an intensive study of batters. It was seldom that he made a mistake. No pitcher ever had more nerve. Bender was one of the athletic pitchers to beat us in that first World Series. Ed Walsh I have selected as a pitcher for several reasons. He was easily the most famous and effective of all the spitball pitchers. While with the White Sox, Ed was practically invincible. A big factor in his value to a ball club was his marvelous endurance. He could have pitched every day if it had been necessary. Aside from his spitball, Walsh had tremendous speed and splendid control. It was the clever pitching of Walsh day after day that enabled the White Sox, then called the Hitless Wonders, to win the American League pennant and to beat out the Cubs in the World Series that followed in Chicago. George Davis is my selection for shortstop on account of his all-around ability. He excelled as a hitter, was an expert shortstop, a wonderful base runner, and an exceptionally quick thinker. He was at one time a star with the Giants in the old days, and later with the White Sox. When I came into the National League as manager of the Giants, Davis was one of the first men I went after for my infield when I started a raid on the American League. I was not allowed to keep him, though, under the national agreement, which I have already discussed. Getting down to my outfield, it may occasion a little surprise to note that I placed Tris Speaker in left field. As everybody knows, Speaker is a centre fielder. He could play left just as well, though. Since I've already placed Ty Cobb on the grand All-American team of all time, I could not consistently leave him off the All-American League team. At the same time, I cannot, in fairness, leave Tris Speaker off. It so happens that the two greatest outfields happen to play the same position. If I had them both on my club, I would certainly play them as I have indicated here. As a matter of fact, it's been very difficult for me to choose between Cobb and Speaker. In covering ground and actually making catches, it is likely that Speaker would outshine Cobb, but Ty is so supreme in all other departments and in his aggressive spirit that I gave him the edge. Tris Speaker has been an outstanding figure in baseball for years. He has challenged Ty Cobb's popularity in every way. If Tris had a real weakness, I have never discovered it. For years, Harry Hooper has been considered one of the greatest outfielders that ever lived. He is also one of the most dangerous hitters in a pinch that the game has known. Many pitchers still remember to their sorrow what he did to them in several World Series in which he played. Hooper made a catch against us in Boston that beat us out of the World's Championship. If I were an American League manager, I don't know where I could dig up a better outfield than Speaker, Cobb, and Hooper. My selection of Babe Ruth as the extra outfielder should be obvious to any baseball man. I have chosen him because of his spectacular hitting. Nobody could ever hit a ball like Babe Ruth. He can play any of the outfield positions and as a pinch hitter is supreme. Despite his great bulk and apparent slowness, Babe Ruth is a corking good base runner. He has been the greatest drawing card that the game has ever produced. I have to smile when I realize that I picked a team for the American League and, in my opinion, have made it so strong as to necessitate keeping Babe Ruth on the bench as a utility outfielder. After looking over my selections for these three great teams,
the Grand All-American, the All-National and the All-American, I have discovered a loophole that may cause some astute fan to jump through it and question a previous statement that I made in regard to the advantage of college players. Very few of my choices are college players, it develops. I will endeavour to explain that in the next chapter. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45. A defence of the sandlot player. Baseball as a training school for other professions. In an earlier chapter, I made the statement, made it advisedly and sincerely, that a college player developed into a ball player much more easily and readily than the boy brought up on the town lots with less advantage. I declared as between the two I would naturally prefer the college man because of his having the benefit of mental training. To illustrate the advantage of the college man, I pointed out the boy with a trained mind usually tried to find his faults and correct them, while the sandlot player often tried to hide his. In his ignorance, he thought he could get away with it. I am still of that belief, but it is possible that some old-timers have gained an erroneous impression from what I said. Do you mean to say, an old friend writes, that all great players are college men? Of course I didn't. I was merely pointing out a principle, the benefit of trained thought. As a matter of fact, very few of our really great stars have been college men. That merely proves my theory, though at first the two statements may be confusing. The fact that ball players have become stars of the first magnitude without the benefit of early college training merely emphasizes their greatness. By hard work and application they have overcome the handicap. Any one of them will tell you how much he missed those early advantages. Had he possessed that early knowledge, he would have been a great star much quicker. Looking over my selections for the three great all-star teams, it will be noticed that very few of them have been college men. That is partly due to the fact that in the early days of baseball, very few college men took up the game as a profession. Even in this day, the college men usually go into baseball as a temporary means of livelihood. Love of the game causes many of them to stick. The mediocre ones drop out and go into other occupations or professions for which they have been trained. George Sisler, for instance, is a college man. With his natural physical qualifications and his mental training, he jumped into fame almost immediately. No spell of seasoning was required. Another instance is that of Frankie Frisch. He is a college boy, coming to us straight from Fordham University. Frisch's alert mind grasped the idea of professional baseball immediately. He would notice his own faults almost as soon as I would. Without hesitation, he would come to me for advice. He was quick to put theory and practice together. On the other hand, take players like Willie Keeler, Ty Cobb, Tris Speaker, or myself. While Cobb had the benefit of considerable early education, he was not actually a college man, I am told. The rest of us didn't even have that advantage. As a result, we had to work our way up by slow stages, always conscious of our early disadvantages, but we overcame it and reached the top. The lack of this early opportunity was made so plain to Huey Jennings and myself that we spent 3 or 4 winters trying to get a college education even after we had become big leaguers. Whether the player be a sandlot man or a college boy, he cannot progress without using his mind. The townlot boy, therefore, is entitled to all the more credit when he becomes a star. The man with a stubborn mind who thinks he can advance physically without improving himself mentally rarely becomes a star. I don't know of one. Mere book learning will not do the trick either. A boy to improve must have a chance to observe the ordinary conventions of life and the ways of intelligent people off the field. I have made it a point to see that all my young players had this opportunity. Often, when a young ball player arrives in the big league, he has never been in a first-class hotel. In the smaller leagues, he has got the impression that roughness and ignorance of the niceties of life are part of his profession. This must be corrected. I have found that environment means a lot to him. Throw him into the company of gentle or educated people, and he will immediately try to act like them. I am told that in the army, the soldier who keeps himself the neatest and feels the classiest is usually the best fighter. Every regiment strives to get esprit de corps, as they call it. If a soldier is proud of his regiment and feels a pride in its appearance, he can be counted upon always. That is also true in baseball. For that reason, I made a particular point of seeing that my clubs always stop at the very best hotels that I can find. I see that they travel in first-class style on the railroads. I can remember well when first-class hotels would not take in ball clubs, under the impression that they were a rowdy lot. Often they were. We have overcome that. Today, most any hotel welcomes a ball team. The answer is that when a young fellow gets in an environment where he discovers that people are regarding him as a gentleman, he will soon learn to be a gentleman. He would not have the minds of those people disabused. Put an educated ball player and an ignorant one together as roommates, and it will be found that the ignorant one will try to emulate the educated one. It never works the other way. In other words, it is human nature to seek improvement. The great stars from the town lots are the fellows who have seen such opportunities as this and have taken advantage of it. They had the ability physically and worked to equip themselves equally well mentally. Many of these so-called town lot men are now more polished in their thoughts and direct themselves more intelligently than the man who first gave them the idea. They have educated themselves and have done it well. In this connection, I have observed a rather odd thing in baseball. There have been more men starting without education to go out of baseball into professions like law and medicine than there have been college men to leave the game and go into professions which they had been originally trained. In other words, the town lot fellow had the greater determination. With that he overcame all the difficulties. He is a truly great man. I could point out any number of instances of this. Among those ball players who are not college men and who are now successful in life, there are several members of Congress, one or two governors, a number of doctors, and quite a few engineers. I am not sure, but I don't believe Governor John K. Tenner of Pennsylvania was a college man. Then there is John Montgomery Ward, now a distinguished lawyer. Doc Pond made a great success in his profession. Mike Donlan has done well as an actor. To sum it up, the man who makes the great ball player or the great man in life is he who lets no early handicap stand in his way, but who has the determination to overcome all obstacles. It makes no difference whether he be a town lot man or a college man. Experience has shown me, though, that the college boy has less difficulty in overcoming obstacles. If he has the physical qualifications and the ambition, he develops more quickly. That is why I prefer the college man as a recruit. He may not become the greatest ball player in the world, but his value to a team becomes apparent in a shorter space of time. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46. Around the World with the White Sox. Baseball and the Crime Wave. Meeting with the King of England. Always it has been my ambition to see the profession of baseball elevated. I have seen it rise higher and higher, but the peak has not yet been reached by any means. Following out this ambition, I have always made it a point to have the players of my clubs absorb as much information and general polish as possible by observation. It was this that prompted me to make the trip around the world with the White Sox. I love my profession and am proud of it. Baseball, to my way of thinking, means much more to America than a mere game for making money. It has big influence. Incidentally, I have just learned from a statistician in Washington that crime showed a decided decrease during the World Series between the Giants and the Yanks, showed a falling off all over the country. I didn't quite see the connection until he told me that the interest of everybody in the outcome of the series had diverted the minds of young and old from thoughts of crime. Anyway, it fell off during that week remarkably. When I was a young fellow, playing on the Orioles, Jennings, Kelly, and myself made a trip to the other side just to see things. We did not go to play ball, just to observe. I was so impressed with what I saw that ever since I've had the desire to take a ball club around the world and show people of other countries just what our great national sport means. After the World Series in 1912, when I was appearing on the stage for the first, last, and only time, I met Gary Herman, John Bruce, and Charles Kaminsky in Smiley Corbett's place in Chicago. I had just finished a performance at the Palace Theatre. After a few moments of conversation, Kaminsky called me over to a table where we could talk alone. "Say, John," he said, "what do you think about taking our teams on a trip around the world?" This took me back for a moment, but only for a moment. "When would you want to start?" I asked. "Right after the close of the 1913 season." "All right, I'll go." That's all there was to it. Mr. Kaminsky and I began making arrangements shortly afterwards. Between us, we financed the entire proposition, and we never had one scrap of paper between us in the way of an agreement. What's more, we made a complete tour of the world, starting for the Orient from San Francisco and returning to New York from London. Neither of us lost or made a cent. The receipt to the games just about paid the expenses. To describe that trip would take a whole book in itself. When we finally arrived in New York on the ill-fated Lusitania, I felt, though, that my one big ambition in life had been realized. We had shown all the other nations baseball. They had witnessed the games in such numbers as to pay our expenses. To make sure of our finances meeting the cost of the travel, we played 31 exhibition games on the way to the coast in the United States. On that part of the tour I discovered what a hold baseball really had on the people of America. In some places that didn't even boast of a ballpark, we drew as many as 4,000 people. Getting together two teams for this long jaunt was a difficult job. Some could not get away from their businesses, their winter business. Others could not afford to take their families or to leave them. By perseverance, we finally succeeded and made the start. The White Sox team was made up of Jimmy Callahan, manager, Tom Daly, first base, Germany Schaefer, second base, Buck Weaver, shortstop, Dick Egan, third base, Steve Evans, left field, Trist Speaker, center field, Sam Crawford, right field, Jack Bliss and Andy Slight, catchers, Joe Bentz, Jim Scott, and Lefty Loverans, pitchers. The Giants were Fred Merkel, first base, Larry Doyle, second base, Mike Doolan, shortstop, John Lobert, third base, Lee McGee, left field, Mike Donlan, center field, Jim Thorpe, right field, Urban Faber, George Wiltsey, and Bunny Hearn, pitchers, Ivy Wingo, catcher. Umpires Bill Clem and Jack Sheridan. The late Harry Sparrow acted as our business manager. Among other old-time baseball people along was Ted Sullivan. On the trip across the United States, we were helped out by many stars, such as Mathewson, Chief Myers, Fred Snodgrass, Jeff Terrazzo, and Art Frome. Among those to help out the Sox were Walter Johnson, Ray Schalk, Doc White, Frank Isbell, Lefty Russell, Walter Mattock, and Joe Berger. The receipts of these 31 games made up the greater part of our expense money. The fans flocked to see us by the thousands. We made a feature of visiting little towns that had never seen a big league ball player, and probably never would again. To our surprise, these country fans knew every man by reputation. At one place, a crowd sat up until midnight to see our special train come through and to get a glimpse of the players of whom they had read. Finally, setting out from San Francisco, we sailed through 50 different bodies of water and railroaded through Japan, China, Australia, Egypt, Italy, France, and England. Of the non-English speaking countries, we found the Japanese better informed on baseball than any other people. All the big universities there have teams, and they have advanced rapidly in the finer points of baseball. In a few years, I expect to see Japan as much of a baseball country as Cuba. To go into the details of this long tour probably would be tiresome, especially to those who were not on the trip. We had many good laughs. One of these was when we got Bill Clum up one night to be ready in case the ship should run into the equator while the tide was down. He and others were quite relieved when we crossed safely. The climax of the trip, the big game, was in London, when the King attended and we had an attendance of 35,000. To make it more spectacular, the game wound up with a home run wallop by Tom Daly. Callan and I were notified early in the day that the King would receive us in his box. The American ambassadors tipped us off that we might wear high hats and frock coats. We were mighty busy that day getting all set. Then, to our discomfiture, just as we were about to start for the box, word was sent down that high hats wouldn't do. The King said that the ordinary bowler would do, derby or iron hat, as we called it. There has been much said as to the conversation between the King, Callahan, and myself. As a matter of fact, very little was said. "I am glad to meet you, Mr. McGraw," said the King, just as everybody else would do. "I thank you," I said, and we shook hands. He did the same with Callahan. "Your game is very interesting, and I would like to know more about it," said the King. "We certainly hope that you will have a chance to see more of it," I said. We then bowed and went back to our respective benches. End of Chapter 46. Chapter 47. The Mutton Pie episode in London. Playing before the Khedive of Egypt. The Federal League's offer to McGraw. Why the Federal League died. 2 days before that now historical game in London at which the King appeared, Harry Sparrow, acting as business manager, told me that Ted Sullivan had just awarded the catering privilege of the game to an Englishman who had been hanging around ever since it became known that King George would be present. That means, he said to Harry, a crowd of 35,000 or more. We didn't know then that a great crowd of English people would always go to any sporting event that the King graced, whether they knew anything about it or not. The American ambassador, though, had it in mind when he asked the King George to come. He was a baseball fan and wanted us to make a good showing. The most concerned man, though, was this English caterer. Several times while I sat on the bench he came to me all aflutter. "I say, Mr. McGraw," he would start, "when is the intermission?" "Oh, any time," I would reply, laughing, never taking him seriously. In the meantime Sparrow was stalling him off. Finally, in the 7th inning, when a lot of Americans stood up to the stretch, he returned, "I say, Mr. McGraw, this can't go on. I must insist upon knowing when is the intermission." "Why, what's the matter with you?" I asked. "Don't you know that baseball does not have any intermission?" "My God!" he exclaimed, putting up his hands to his head. "I'm ruined. What will I do with my mutton pies? You can bring me one if you want to. What's the idea?" "I say, in cricket, you know, the consumption of mutton pies in the intermissions is quite enormous. I am stocked quite heavily. I insist upon an intermission. At that moment, Daly hit the ball on the nose for a home run that broke up the game. The next day, the English caterer called at the hotel and insisted upon being paid for £70-odd for mutton pies and tea that he prepared for the intermission. I put the matter up to Sparrow. If I remember right, he compromised by giving the fellow a couple $100. Another incident on that trip that caused us a lot of amusement was a game played near Cairo, Egypt. The Khedive honoured us by attending, and his presence gave much tone to the affair among the Egyptians. As the game progressed, we were very curious to see how the Khedive was taking his baseball. Every time we looked, though, he had his back to the diamond and was looking in the other direction. We couldn't tell whether he was in conversation or simply declining to be interested. Anyway, his back was turned. Finally, we assigned Germany Schaefer to give us the dope on it. He sneaked from the bench and was gone several minutes. "It's okay," he said, returning. "I just talked to one of them fellows with the funny hats. He says the Khedive means no disrespect to our game, but he's got to look towards home. With so many of these American ball players here, the Khedive figures he's better keep an eye on his harem." The one outstanding feature to that trip around the world, which I will never forget, was the deportment of our players. At no time on the entire journey did anyone do anything that would bring criticism upon the American athlete. These young fellows realized that they were representing their country, and they did it in a way to bring credit on our sport and ourselves. A noticeable thing was their adaptability to foreign customs. Very quickly, they observed that gentlemen were supposed to dress for dinner on the boats or in the hotels. In a single day, it seemed, every man on both clubs was fully equipped with evening clothes, high hats, everything in accordance with the convention of the country they visited. And I want to tell you, those Giants and White Sox looked pretty good in silk hats too. Arriving in New York on the ill-fated Lusitania, we found the baseball world all upset over the Federal League. Managers and owners of the two major leagues were there to sign up their players. Also, there were several agents of the new league. I have never mentioned this before, but I was met by an attorney of prominence, a man in whom I have absolute confidence, who offered me a certified check for $100,000 to join the Federal League. This was merely a bonus for joining and was in addition to any salary arrangement that I might make. As to salary, I was told I could write my own ticket. I declined this immediately. Often I have been asked for an opinion as to why the Federal League failed. The answer, to me, seems simple. In the first place, its executives were not men of baseball experience. In the second place, there are not enough good ball players in this country for 3 major leagues. We even have difficulty in finding enough stars for 2 leagues. Consequently, the Federal League, being the newcomer, could not get enough good talent to offer serious competition. Their only chance was to offer as good, if not better, baseball than the National and American leagues. This they could not do. Had there not been a settlement with them, the Federal League would have died just the same. I found that several of my players had been approached by the Federal League agents, but there was nothing doing. I found also that during my absence, the New York club, my employers, had traded off Herzog, my third baseman, for Bob Bescher. This was quite a surprise to me. It resulted in me having to make several trades to strengthen up my club again. The need of a third baseman, following the accident to Hans Lobart later on, eventually brought about my trading Larry Doyle, Baby Doll Jacobson, Herbert Hunter for Heine Zimmerman. In the bust-up of the Federal League, I took over Barry Kauf and Eddie Rausch. I paid $25,000 for Kauf, figuring that he would be a good attraction on account of his hitting, then much talked about. Often I have observed criticism of what sports writers call my mistake in letting Roush go, keeping Kauf. As a matter of fact, I bought Roush because nobody else would take him at that time. He was not considered a star. I paid $6,000 for him. I took him on the recommendation of a couple of old players, figuring to use him in a trade. Anyway, I decided not to let him get away at that price. The only man who ever told me that Roush was a better ball player than Kauf was Germany Schaefer. Well, a lot of them talk about it now, but old Schaefer was the only one to hold that opinion in advance. Poor old Schaefer. He's gone now. There was one of the most delightful and whimsical of personalities. To this day I smile when I think of his very serious announcement to the newspaper men during the war that he had changed his name to Liberty Schaefer. He got this witty notion from a sign he saw where the word sauerkraut had been changed to Liberty Cabbage. End of Chapter 47. Chapter 48. Why Baseball Unions Fail. McGraw's personal suggestions for a real ball players' fraternity. Ever since baseball became organized into workable shape, there have been attempts at the formation of protective fraternities by the players. All of them have failed. All of them will continue to fail until they find a more definite purpose. First, we had the Brotherhood, starting on the biggest scale of all. The purpose of that body was to actually run the games on a cooperative basis. The later ones have had for their purpose protection of rights, particularly in the matter of contracts. If the ball player had been the victim of injustice or unfair treatment, his fraternal organization would have grown and prospered. As a matter of fact, he is not mistreated. His salary has increased steadily with the progress of the game. If he has the goods, there is never any great difficulty about arriving at a salary agreement. The professional ball player in the big league usually gets just what he is worth. Therefore, with nothing particular to complain about, the unions have failed for lack of something to do. The players grow tired of seeing their dues go to pay the salaries of men who either sit in the offices, looking important, or travel about the country at the expense of the contributors. Mind you, I have no objection to baseball unions. Often I have told the players this. I do object, though, to them going ahead without any program that will accomplish something of actual benefit to the player. I am a ball player at heart, even though I am a manager and part owner. My sympathies are always with the player, and particularly the old player whose days on the diamond are done. I think any of them will tell you that I am. The one great fault with the so-called fraternities is a lot of older men, mediocre at their very best, get together and elect some young man, a star, as their head. They take advantage of his position and popularity to keep them in the game, thereby preventing younger men from coming in. Not so long ago, a leading member of the present fraternity called on me. He wanted to know if I would confer with him and if I was opposed to the union. I have no objection to the union or to the players belonging to it, I told him. If there is a cause for complaint, or if you feel there is unfairness or injustice, let's have it. I'll listen. He hemmed and hawed for a minute. What have you to complain of? I asked. What is your first aim? Well, he admitted, I don't know just yet, but, well, there is the reserve clause. The United States Supreme Court had just decided that the reserve clause was perfectly legal. All baseball men know that it's really the backbone of the game. I told the young man of this. He had not yet heard of the decision. In fact, he didn't know just what he had called for, except to find out if I was hostile or friendly. Right there is the trouble. They don't know exactly what they are about. They are without definite aim. I sat down and gave this young man, a fine fellow too, the best suggestion I had. If they will follow the advice that I offered, I believe baseball fraternity could be made into a wonderful institution. I would be one of its most ardent supporters, and I think every other manager and all player would. The prime motive of a baseball union should be to see that the veteran players, when he's down and out, is cared for. Very few of them have the foresight to prepare for old age. They have a good time while the good days are on. When their muscles begin to slip, they find their pocketbooks just 1 or 2 slips ahead of their muscles. Their salaries gradually dwindle to nothing. Now, if the union would devise a plan by which these old-timers could be cared for, so there should be no acute distress in old age, then the fraternity would be a great and growing institution. It is perfectly practical. The ball player is fully protected in the matter of contract by the Commissioner of Baseball. The Commissioner is even more mindful of the players' interests than of the owners, because of his apparent helpfulness and lack of business knowledge. If the player can deliver the goods, he never has complaint about the amount of his salary. It is the man who is slipping that complains. That department of a union's business is secondary. Its first aim should be to take care of the old players. There is no doubt that it can be done. Every fall, for instance, we have an old-timers game. It always attracts attention. There is no reason why one such game should not be held in every city at the end of the season. If it was known that the receipts from these exhibition games would go to the aid of old ball players, the establishment of a home, if necessary, fans would flock into the parks. Can you imagine what that would mean in funds? There are 16 clubs in the two big leagues. If every one of them put up such an exhibition game, a large sum could be realized. On a rough guess, I should say that $20,000 would be a good average per game. That would mean $320,000. Surely the members of the baseball fraternity have enough constructive ability and enough willingness to work out the details of such a plan. It would require intelligent administration, but they are engaging leaders to run the union. Certainly those men could attend such administration. The heart of every ball player should be in his work. If they go into it on that basis, there is no question about the whole scheme being a success. On the other hand, if they try to make petty differences the prime motive for the organization, the whole thing will fail, just as unions have failed in the past. Nothing ensures the future of any organization like accomplishment. I cannot imagine any greater incentive to accomplishment than helping of all ball players when their days of usefulness on the diamond are done. I outlined this plan in detail to the representative of the union, and he said he would think it over. I assured him that the Giants would be among the first to fall in with the scheme and put on the exhibition game. Any other club in the league will do the same. In other words, the success of a union lies in the players getting the owners, managers and fans to work with them instead of in opposition. I am so enthusiastic about this plan for helping the old-timers that I would be willing for the managers to go into it even if the union should not take it up as a body. Yes, there is a field for a baseball fraternity, but it is not a mere carping about certain clauses in contracts. Its purpose must be broad and helpful. It must be constructive, not obstructive. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49. Should a ball player marry? Two kinds of wives. The marital year of grace. To my surprise, fans throughout the country, in answer to our questionnaire, have hopped on a subject that I should never have thought of discussing in these memoirs. As I near the end of my story, though, I must answer while there is time. What effect on players, several ask, has the presence of wives and sweethearts in the stand or in travelling with the teams? Now, if I talk too freely on that subject, I'm going to get into trouble. Many times have I been in a quandary over that angle of baseball. I have even feared to discuss it in private, let alone in the newspapers. On general principles, though, I'll say this. Very few ball players are ever as valuable to a team the first year they are married as they are before or after. Wait a minute, I'll explain. When a young fellow gets it into his head to get married, there is no stopping him. I think I have too much common sense even to try and stop him. He thinks of nothing else. He is entering a new phase of life and he is taking on new responsibilities. Naturally, he and his wife think their marriage the most important thing in the world. In working out their early problems, they forget all about baseball. As a result, the young fellow's zest is gone. It takes a full year for him to get down to business and concentrate his mind on the game. I am convinced that nothing helps a young man so much in baseball, or in any other profession, as a good wife. I think, though, that they ought to get married immediately after the World Series. By the time the next season comes around, they will be able to understand things. I have known young bridegrooms on the bench to forget whether there were men on bases or not. Sometimes they are not even particular whether there are one or two out. They are thinking about the new apartment, about that new furniture, that fancy gas range, and so on. It is a beautiful state of bliss. But take it from me, a young man in that state of mind doesn't win many ball games. It is quite natural for the wives to want to attend the ball games and see their heroes at work. Baseball has become part of their lives. If they are sensible women, which most of them are, they will encourage and criticize their husbands so as to help. I have had brides come to me and ask what kind of food they ought to prepare for their husbands. There are other wives who will not attend a game in which their husbands appear. They get so nervous over his possible success or failure that they fear they will make themselves conspicuous. I wish all of them thought that way. The wife of one of our greatest pitchers would never come to the Polo Grounds on the day her husband pitched. She followed the progress of the game, though, by a rather unique method. Their apartment was on the heights. From the front window it was possible to see the scoreboard by the aid of a pair of field glasses. Often this wife and the wives of other players used to gather there in the afternoon and have tea while the game was going on. This particular wife knew what dishes her husband liked most. One of his favourite was corned beef and cabbage. If the glasses showed the Giants behind, she would immediately start preparing that dish. Upon his arrival home, the grouch of defeat would disappear. She would never mention the game until the dinner was over. The wives and sweethearts who really cause the players trouble and embarrassment are the foolish ones. Many ball players, as you know, come into the leagues with little knowledge of life, especially big city life. They are carried away with hero worship and marry some girl who really seeks the limelight more than the love of the young fellow. There have been many cases of that kind. As a rule, ball players marry some girl with whom they have been brought up in a little hometown. It is seldom that divorce cases grow out of that kind of marriage. These foolish wives or sweethearts who sit in the stand and yell out endearing encouragement to their husbands are genuine distractions. They not only embarrass the player, but often make it uncomfortable for those about them in the stands. You can well imagine the feelings of a player when he leaves the bench to go to bat at a critical moment, and suddenly hear a soprano voice from the stand scream out, "There goes my dearie!" It is the real, wholesome women of good, hard common sense who helps the ball player to success. Often she has been my very helpful ally in getting a player to improve his work, or to take care of himself. On one occasion there was a pitcher who suffered many defeats through lack of control. His wife went with him on the spring training trip. He knew his failing, but did not have the patience to correct it. His wife, knowing what was required, took charge of him during his off hours and insisted upon him putting in so much practice in the court back at the hotel. There was no escape. Any time he felt late, she was right on the job. Much of that man's later success was due to that wonderful wife. As a rule, I do not approve of a wife accompanying her baseball husband on the road trips. She seems to distract his attention. Again, a lot of wives, when thrown together in such close association, are bound to talk and gossip over what they have heard. While they mean no harm, the husbands are often worried about this. They learn of things about other players that otherwise would not have interested them. For that reason, I think it is a bad practice to have a number of wives travel with the team. On the other hand, I have insisted on certain players taking their wives with them. Some harum-scarum young fellows can be controlled by nobody but their wives. I had one very excellent player who could not keep in condition unless his wife was around to look after him. He would be like a young boy out of school running loose. He would drink, play cards late at night, and lose interest in his work. One year he wrote to me for his transportation to the training camp. I wired back that I would send transportation for 2. Privately, I wrote the wife that it was important to the club that she come along. She did. The young fellow had a good year. I have received dozens of questions to be answered on this subject, but nobody is going to trap me into saying whether I think ball players should be married or single. If I said that they ought not to get married, every kid on the club would immediately begin thinking about that girl. Then I would get some very lively letters from some of the wives, I fear. End of Chapter 49. Chapter 50. The Commissioner of Baseball, Why He Was Needed. A Tribute to Judge Landis. In concluding these memoirs of my 30 years in baseball, I would be guilty of serious and unfair omission if I did not discuss the most important constructive move, to my mind, that baseball has ever made, the naming of a commissioner of baseball with absolute authority. Not only did baseball make a big constructive move in deciding on the commissioner, rather than a commission composed of 3 men, but the bullseye was hit in the selection of Judge Kennesaw M. Landis to fill the job. From the very beginning, we had more or less annoyance over the National Commission because of its members being a part of the game. Even the chairman, August Herman, was president of the Cincinnati Club. The other members were presidents of the American and National Leagues. I don't know of a fairer or more conscientious man than Gary Herman, and I do not believe he was ever influenced by his connection with the Cincinnati Club. At the same time, the mere fact of the connection often gave rise to innuendo in the newspapers. Obviously, the only thing to do was to have a man of recognized ability who had no connection whatsoever with any club or any league. The chance of getting Judge Landis, a federal judge of national reputation, made this change possible. The judge showed his strength the moment we invited him to accept the position. He refused unless he was given absolute authority to inflict punishment, as well as to decide on it. He would not consent to a clause which read, "and recommend punishment." To make this decision stand up, he must have the authority to enforce it. But for that, a commissioner of baseball would have had no great value. Realizing that he lacked a little of the personal knowledge and familiarity necessary, the judge immediately set about to make himself a part of the game. He attended every big function, whether in the majors or in the minors. He wanted to know what it was all about. Before he made a step, you may rest assured that he did know, too. One of the first big moves made by the commissioner was to enforce the law against barnstorming without permission. It so happened that his first hard decision hit on one of the most spectacular figures in the game, Babe Ruth. While that was a blow to finances as well as to other things, I think it was a good thing that the first punishment hit a player of such great prominence. It showed that the judge intended to have things run to the letter of the law, regardless of personality. I do not mean that it was a good thing for Babe Ruth, personally, to be hit first. I would feel the same about any great player, a man like Mathewson or Hornsby or Sisler, for instance. The players can never say that the judge started out by picking on the small fry. It is always a good thing in baseball to bring out the fact that no player is greater than the game. There was never a great star who would slow up the progress of the sport in the least by his absence. His absence might affect the fortunes of one club, but it could never hurt the sport. It's a good thing for players to know this, good for everybody. That particular angle of baseball always has interested me. Whenever a great star arises, it is frequently said that a team could never get along without him. How often have you heard that said about Mathewson in the old days, about Wagner, LaJoie, even the famous Mike Kelly? All of those great ones went out and the game went right on. The greatness of Judge Landis, though, lies his wonderful foresight, his vision. Always he looks to the future and sees the possibility of baseball. He seems to understand the mind of the public toward the game. So few of our baseball people give a thought to that in the midst of their petty quarrels. Being of the great army of fans and not of the baseball machinery, Judge Landis had a broad viewpoint, the very viewpoint that baseball always has needed. The commissioner is very careful and deliberate in his consideration of every controversy that is brought to his attention, no matter how small or inconsequential. At the same time, he thinks rapidly and can strike quickly if it be necessary. The best instance I have observed of the judge seeing the proper move instantly and making it, which is even more important, was the way in which he handled the situation when the game between the Giants and the Yanks was called on account of darkness by the umpires, causing great astonishment and dissatisfaction among the spectators. I can readily appreciate the feelings of the fans. The decision even came as a surprise to us on the field. The average fan knows little about the machinations of baseball, the official in whom authority is vested in certain situations. They had heard about Judge Landis, had cheered him as he entered the stand. They naturally thought, as Commissioner of Baseball, he ran everything. They did not realize that once a game is started, the umpire's authority is absolute. It is necessary that it be absolute. A moment's reflection will convince you of that. If there was a court of appeal against the umpire's decision, the games would be in constant wrangle. On top of this knowledge, the fans realized that as much as $120,000 had been taken at the gate, that if another game was played, that much more money would come in again. In their excitement and disappointment, the thought immediately arose that this was merely a chance to take advantage of a technicality and get more money into the pot. The fans, thinking the judge responsible, vented their wrath on him. He stood it without saying a word. The thing that worried him, though, was that the sportsmanship of the game was in question. He saw what a blow to baseball it would be if 35,000 people went away thinking that the World Series, after all, was merely a money-making institution, but the outcome of the games mattered little. In New York and throughout the country, hundreds of thousands of people were perhaps thinking that right then. Judge Landis acted quickly. Before we had suspected his intention, he called in the owners and executives of the two clubs. I'll never forget the expression in his face, the anxiety and also determination. "Gentlemen," he said, "it is necessary to give this money to charity. The public does not understand the situation." In detail, then, he quickly outlined his plan. Naturally, we saw the importance of it and acted with him. By giving that money to charity and showing that the postponement was not for sordid financial reasons, the public understood. Everything came out all right. The main force of the judge's action was the rapidity of it. If he had waited a day or two to give the matter consideration, the damage would have been done. No amount of afterthought could have remedied it. He hit the bull's-eye by acting on the spur of the moment, and he acted right. I am convinced that the greatest constructive baseball move of recent years was the placing of authority in the hands of a commissioner, and making Judge Kennesaw M. Landis that commissioner. The end. End of chapter 50. End of my 30 years in baseball.